Kevinduan Mystery Press.
Non, mais en haut, ça monte. Pour monter en voiture, c'est. Ça va? Pas trop chaud?
And where are you from?
From the University of Italy.
You can't have everybody just on Wi-Fi and they come to meet somebody. Oh, you're from Malawi. Isn't somebody that should quite know you? Because Junisan is a common name. I've been at a couple of conferences in Malawi. Yeah, so what are you studying? What are you teaching Junisan?
I work with the hospital.
Okay, in the long run. Okay. So you're not. Well, I'm trying to remember now. ACDSA. It might have been. Of course, Malawians all look so young. You're so polite. No, cover your mouth. Yeah. ACDSA Africa must have been now 10 years ago. It might have been 10 years. And then a couple of years ago, my kids and I decided to drive from South Africa to Malawi.
Okay, so you live in South Africa?
Yeah, I live in South Africa. We drove. We didn't go through Zimbabwe. We went through Botswana. So that was a lot. And we camped on the beach. It was very nice. And you know, and I enjoyed the fish. I enjoyed the fish so much. Our children, they didn't like fish. So every time we come out, I got to go out with somebody. And we're a speed. So
Probably I think that there are lots of
there's lots of things like
South Africa.
yeah.
Yeah, lots of stuff like eating the shop.
Yes. Yeah. Everyone thinks they know you.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
And your name?
Oh, Lord.
Lola. Okay, thanks a lot.
I just don't want to say
You have to risk like me, but to risk it, you need to read it.
Professor Gianna. Perché vabbè, io sono settimana meccanica, diciamo. E,
Un po' persi.
sicuramente però
Assolutamente.
e poi non dicevo, non sconosco gli occhiellini, poi con anni. Sì, sì, sì. Ma poi sa, adesso mi io sono in
L'esperienza, diciamo.
Scusate, elle do maski, to trzeba. A co to też? Do maski. Gidelim düşünsek.
Şu masayı araya taşısak. Sıkıştırsak. Şunu çıkartıp elini tutsak. Sen ne yapacaksın?
Yok abi. Buradayım.
Güzel, bak ben tutarım ya şapkayı. Tutacağız ya. Aslında baştan düşünsene.
Şuraya bir sehpa var.
Orki masayı şuraya koyalım. Şimdi yapsak onu hemen.
Sehpa.
Arkadakini hemen koysak şuraya.
O büyük ya. Küçük bir
Ben
sehpa.
yerden yardım istesem.
Sandalye olur.
Sandalye nereden bulacağım şimdi?
Sehpa.
Bir şey yap, to put this on.
Smoke.
Good morning, sir. Hi, I'm Ronia Williamson. I just want to make sure I get your designation right. So you're Professor Ozun from ACDSA University. And what is your designation? You're Professor of Electronics, Ozun?
Same.
Electronics and Electrical.
Engineering.
Right.
Sehpa yapabiliyorsun. Uğraşamıyorum.
Bekliyoruz.
Demir misin şey? Abi bak masasını durmuyor. Sen tut da ben gideyim ya.
Burada bizi bekliyor.
Peki.
Kadın bekliyor.
İşaretleyebilecek mi?
Yok, sen beklesin diyorum. Kayıt için gelenler.
Ha tamam.
They said if it can put outside because it will block the way. It's okay? No. They said if it can put on this table because it will block the way.
Okay.
It's okay?
We can go. This.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We will tell your colleague to come for us to register. For us to start.
Sorry?
We will tell your colleague to come to start? Or we start now?
Yes.
We start now?
Yes. I will call him.
Because I know there are some people still over there.
Yes.
Coming.
Oh, okay.
So what are we going to do? Do we start?
Okay. Okay. He can come.
Or he can come?
Yes.
Okay, so you tell.
Mm-hmm. I
Good morning, everybody. Hi, I'm Rania, and welcome to the University of Seychelles. Please pardon the delay. We're still running a little time here, so we have a few participants who are registering. So as soon as they get here, we will start.
Bonjour.
Vice Chancellor of the University of Seychelles, Mr. Joan Gero, Executive Staff of the University of Seychelles, Dr. Mahindra Gorochun, Head of Mechanical and Production Engineering Department at the University of Mauritius, Professor Emre Azlan, Professor of Electrical and Electronics Engineering at the ACDSA University of Turkey, Professor Yunus Uzun, also Professor of Electrical and Electronics Engineering at ACDSA University of Turkey, representatives of the conference committees, presenters and participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with great honor that I welcome you to the University of Seychelles at the Oswaya campus for this international conference on intelligence, artificial intelligence, computer data sciences, and applications. It is indeed a very auspicious occasion for us at UNISE, and we are very grateful to ACDSA University of Turkey, the University of Mauritius, for collaborating with us in the organization of this event. We are particularly grateful to Dr. Gorochun from our partner University of Mauritius for being the liaison person in the organization of this special event. Today's event is an opportunity to embark on an incredible journey of bringing together all scientists, academics, researchers, and key stakeholders in the field of technology and related industries. It serves as a platform to exchange ideas, provide quality research results, and present new perspectives and developments on the different key topics related to today's conference. Therefore, with much honor and anticipation, that I call upon Dr. Justin Zelim, Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Social Development at the University of Seychelles, and the chair of today's event, to deliver his opening address.
Thank you, Rania. Vice Chancellor of the University of Seychelles, Ms. Joël Perrault, Executive Staff of the University of Seychelles, Dr. Mahindra Gorochun, Head of Mechanical and Production Engineering Department at the University of Mauritius, Professor Emre Azlan, Professor of Electrical and Electronics Engineering at ACDSA University, Turkey, Professor Yunus Uzun, also Professor of Electrical and Electrics Engineering at the ACDSA University, Turkey, representatives of the conference committees, presenters, participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. On behalf of our Vice Chancellor and all other members of staff at the University of Seychelles, I would like to welcome you all to our university and to this year's International Conference on Artificial Intelligence, Computer, Data Sciences, and Applications. A very special welcome goes to all of you, our dear international participants who have traveled thousands of miles to be with us today. We are truly honored to have you among us, and I am privileged to stand before this very special gathering of brilliant minds, innovators, dedicated educators, researchers, and industry practitioners from all over the world in the field of artificial intelligence, computer science, and data sciences. Your presence here today is a testament of your commitment to the sharing of knowledge and its applications, the fostering of innovation, and addressing the challenges that impact on modern technological landscape. It is also the result of a strong collaboration that has recently been forged between the University of Seychelles, University of ACDSA, University of Mauritius, as well as the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. As you all know, the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers is one of the largest technical and professional organizations in the world, if not the largest, dedicated to advancing technology for the benefit of humanity. And the University of Seychelles is very proud to be a partner with it. We would like to thank the Institute for choosing UNISE among so many other universities as the preferred venue for this year's very prestigious conference. This conference is by far one of the biggest of its kind that UNICE has hosted in recent years, and we surely hope that it will not be the last. While browsing through the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers website, I came across the following statement about today's conference, and I quote, "The conference will provide an excellent international forum for dissemination of original research results, new ideas, and practical development experiences which concentrate on both theory and practices of the academics, researchers, engineers, and also industry professionals. We cordially invite you to be part of this extraordinary event. Get ready to immerse yourselves in cutting-edge research, networking opportunities, and the breathtaking beauty of the Seychelles," unquote. This is precisely the purpose of our conference today, and the kind of experience that we wish for all of you, dear participants. I hope that we have met your expectations concerning the breathtaking beauty of our islands and also of our people. I'm equally sure that you will have an excellent conference today. In the current age of unprecedented technological advancements, today's conference serves as a powerful nexus for the exchange of cutting-edge ideas, transformative discoveries in the realms of artificial intelligence, computer science, data sciences, and their diverse applications. The interconnectivity of these different fields is paving the way for revolutionary breakthroughs that are shaping the future of our interconnected world. I have no doubt that new breakthroughs will eventually emerge from today's conference. Over the next few hours, we will embark on a journey of exploration and collaboration, delving into the latest research, methodologies, and most importantly, practical applications that define the forefront of these different disciplines. As we gather here, we recognize the profound impact that artificial intelligence, for instance, computer science and data sciences, have on virtually every aspect of our lives, from healthcare, finance, economics, engineering, the environment, education, and beyond. The ethical considerations, societal implications, the responsible and sustainable development of these technologies are integral components of our discourse, some of which we will be discussed today. One of the strengths of today's conference lies in the diversity of perspectives represented here. We have participants from Canada, Germany, Italy, India, Sweden, Russia, Malawi, Lebanon, Mauritius, Turkey, France, Greece, Taiwan, Seychelles, Peru, to name but a few. And I present my apologies to any country that has not been mentioned here for want of time and space. But your presence is equally as important as those that I've already mentioned. And all of you are bringing with your wealth of experience, insights, innovative approaches to your fields. The richness of this diversity is a valuable resource that we all need to tap into during our short time together. In fact, altogether, we had 478 research papers that were submitted for consideration, among which 182 were accepted, an acceptance ratio of 38%. Congratulations to all of you whose papers were accepted. Today, you will have the chance to share your findings with the rest of us. I urge and encourage each one of you to actively engage in the exchange of ideas, to share your vast expertise, and forge strong connections that will extend beyond the confines of today's conference. Together, we have the power to shape the trajectory of these fields and contribute to a future where technology serves humanity in the most ethical, inclusive, and beneficial ways. May our time together be inspiring, enlightening, and may it pave the way for a future where innovation knows no bounds. Finally, I extend my deepest thanks and gratitude to the organizing committees, both locally and internationally, the sponsors, speakers, and all participants who have contributed to make this conference a reality. Your dedication to advancing knowledge and fostering collaboration is admirable and an example for us all. I thank you for your attention, and I wish you all a very fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zubin. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, it is now time for our keynote address, which will set the tone for this conference. I thus call upon Mr. Vijay Joy, Director of Information Technology at the University of Seychelles, who will have the honor of introducing our keynote speaker.
A very good morning to one and all. In this session, we delve into the critical role of AI predictive models in supporting climate mitigation and adaptation solutions within the built environment. It is with great enthusiasm that I introduce a visionary in this groundbreaking field, a person whose work exemplifies the innovative spirit and technical expertise required to utilize AI for the betterment of mankind. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce Dr. Mahendra Guruchan, Head of Mechanical and Production Engineering Department at the University of Mauritius. As a senior lecturer, Dr. Guruchan illuminates the path for future engineers with his deep knowledge and passion for sustainable engineering practices. His impressive credentials include being a certified Huawei AI instructor, a chartered engineer registered with the Engineering Council of the UK, and an accredited green building design and construction professional. Dr. Guruchan's research ambitiously aims to develop intelligent, low-energy climate solutions that foster sustainability in the built environment. His leadership as the Ellen MacArthur Foundation Circular Economy Pioneer for Mauritius, his representation of Mauritius in the COP26-27 Climate Program for the Association of Commonwealth Universities, and his involvement in the US Embassy IVLP 2023 program on energy crisis all speak volumes of his dedication and expertise in using technology for environmental sustainability. With great anticipation for knowledge and inspiration he is about to share, please join me in welcoming Dr. Mahendra Guruchan to the stage. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. I would like to thank very much the University of Seychelles and the conference organizers to give me the opportunity to share my knowledge and the work we are doing in the field of climate change. You all know climate change is a social crisis, not just technical, environmental. It is causing havoc around the world, especially for small and developing states like Seychelles, like Mauritius. So this is why I'm very privileged to be able to share what work I'm doing in Mauritius, and I'm sure colleagues at the University of Seychelles as well, and to invite feedback from you, our experts around the world, how we could better the work we're doing here. I'm going to present the work from a social science perspective. It's very multidisciplinary, as well as from a green building design, but ultimately how AI can help. So this conference is on AI, so we'll be very happy to have your views on how we can further increase the efficacy of the work. We have a message and the matrix maybe to So a brief outline of our presentation today. So I'm going to review very briefly on climate change and the impact caused. Now, when we talk about built environment, this is where we all live, we all work. This is why my focus on built environment is because it has been proven, and you will see many nations around the world, I'm sure your countries have laid strong emphasis on buildings. Why? Because we spend so much time on buildings, and unfortunately, if we don't get our buildings properly designed and operated, it will create lots of negative impact on the environment. So by being able to adopt good practices, which are well known, which I would briefly introduce, but at the same time, to design these buildings from a climate perspective, we can achieve a lot in the climate agenda around the world. Yeah. Now, one tool I've developed for Mauritius is called circular homes concept. It's really to engage people, because one major problem we're getting when we come to climate change is to explain to people what is climate change. Yeah. So I'll be briefly going on that as a workshop for yourself, sort of to raise awareness on what's climate change from a non-technical perspective, and then be able to come up how AI can help in this respect. Of course, AI part is not for community people. This is for academics and researchers. But when we go down and go to people in the community, they don't want to hear very scientific or technical terms. If we do that, it's a turn off. So this is the approach I'll be taking. And my area of mechatronics, ultimately, I'll be inviting an openings of floor. How can mechatronics and AI further help in regulating our built environment and be able to adapt to climate change? We know with climate change, we're going to get hotter summers, even colder winters. For example, in Mauritius, we are getting now winters of 8 degrees, which we never saw before. Yeah, Mauritius is a tropical country. We always say it's very hot there, but we have to be careful. Winters are becoming colder and summers are becoming hotter. So we need to really be careful how we are getting our buildings designed and built. Else, maybe in the future, we won't need air conditioning. We might need to have heating systems as well in place, and this is going to be very bad for energy. Okay, now, briefly, what I've just said, the built environment is a significant emitter of carbon emissions, 40%. The good thing is, if you can get that agenda in place, it's not just about the emissions, it's about the mindset of people. Because everybody has a home, everybody works in offices. If you can get them on board, they will also be sustainably champions. So there's a huge social side to it. Yeah. Now, so the research findings are there, lots of research findings to show that the way our buildings currently are designed, it is it's wrongly designed. When we're going to start to have warmer summers in the near future, people will suffer and we have lots of very high temperatures inside, and this is not good for health, for welfare, for productivity. And there are studies even to show that people will be more angry, will be more angry, and maybe will not be working properly, and their health will deteriorate. Lots of psychological impact. Now, this slide just shows what are some of the impacts of climate change in terms of cyclones, in terms of flooding, in terms of hurricanes, in terms of what that will do in terms of food resilience. So I think that's why this slide to show you really that how dramatic the consequences are. Now, one of the major difficulties that the community, I would say the agendas of countries are facing is how do you integrate people and to get projects at grassroots level. You can see many policies being put forward, but how do you transmit that to people? Maybe your countries, you have practices in place to inform people. That's always a challenge. Especially because of the last point there, we tend to be quite scientific. We talk about things like greenhouse gas emissions. We tend to talk of very scientific language, which people don't understand. Now, I'm going to very quickly just do a review of findings from the field of AI, which is related to the built environment and which could help us to better our built environment. One of them is computer vision. On this slide here, this is from a video paper. You can find the reference at the bottom. So lots of tools already there, from thermography, from equipment heat and flake and smoke. Some examples are there for non-human parameters, but also in terms of humans, because closely linked to how our environment behaves, indoor environment, is how people are behaving. So even there, we have tools already developed. Of course, can be honed further, but the tools are there. It's up to us to know how to integrate. Now, this is one example, very famous CNN, and how these images can be processed further through different neural networks. So I think it's well documented as well. We know CNN is a very powerful neural network architecture for images. Now, still in the field of built environment, you can see so much research is already ongoing. Yeah, you can see on this slide here, again from a review paper. Yeah, the building, for example, we can do energy prediction. We can do electricity demand production, energy management, on the side of HVAC, why HVAC? I just talked briefly about that. We've got the cooling, heating as a huge consumer of energy in Mauritius. In your countries, maybe in Europe or America, it's more about heating. But unfortunately, HVAC, with urbanization, if we don't do the correct things, we will increasingly depend on HVAC, and that's going to be one of the major emissions of carbon. Yeah. So I'm going to show in my presentation how we can decouple this in urbanization. Yeah, this is going to be one major thing. We have, of course, thermal comfort. That is very important. I've just mentioned about that. If we don't do anything and we allow overheating to continuously increase the indoor condition, unfortunately, vulnerable societies is going to suffer more. Because people who can afford mechanical ventilation or HVACs, they're going to install. But people who are more vulnerable, it's going to be still active stuff. And I've just talked in the earlier slide also. In the previous slide, we did talk about the occupancy side. So this is again shown here. Now, one last again review paper focusing a bit on Industry 4.0. So taking the perspective of Industry 4.0 in terms of IoT sensors and having a knowledge base to be able to take appropriate action. So already you can say there are so many areas. So many areas, as you can see here, building, energy, transportation, land use, wildlife. It's not just that. This is the beauty of built environment. There are so many aspects linked to it. If we can manage and develop a sustainable built environment, we will do very good work. Okay. Now, some results from the literature. You will all know what is reinforcement learning. I will come back to this later. This is a very promising approach to be able to develop the AI predictive modules that we will look at. And another area which I think is promising is the prediction of thermal comfort. Those who are in this field will know ASHA 55, which is a common standard for thermal comfort. Yeah. But unfortunately, if you just blindly apply this standard, it's not going to work for tropical context. For example, if you look at ASHA 55, it recommends that the humidity should be below 60%, which is impossible for us. If you adopt this sort of guidelines, then you need to have air conditioning in every building in Seychelles, in every building in Mauritius. So it means a need for an adaptation, and this is what AI can play a role to create this thermal comfort models. We can't just blindly adapt this. Okay. Now, recently we were seeing that we were getting increasingly difficult to predict cyclone tracks. Yeah. Recently we have cyclones doing loops and so on, and this has been linked to climate change. Yeah. And it's now acknowledged strongly by our meteorological services that the way to solve that is to AI. Yeah. So the numerical models they've been using so far for cyclone tracking seems to be obsolete now. So they need to upgrade it, and AI will be one approach to do that. Now, another very challenging aspect of meteorology is precipitation prediction. We are getting in Mauritius, and maybe in Seychelles as well, and other small island developing states, very localized, short duration, high intensity flash floods. So it can be just 2-3 minutes, and you can get rain of 100 millimeters, suddenly just coming, and people are ill-prepared, and just goes down. So this is very recurrent in Mauritius now, and when it rains, people are afraid now. They literally say that. You see maybe pictures in the media from Mauritius where we had huge flooding recently. Cars were carried away, and we've never seen things like this. So I think this is going to be more and more recurrent because of climate change. In general, weather forecasting is going to be an area where AI can be used a lot because the built environment is affected a lot by weather patterns. Now, those who know about the circular economy, I will briefly talk about that because the circular home has been developed based on these 3 pillars here. This is from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation in the UK. The circular economy, very briefly, and of course it's not technical, this is understandable by, I would say, community people very easily. The first pillar is keep products and materials in use, so you don't want to waste. The other one is about waste and pollution. So when you're conceiving your system as engineers or even as artists, you would want to design it in such a way that you don't create waste. For the built environment, what this means for me is in terms of emission. You design buildings which don't consume much energy. Now the third one, which is unfortunately, I would say very strong, the strongest one, but unfortunately not paid enough attention, is regenerate natural systems. If you look at climate change, the main reason why you have climate change is because we are disturbing natural systems. So if in your solution you can regenerate, means you are bringing back which has been damaged, this is going to be the most powerful one. So this is part of my water. Now, how I have mapped these three pillars on the built environment. This one is very logical. It is about materials. So you want to keep materials and products in the loop. This one, like I said, for me is about greenhouse gas emissions, so I related that to energy. And this one may be less understood. Regenerative natural system, I've linked that to water because we're getting lots of problems with water. Now, you can ask me, how is it that water is linked to regenerative natural systems? The way I have developed that, when you are developing or constructing a new building project, you would displace permeable land. The water will no more be able to go into the ground at this location. So you have disturbed natural system at this location. And unfortunately, in Mauritius, and I hope it's not here like this in Seychelles, people will just be sending all the water into drains. Now, all the water generated from your roof will just go into drains. That's not sustainable because when it rains heavily, the drains will never be able to take some out. So what we need to do to regenerate natural systems, you need to find at your project location a way to get that water in the ground because that's the natural path of water in the ground to the boreholes to the sea. If everyone just send the water in the boreholes, we'll never have a proper solution to always get them. So it's something which I tend to raise awareness in the community and people are happy to think about that. It's a very simple thing I'm saying now, but people don't realize it. You just take it for granted, just send your water on the road and you're done. But then when it rains, the water will come back in your house. Now, one central aspect to do with energy is called passive design. I won't go into it today. Now, passive design is really about designing building elements in your house, in your building itself, which is regulated heat transfer. I'm going to give some examples as we go along. If you don't go for passive design, you have to go for active design in terms of mechanical ventilation and air conditioning. This is the, I would say, the fourth step we have taken in the Industrial Revolution. We started building boxes and we were in air conditioning because we are not having problems. But if you go a bit further back, we see our ancestors were integrating lots of passive design principles in our homes, and they were very comfortable without air conditioning. So in a way, we are discovering the old knowledge. Now, to be able to do that, it's very important to know about the sun, because passive solar design, the sun in the summer is quite higher, and in the morning and in winter it's a bit lower. So it means the sun during the day, which is around midday, will be somewhere here. You can very easily block it using a simple overhang like this. Whereas the morning and the evening sun is going to be along the horizon. Any glass that you have, glazed opening, the sun will just go inside and heat up the space, the flooring, which heat up your bed sheet, everything. So this is a very simple knowledge. If you have your house, typically in my workshop I do that. I ask people to draw a layout, and then when the sun starts arising, this is the low sun, and this is again the low sun. And when it goes around midday, this is the higher sun. If you have any glazing, like this blue thing there, which is low here, the sun will just go inside easily if you don't block it using trees or not with overhang. The same thing on the west, where the sun is normally said to be hotter. If you have glazing here, it's going to heat up your room. It's going to be like a furnace. On the other hand, if you have any openings here in the north, then, like the previous drawing showed, you have a simple overhang like this on your windows here. So it's a very simple knowledge, nothing complicated here. This type of simple knowledge empowers people to take action at their own individually. So a person can very easily draw a layout and understand, this room, for example, is heating up because the sun is coming inside my space directly and I can heat up it easily. Now, in terms of research work, it's possible to construct models like this. So this one is the plan, and to construct a model where you can do simulation. There's a software called Design Builder, which I personally use, and you can start generating temperature profiles inside these spaces, and in terms of cooling load, in terms of temperature, and you can also rotate all these things. As you do a simulation, it's a very nice tool to do that. And it's possible now to assess if you start shading these different spaces, or you use curtains, or you cover your roof, or you start a cold roof, what influence that would be in simulation before you actually do it. So briefly I will show you the results we've got, because this is not the topic today. So this was about the overhang. So the one in dotted here is a base case, so you don't have anything. And here we start installing overhangs of different depth. You can see how the cooling load reduces and the temperature. So I've done this for overhang, for vertical fins on the windows, for curtains inside. And for beach roofs, so what I've seen in Seychelles, all your roofs are beach, which is not the case in Mauritius. So maybe something I will bring back to Mauritius. With assess, if you actually have a beach roof, what would be the benefit? It does help in terms of common conflict. Yeah. So single pitch and double pitch. So this is something which I would not just in Mauritius. But the roofs here are made of metal sheets. So we need to assess what is that worth investigating in Mauritius. Now, roof shading is one of the major ones because in Mauritius, the flat roofs tend to allow lots of heat. So if we can shade the roof somehow, it's going to help. Okay, and full roof is just painting your roof paper. Yeah. So overall, the findings were that the flat roof in Mauritius is a major source of heat gain. Yeah. And second one, of course, like I said, if you have glazing where the sun is low, it's going to allow us. Now, another measure which I've seen in my apartment of fans, ceiling fans. So this, if you combine the passive design I've just explained with ceiling fans, going to help it. Now, like I just said, in Mauritius at the start, we are starting to get very warm summer, but very cold winter as well. Unfortunately, if you design a building, let's say, and you just put these measures I just mentioned, let's say you plant a tree next to your window, it's going to help you in summer, but in winter you will get cold. The same thing for your roof. I just mentioned our roof allow lots of heat in summer. But if you decide to cover the roof in winter, you will face the opposite. That's the drawback of the fixed passive measures, and this is where I'm coming forward with now. How can we automate this using AI? Let's set the background now. Let's go for the AI part. So this is a general block diagram how we could do that. So generally we can collect data of indoor conditions, and we can collect data about the outdoor conditions, the weather data. And then this is where we need some sort of knowledge base to decide when we activate these different passive measures, be it your roof shade or your vertical fins, or I'm going to give some examples as well. The first one are these sort of devices which we use on windows in the low elevation, in the east and west, where the sun is at the horizon, where overhang will not have. Now, if you have this sort of devices and you are at home or in your office, then you can decide when to open and close when the sun is in that field of view. But unfortunately, if you're not at home during the day, or you don't want to bother yourself to wait for the sun and then to control it, this is where you can start having these predictive models. And if you now have a predictive model, how, based on the external conditions and the indoor condition, how your building fabric is regulating condition. It's not a simple process. It depends on the thermal parameters of the block, of the glass, and the orientation of the building. It's not easy to do. This is why we need simulation to do that. And this is where I'm proposing that AI can develop this sort of models. Yeah, so this is one application. If you have this sort of devices, which are designed in mechatronics perspective, where you can automatically open and close this, then you can use AI models to decide when I will open it and when I will close it. Very simple one is our curtains. If you can't use the external one, then curtains are very simple, but your curtains should be automated. Same way like I just explained. Now, another very interesting solution I've developed for Mauritius, but equally applicable here, is called a solar chimney. So this block here is totally made of glass and has 4 openings, 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you open these 2 here, and when the sun shines on the solar chimney, it's going to create a draft upwards, and this is going to automatically create a passive fan. There's no electricity here. So when the sun is going to shine on this block here, it's going to draw air here, and if you have a LSM opening on the side, it's going to draw fresh air from outside. So you've got a fully passive fan without using electricity. So it's called a solar chimney. Now, interesting is if you now close these 2 and you open this one and you open this one, then you're going to start getting warm air going inside your building. If you need warming, you can just control these 2. Yeah. So in Mauritius, on the central plateau, in the middle is very cold, and on the coast is very warm. So along the coast, normally we're going to use this one, and this one could be used along in the center. Now this one is showing, actually it's a paper, you can refer to that, how we can use fuzzy logic to control the default operations. Like I just said, if you have B and C open, these 2 here, it's going to do cross-ventilation cooling. If you have A and D open, it's going to do heating. So you can have sensors inside your space and sensors outside, and you can just motorize these 4, and you can decide which one to open. It's going to have an automatically control system. Here we don't really need AI. Of course, fuzzy logic is a tool from AI, But this is quite simple to implement. You don't need advanced AI to do that. Now, another one which I have recommended for Mauritius, because we have flat roofs, is called roof cooling. Now, we know when the sun shines on the roof, it's going to create lots of heat gain. What if you have a layer of water on the roof only during the day? So you can have a very simple pump that's going to send water on the roof when required. So again, you need an AI model here to be able to predict the indoor condition. And your roof construction in Mauritius is cast concrete, 6-inch normally. So similarly, you can have an AI model to decide when do you send water on the top here. The good thing about this solution, in winter you don't need to send water because you want it to come in the house. It's a flexible design, very simple to implement, very simple to retrofit in existing buildings. Another one, which I'm recommending along with my community projects, are a simple solar shade like this. So this is a flat roof here. You can simply cover your roof with something like a solar shade, which is sold quite cheap. So the same way like for the water, you can have an automatic system to deploy and retract this, and you can decide what to do it using the app. Now this one is a current construction in Mauritius where we have concrete blocks which is hollow like this, and when the sun is going to shine, this hollow pocket space is going to be heated up a lot. So I've done experimental work to measure how much difference it will do if we have block air trap pockets like this, and if we could ventilate this facade here. It's a huge difference. In a similar way, now if you have a construction like this, you won't do anything. But if you have a construction like this, and this opening could be open and closed, then you have a flexible design in to decide when you open it and when you close it. Again, you can have AI models. Now this one is another one to do with wind capture. So if you just have a window here without this protrusion, not lots of wind will come into your space, especially if you have low wind pressure. But if you have a simple protrusion like this, you can very easily capture 2 to 3 times more wind. So again, if you have a system like this which can be hinged here, you can very easily, and this one, the beauty is you can also use it as a solar shade for low elevation. So let's say this side here, you can very easily shade this window. You can do 2 tasks. So again, you can use the AI model. Now coming to the water, the one I've just discussed is on energy. So a huge focus there on controlling heat gains to prevent overheating or to allow heat to come into your space when you want to heat. And AI can help a lot. The second one, like I was saying, lots of issues with water. And this diagram is actually told at primary level. We all learn this, how the water cycle works. Yeah? And we know that the water always goes to the ground and then fills our boreholes and then goes to sea. When it goes through the ground here, it is being filtered. All the debris left back, all the pesticides left back. If you send water to the sea through our drains, it's carrying all the rubbish, all the pesticide, and it's bad for the ecosystem, for the marine life. So water should never go in the drains. This is something important. Maybe you should enforce in station as well. I'm trying to do that for all the government. Because the policy at the moment is to design bigger and bigger drains as a solution to flooding, but this is not correct. The excess water should go in the drain. The water should go in the ground. This is how our world has been designed. Water should go in the ground. Now, one issue now, we see the natural state, and this is why we are building, constructing impermeable surfaces. Lots of water is remaining on the surface and does not know where to go. Now, how we can deal with that in an AI way? So we need to make that runoff desirable. Currently, you are saying when you get runoff, you are saying it is undesirable. You don't know what to do with it, you want to throw it away. But if you know how to infiltrate that in the ground or capture it for irrigation or washing, it's a good thing. Yeah. So we need to have models of weather prediction. We need to be able to know when it's going to have the next rainfall event. So if you're capturing that water in the tank, you need to know when to empty the tank so that the next water can be collected. This is where AI can help in terms of hydraulics of your site, because the percolation rate and so on depends a lot on the type of soil that you have, but also in terms of the rainfall pattern. Okay. Now, currently, if you do a review in this area, you see AI has been used a lot in terms of risk assessment, but at a macro level. Yeah. What we need is a contextualization at site level. Yeah. And this is where AI can help to develop and model how the water percolates into the ground, coupled to weather prediction. Then you can start controlling your rainwater capture system. Now, last one is our materials. Huge problem in Mauritius. This is the figures for Mauritius. We have 540,000 tons of waste landfill in Mauritius, and most of them are not recycled. We don't have that mechanism in place. Yeah. Now, again, the same issue is how can we make these materials not become waste but be desirable? Now, this diagram helps us a lot from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Let's look on the right-hand side there, all the possibilities we have. So the first one is about sharing, the next one is about maintaining and repair the very important part of the circular economy. So you can refurbish, and if you can't share or you can't refurbish or maintain, you can at least recycle it. This is the last loop. If you don't do any of them, then you are in a system, you're creating waste. Now, to be able to implement this sort of mechanisms in your community is proving a challenge for businesses. We say it's not profitable for me to come and collect these things. Yeah? So this is where AI can help in scheduling. Yeah? So based on behavior of people and how they are generating materials, because that's not predetermined. So if we could use AI models for specific communities to be able to inform these businesses when they should sell or collect, this is going to help a lot and make it more profitable. Okay, so just put the pieces together. The circular home project is about the energy dimension, like I mentioned. It's a lot on passive design, so that we don't need to invest in a lot of active systems. And AI can play a lot there in adapting these AI, these passive systems. So water dimension is very interesting that we can create AI models for contextualized site level. Yeah. And macro dimension, like I mentioned, we can assist in scheduling collections. Now, we always talk about KPIs. If we start implementing these sort of solutions in our communities, there are very simple KPI we can use to track progress over time. One for energy is very simple. If you implement passive energy, which is automated, you will see that your kilowatt hours reducing because you're not using air conditioning so much. This one is a bit more tricky. Currently, I would say most of the water we have would be going on the roads. But if you start infiltrating and collecting it, maybe you can have a figure to say what percentage of volume of runoff you are allowing to go to the ground. That's going to be a very good figure. And the macro dimension is quite simple. What percentage of volume of waste you're not sending to landfill? So this is 100% in all household in Mauritius. So as we start implementing this mechanisms with communities, we expect this figure to start going down. Ultimately, this is the target, maybe a far-fetched target. We should have zero runoff, means no runoff going into the road, zero energy and zero waste. Okay, this is my last slide. Just to put everything together, just I would say reinforcement learning is a promising type of AI system you can use to develop all these models I already mentioned. Reinforcement learning. You know what's a reinforcement learning? That's a very nice paradigm for us to use. I'll thank you all for your attention, and I'll be happy to hear from you.
Not really a question, but I had never seen those solar chimneys before.
Okay.
That was such a neat idea.
Solar chimneys are there in the literature, but they are black towers on buildings. You see them as black towers.
Oh.
But when we proposed that in Mauritius, they didn't highlight it. The architects know it's going to totally disturb our architecture. When I proposed this aluminium and glass one, that's like aesthetic at the same time beautiful. I think we're already out of time. We should move to other halls. So maybe we can, if you have any other views, we can discuss that in the day. If you're happy to discuss any idea, I'm very happy to hear from you. So I propose we now move to the halls and start with them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karachi, for this very insightful keynote address. Also to express further appreciation for your involvement and for your contribution to this conference, we have a special token from the organizing committee, to be presented by the VC on behalf of all the participants and also all the contributors. And again, on behalf of UNICE, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to everyone who has been behind this, the organization of this conference, who have made this event possible. Your dedication and hard work are to be commended. and we are truly grateful for your unwavering support. And now, dear delegates, the deliberations are about to start, and it will be an opportunity for you to share your experiences, discuss breakthroughs, and foster meaningful connections. I therefore invite you all to proceed to the session hall where you'll be able to follow in-depth presentations and participate in discussions about the many specific subjects related to the theme of today's conference. Our ushers are again outside, and they will guide you to the respective halls. Also, for housekeeping purposes and timekeeping purposes, please refer to the program for the timings of the different sessions and the breaks and length of discussions. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you.
co-chair for this morning hours. And my name is Sani. You can call me Yumi. Sorry. All right. I'm not so sure if we're supposed to do a roll call. Is everybody here?
Here, present.
All right. Okay, so welcome everybody to this session. My name is Insabisho, and I am a Malawian, from Malawi. If you've been there, thank you so much. If you haven't been there, probably I think it's the opportunity for me to invite you. We'll go by the session outline. The session outline which was shared through our emails. Of course, there are some of there's some changes in terms of the people who will be presenting. And yeah, I'll just like you to. Maybe we need an artificial intelligence to mute the noises that are coming from outside. All right, so this is artificial intelligence, and this is session, parallel session A. We're going to start with a presentation from Rolly, and she is she's coming from the University of Nelson Mandela. And of course, you do the introductions. The presentation is for 10 minutes. And we'll have 5 minutes for questions and for the questions to be responded to. Some questions will be given an opportunity to ask the questions. And also for the comments, it's also allowed. Yeah.
All right, I gave him an excuse on my surname. I'm Lori Becklerite from Nelson Mandela University, and I'm not going to try to pronounce the town that the university is in. They changed, it was used to be called, okay, to change tutors into teachers, especially in underserved areas in Africa. Now that's a big thing. Let me just tell you what we did beforehand. My co-authors, Muna Abu-Qassia and Mohammed Al-Bashir, are from Ibn Sina Medical University in Khartoum. Okay, but before Muna and Mohammed started working with me, we took GPT-4, which is the API behind ChatGPT, we hooked it to WhatsApp, and we configured it to be a mathematics tutor so we could help children in underserved areas get help with their mathematics when there were no teachers available. And there was a nice, for all of you who have ChatGPT, had to give them your credit card numbers and all of that stuff. There was a bit of a funding availability where people could say, I'll pay for 100 students, and we used WhatsApp security to, give people access, etc. And if you can read this, it's a little bit light. You can see it's configured as a Pythagorean tutor. It talks back and forth to the child. So the person says, hey there, comes back and says, how can I assist you with mathematics today? And this was me. I deliberately wrote it with bad spelling. I need help with geometry, with areas. Comes back and it chats. Of course, I'd be glad to help you with geometry. And I need help with Rex. GPT-4, if you have a big enough context, is smart enough to say, okay, you really need rectangles, and we can talk to you about average of a rectangle, how to do the areas of a rectangle, etc. Okay? That was simple. It's running at an NGO in Cape Town, etc. Let me just talk very briefly about how we did it. So, WhatsApp talks to Meta, Facebook. Okay, for anybody how to do that integration, you can pull your hair out doing that, which then talks to our server, which does certain permissioning, it does the logging, etc., which sends everything to the GPT-4 API, and we called it cross-hot, rather cute. And after we did it, and after it was reasonably successful, we said there were other things that we could tutor with the same type of logic, but it wasn't appropriate to do it on WhatsApp. And these were programming language tutors, Java tutors, C++ tutors, Python tutors, etc. And so we changed our architecture a little bit, that we still did have the WhatsApp integration, but we also had a web integration. And once we had a web integration going nicely, then we could have programming tutors. So this is a project that we're doing at Middlesex University in Mauritius, where we have a C++ tutor configured. And one of the hardest things was to stop GPT-4 giving the tutors all the code that they wanted. Okay, that was the hardest thing. Okay, so it greets the students, says, I'm here to help you with C++. Help me with the bubble sort. They always want bubble sorts. They want the full code. And our requirement is we will not give them the code with that bubble sort. You can try and try and try, and it says, sure, I'd be happy to help you. What do you know about it? Not really, I don't know anything. And it goes and it describes everything about a bubble sort. And that was done, honestly, with about 200 or 300 words of GPT prompt beforehand to get it configured to be a C++ tutor. And this was working fine. But now there are lots of other languages in Africa and the world besides English. What could we do for other languages, especially in Africa? So some of the first researchers we found were any Afrikaans speakers here. Dutch speakers. German speakers. I know there's German speaker here. I'm sure this is good Afrikaans. So if you laugh, you're not laughing at ChatGPT. Can you just read through a little bit of this for us?
Well, but I would fail.
Oh, okay. So this is in Afrikaans. Okay, it's a Dutch derivative language. I'm not even going to try either. But it says, good day, I do not understand Pythagoras' theorem. And it goes through and it describes Pythagoras' theorem. And we use researchers linguistic researchers to do the evaluation. It's perfect. I mean, if you think about it, Dutch and Afrikaans, it's all over the internet. The ChatGPT has no problems. So back out in Sudan, at Ibn Sina University, we have a nice project there with the ethics approval, so we can interview the students. We have got Arabic mathematics tutors, university level. Any Arabic speakers? Okay. So now, can you just read us a little bit of it and tell us whether it's good or not? You can't read so far?
Yeah, I think it's so far.
Okay, who's?
Like it says, like it's okay. We will discuss the main concept. Yeah.
Okay, so since we had an entire ethics approval for that, we could interview the students, and one of the questions that we asked was, could you chat with this person, just chat with this tutor, just like an Arabic-speaking mathematics tutor in Khartoum? And 90% and above said, yes, we can. They were very happy. No one complained about the Arabic. And if you think about that also, Arabic is a very literate language, and there's lots of Arabic sitting on the internet also. Anybody from Eastern Africa? Oh, goodness, okay. So we're up in Tanzania. This is Kiswahili. The Swahili, they say there's a little bit of problems with it. And if you think about it, you know, how often do you come across Swahili on the internet? There's a handful of countries, okay, not as much as Dutch and Arabic, etc. But it works and it's understandable, and no one's complaining. I mean, if they compare it to a lack of a teacher, they're happy. Okay, does anyone reckon anybody from Ethiopia? Oh, this is just a homogeneous place, isn't it? So we have an Amharic Java tutor running in Ethiopia, and it has some problems. Okay, it does absolutely have some problems, but it's running at university level, and the lecturers who are using it came back and said, you know, these guys at university level know how to work around the errors, the linguistic errors it's created. So for university people, they're happy in Ethiopia. Okay? So now the topic of this paper is we originally created a Java tutor in Arabic for Ibn Sina University. These were medical adjacent students who were going to be supporting doctors. They weren't necessarily going to be doctors themselves. They needed to learn Java programming. And it worked fine. I won't ask our guys in the back here to translate. I mean, I've got some translations here. But I'm amazed at how it handles the right. For those of you who don't know, Arabic's written right to left, and Java's written left to right. Okay, and ChatGPT knows all of that. You don't have to worry about it at all. But this was configured as a tutor. Okay? And that means that the student has to know a little bit in order to ask a question. How do I create a function? But what if he doesn't even know what a function was? Now, I do have the translation of this one up here, so I just want to keep track of my time. This person said, can I see an example? I stopped studying a while ago because of the war. And during this project, war broke out in Khartoum. I don't know who's fighting whom, okay, but it's playing havoc with everything up there. Schools have shut down, exams are canceled, war shatters Sudan, the education sector. So what we wanted to do, was there a way that we could change our tutor into a teacher, which could drive this conversation a little bit more? Everything else that we had been doing was the student had to drive the conversation. How do you do this? I don't know this, etc. Now we were getting students who were just saying, help me. Okay, so this was our experiment, and the exact changes in the prompts are in the paper, and I'm not going to go over all of that. I'm going to give some examples, and then we can chat about it. So what we actually did is we changed the prompt to actually have the syllabus in there that said, and the prompt have the entire syllabus, not page by page, but topic by topic. If you're a Java lecturer, you know those topics. And then this generalized prompt that says, you know, if the student is totally lost, and you can actually say things like that to ChatGPT. If the student is totally lost, give them the syllabus. Okay? And it works, and they go off, and they do it. All right? And the exact prompts, etc., are in the paper. So now, our research outcomes. Could we change tutors, which expected the student to drive the conversation, into teachers? It's easy to do. All right. You can put the general syllabus into the prompt, as long as it's a topic that GPT can chat about. You don't have to put the whole course notes in there, just the topics, etc. But there are a couple issues, and the prompts get very large. And for those of you who do, anyone here do GPT-4 programming, that you have an account, etc.? Yeah, they charge you by the number of tokens that go up and down. And so our costs went up dramatically. We were having students run up $10 a night, cost, and that might not sound like a lot for you Western Europeans, but for someone in Africa who's trying, poor academics, That was a lot of money. So, absolutely easy to do. Now, 4.5, we haven't changed over to 4.5 yet because there was some problems with the mathematics that was generated, but it is supposed to be cheaper. What happened when we changed to 4.5? The mathematics was coming out in LaTeX instead of plain text, which WhatsApp had a problem with, but we might be changing that. So, if there's any questions, and if there's any researchers who would like to do a small project with us, email me and we can chat about it.
Oh, thanks so much, colleague.
Okay.
Right on time.
Sorry?
You're
Yeah, we'll do it in Chichewa. Well.
awesome.
You're going to email me
Yeah,
this
okay,
one.
let's do
Okay.
that. Thanks so much. So, any questions for colleague? Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Daniel from Ghana.
From Ghana?
Yes.
Ah,
please.
okay.
Yeah, this is very impressive. But my only concern is that what are some of the measures put in place to ensure that students don't use this as an advantage to cheat in terms of maybe using it for doing their assignment instead of.
Okay, so it is a tutor. Is it cheating for your parents to hire a tutor to help you? Is it? You answer me. If your parent pays a tutor to help you at night with your homework, is that cheating? Okay, so then this is not cheating, right? But we did not want to just give them answers, and that was the most difficult part. And if they just want answers, for example, in Mauritius, the lecturer just says, you guys, go get your own ChatGPT account. If you want code, go pay for it yourself. We're not paying for it. This is a tutor. Yeah.
Very well. Just maybe no question, but suggestion concerning the cost point. Maybe we have tried because I don't think I'm not sure if you can for GPT-4 already, but you can for 3.5, and you can fine-tune versions. And like because fine-tuning just costs money once, and then afterwards you can use it in different forms. So this might be a sort of solution for the cost problem for other problems.
GP with 3.5, we could not stop them from giving everybody a bubble sort.
It's not that clever, but
Yeah.
you can fine-tune form,
Yeah.
you can get around the
Yeah, okay, no, point taken, yes.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Just a quick one. I think it's from the user perspective. There are issues around connectivity and the cost of data. Whether say in a war situation, is there an ideal way of ensuring connectivity to the...
No, in fact, we have another paper just been accepted about doing things specifically in a war situation. It's got to work on what's up. It's easier in a war situation. It's easier for the students to keep their phones charged and not their laptops charged. So we do have people learning Java on their phones, and it's just because they can't charge their laptops. Whereas in Khartoum right now, there are people with little solar things that are selling recharge stations, etc. But no, it does require connectivity, and when the internet goes, the tutor goes. Okay, unfortunately. Okay, if you have any other questions, you can join me for coffee.
Thanks so much. Alright, so I was told to present the certificate to you. A little bit before we go to the next agenda. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
I don't know if there's a camera.
No, that's fine. You're handsome enough.
Alright, so our next presentation is coming from ID number 3, right? So you do his introductions and also explain about the topic about let's pay attention. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning to all. I will be talking about application of AI in regenerative dentistry, and I will share my talk with my colleague Andre. Both of us are on the picture. Maybe we were in the middle of discussion about AI. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee to provide us possibility to be here in Mahe. It is my second time here, and I have to say I'm very glad I'm back. We flown from Slovakia, from Bratislava. Yes, it's very far from here, and if I want to describe Slovakia, I can say it's a country in the middle of the Europe, and the capital city is Bratislava. I told you this is my second time in Mahe. I'm very glad to be here because you have a very nice nature, very nice beaches, with very nice sea. We do not have beaches, we do not have sea, but we have very nice countryside as well. We have a high country, so we have mountains with very nice lakes. We have very nice countryside with great history. We have a lot of castles, for instance, Orava and Spiš, and so on. We are from Comenius University, which is largest and oldest university in Slovak Republic. It was established in 1919, so we celebrated 100 years several years ago. Recently we have 13 faculties which offer a wide range of education in different fields. We have a lot of undergrad and post-undergrad students. Recently we have more than 23,000 students, and we have more than 2,500 teachers and researchers. And the university is based in Bratislava, which is the capital city of the Slovak Republic. We are from Faculty of Medicine. It's the oldest faculty at the university, and we provide two study branches. We have general medicine students and also dentistry students. We have also undergrad, also postgraduate students. I'm a biologist. I'm working at the Institute of Biology and Medicine, and belong to my most important study and research fields belong tissue engineering and regenerative medicine. It's multidisciplinary fields which combine three basic pillars. Uses cells, uses virus, bioactive molecules, and also scaffolds. All of them are applied to produce or to fabricate biologically active tissues, or they are used to induce regenerative process in our body. And in this field, AI seems to be very supportive, because by using AI, we can produce artificial tissues with well-defined structure to make precise, personalized medicine, because we can prepare the structure which fit to the patient. We can propose the structure, but not only the shape, but we can propose an internal structure. For instance, we can obtain very important information about porosity. We can also obtain information about the size of pores, because it's very important for cells, which are used for the colonization of these tissues, or artificial tissues, or so-called scaffolds. And they provide them not only mechanical support, but they also actively affect their biological characteristics. And some are even such as proliferation, migration, and also differentiation into different types of cells. And in more detail fashion, about application of AI will continue with my colleague Andre.
Here's the next one. So I will just finish just my colleague over and introduce you our faculty. My name is Turzo, Andrei Turzo, and I'm a dentist. I'm pleased to be here with you. And it's also, I'm not going to repeat the words of my colleagues, but I feel the same. And I'm happy to be here together with our former student, Marlene, which is from Seychelles actually. And so for us, it's really pleasure to be here with you. So carry on with my colleagues' opening topics. We use AI to define the shape of the scaffold. Scaffold is a house. Imagine as an empty house where there's nobody living. We 3D print it with maybe hydroxyapatite or something. And before we create this 3D shape, we need to know exactly what shape we need. So we start with typically cone beam CT data. I think many of you know what's a cone beam CT. It's a CT which is a little bit different from typical hospital CT, but we segment it. And this lecture is that AI is helping us to segment the CT. We don't need to do it manually. So typically it took me 4 or 5 hours to segment the CT into some shapes. Now the AI will process it very fast and define the structures which we need to create a complementary scaffold. So for example here, if your tooth is extracted, your mandible is reducing in that place. The bone disappears. So maybe creating augmentation, something like this, is empty scaffold. Imagine hydroxyapatite, 3D printed, burned. Then the shape, thanks to the segmented mandible from the CT, could be actually fitting your situation. And then we could inhabit the cells of yours. We typically take your cells, we need special cells, we call them mesenchymal stem cells. Those cells will provide you, maybe in the future, immortality and beauty forever. But right now, those cells are, I usually call them for my students, those cells are like you, not decided what they are going to be. And we could help them to decide what they are going to be. So these mesenchymal stem cells, even in the surrounding of hydroxyapatite, this is a 3D printed hydroxyapatite scaffold, they differentiate into bone cells, for example, or maybe dental cells or other applications. So what this topic is about, we have CT. And CT, we could segment manually. We could define the shapes according to Hounsfield scale. That yes, this is the bone, this is the soft tissue, this is the skin, and etc. But the CT is the basic input, and then we create the complementary STLs, stereo, you know, it's a 3D model of. So segmentation. Finally, it looks like this. This takes the system 4 minutes. The software, for example, which is capable to do this is I think it's called DiagnoCat, but there are many others. So creating the segmentation, you see, we see in the panels for alveolar nerve, particular teeth, maxillary bone, mandibular bone, and etc., etc. So this AI is providing us the dynamics. To present workflow, we segmented 24 CVCTs, so we know it works, and actually, rarely, we just skipped the wisdom teeth for some unknown reason. So there are mistakes, but we are already there, and probably easing this workflow for scientists, for many of you, will speed up the process significantly. and the segmentation which is necessary to define the shape of the complementary scaffold is now 4-minute question, not 4 or 5 hours, which you could have done previously. So the results, yes, we find out something that is not surprising to many of you. It's faster, more efficient, but there are still mistakes. So the take-home message would be, yes, we are there. It's possible, but it needs to be tested. It needs to be researched. It needs to be researched independently, not by the company creating the software. So, but definitely, this is going to be the new workflow for creating the 3D personalized shapes. So the conclusion, yes, this is the future of scaffold design. So AI is invading the worlds of us, and even the regenerative dentistry for us, surprising but very helpful. So thank you for your attention in this part of the presentation. And this is our team. We cooperate with Technical University, Slovak Technical University in Bratislava. Particularly, this is a faculty of chemical and chemical faculty, we call it typically. And those are technical brains, and we combine it with biologists and medical brains, and this gives us a nice result. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thanks so much. You have another presentation.
Yes.
But for this one, if there are questions, comments, yeah, it's good to have you back here. Yeah. This is my first time. This will be my second. I mean, it will be another time, a second time for me as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Do we have questions for Andrew? Before we go into the presentation?
Forgive my ignorance. I'm a mechanical engineer.
It's like I think most of you.
I'm always thinking about this regenerative cell development. Whether that improves the likelihood of mutations into cancerous cells, or alternatively, whether it can also have specific advantages against cancerous cell development. I'm just looking at maybe dental oncology applications and possibilities thereof.
So your question is if this process is somehow linked? I'm not clear.
If the process can initiate, say, mutation of cells, which can lead to cancers, or alternatively can inhibit cancer.
Maybe I can answer it.
That's a good question for that.
We usually works with the biomaterials which are safe. They affect the behavior of cells, but they do not produce malignant cells. So it depends which type we use. We mainly use chondrocytes or osteoblasts, and many times mesenchymal stem cells. And we also use different bioactive molecules which are safe, and our results provide this that we do not have any sign of malignant transformation.
And the converse is to say, can you use that also to treat cancer somehow?
Yes, we can, for instance, in case of bone cancers, we can use scaffolds which are prepared from hydroxyapatite or tricalcium phosphate, and they are safe.
To give you some trivia answer, which is interesting, these scaffolds are parts of the body where we put the mesenchymal stem cells of yours. So the body is not rejecting them. But another approach is even not using scaffolds. Just recently, there was a new teeth activated by regenerative medicine. So it is a regeneration of the organ as a whole. So for anybody with a cancer who needs his own original parts, we are not going to cure the sick parts of the body. We are probably in the future are going to swap them. So like we need a new liver, and to treat the old one sick is more difficult and probably very difficult to achieve the success. So maybe very soon we are going to use mesenchymal stem cells to create. But so far we need scaffolds. We need somewhere to place them, but in the future probably. So Let me follow up with a similar topic, and this is a little bit more boring than these cells things, but maybe more interesting to some of us. AI automated cephalometrics. In orthodontics, we do cephalometrical analysis of the face, of the bone structures, of the skull to diagnose you as a patient. If you need orthodontic surgery, if you need braces, it's typical workflow. We do the cephalometric analysis. And of course, it's a difficult process. You do it manually. Typically, you had X-ray, you place this paper over it, and then you define the points. But now, the typical workflow, it's done on the computer. But we still define the points, Nasion, Labella, Menton, and others. And it takes typically 30, 40 minutes to be really in 3D cephalometrics. But now, of course, AI systems are coming. And these AI systems are analyzing directly CDCT of the head and define the points, analyze the points, and do the cephalometrics for us. It's like automated analysis of the structures of the skull. So the topic about is, let me tell you a few words about our university. I'm not going to repeat Professor Danicovic, but yes, we are oldest and first university in Slovakia. We are founded in 1919. I was just wondering and asked yesterday, Bart, Google, what actually happened in 1919? What happened? What's the interesting thing? You give me some really nice feedbacks, like electric pop-up toaster was invented. I didn't know electric pop-up toaster is an invention, but it changed the breakfast forever for most of the world. And yes, there was a new, this is not a portable, it's a phonofilm. Phonofilm, it means they invented the film, which was the picture and sound at the same time. In 1919, many people say, okay, it was a long time ago. But those small inventions changed the world significantly. For example, in our medicine, the vitamin C was firstly separated by Hungarian, or Einstein's theory of general relativity was confirmed by eclipse of the sun. So there are many things happened in 1919. For us, it was foundation of our university. So let's go on to the 3 analyses of the CDCT. This is a CDCT. Your dentist might have it. Typically, we do full head CDCTs, and we get DICOMs from that. There's a format you probably know. The DICOMs are just the slices. And when we create the 3D shape of the slices, we need to process the data. And of course, there's a manual approach which takes one slice by one slice, defining this black color is air, and these shades of gray is, yes, this is a bone, this is animal, this is muscle. But this is now processed with AI, and it really helps us a lot. It speeds up the process. So the bone CT is a typical data we get from the human. So we have this data of the patient, we segment them, as you have seen in the previous lecture, and we can analyze them. Even we could analyze them without the segmentation process. So this AI cephalometric analysis, this is how it looks like. We are already in 3 spaces, 3D space. It could be automated by AI. What is important? AI is revolutionizing right now all the workflows, I guess. Everybody who's sitting here has his own world where the AI is doing something, and it's changing, it's shifting the workflows. And in medicine, for us, it was really necessary to link the bridge between the technical part and the data we have on the patient. So it creates the bridge. And for us, suddenly, we are doing things not 3-5 times more effectively. We do analysis in 2-4 minutes, which do 40 minutes. And we are more precise, more effective, and actually it seems to be more reliable. So in this lecture, I'm showing you that we are actually moving forward. It needs to get some certifications. It needs to be evaluated by other doctors before it's officially implemented. But very soon we will change, the medicine will change, where we as a doctors will be second opinions to AI. This is a really unfortunate problem, but very high probable development of the situation. Maybe we have 10 years, still we are doctors and the AI will be second opinion. But in 10 years, it will be probably the same as you are building a house and guy who is a statist, makes the statistic project of for the safety of the building, brings you a paper. And all the calculations are done by paper with his pencil. Right now you will feel probably not very comfortable with these calculations done by pencil. And if he tells you, yes, I did it with the computer, that's okay, that's the workflow. So maybe when you are suspicious that you have a cancer, the AI systems will go through the blood analysis of yours and many other data, combining it like maybe you have seen Dr. House approach. Somebody will finally take over all your data, unless you are president. Typical doctor doesn't go through your data from 10 years ago. So now the systems are able to do that, and for us in medicine, this is a breakthrough. So AI analysis and cephalometric analysis has moved, but remember, those AI algorithms could be and are typically biased because they were trained on not typical populations. In US, there was recently a huge scandal that AI system analyzing your blood samples and pressure was biased because it was trained on Caucasian types and it was harming Afro-Americans. And who was responsible for that? The IT guy said, well, we just trained it, whatever. We didn't say you could use it on everyone. So be careful about those AI systems being biased. They are, as human would be biased because the data he educated himself was just no typical sample of the population which they are applying. So they are biased. Well, they are also losing some data because not every X-ray is ideal. Sometimes we have some noise there. So it could even fine-tune those technologies. So finally, what would be the conclusion? We could say the improvement of accuracy and consistency of algorithms is significantly improved. Some of my colleagues say, give me 10 years, I'll retire. Probably 5 years, they are safe. But in 10 years, you just cannot ignore this process. Like you try to ignore a calculator, or you are trying to compete with calculator. How fun it would be if you try to do that and you just hate everyone who is using the computer or using calculator because it's not fair. You should do it on the paper. So we are drifting in medicine in this way. And in 10 years from now, probably it will be very, very different. So remember the bias. Finally, AI cephalometric tracing is here. But as our research goes down, we have found some mistakes. And this is dangerous because when a doctor makes a mistake, you can personalize this. But when AI system does a mistake, there's like nobody to go to jail or nobody responsible in some way. So those things should be developed. And I think if European Union is good in something, it's in regulations. So we have this AI regulation regulating many things. So maybe there will come something good from this. But probably AI should be really approached open head. And as there was mentioned in my perfect presentation of our colleague, cheating. Right now in the university we are dealing with this, and we are just facing, even if you are suspicious that student was cheating with AI, if you cannot prove it, why to go into this fight you cannot win? So, and actually the AI support will be integrated in the Word or many data text processors automatically. So it will be the question if the text is your genuine. It will be processed with AI. It will help you to create the flow, and probably those questions will not be relevant anymore in 10 years. It's cheating. It's like you are using right now the text editors. Are you cheating? You're not writing it on paper. You use synonymous, thesaurus. You use many tools which are already helping you with text. So maybe the ideas, yes. And whoever is here and who has brainstormed his ideas with AI, it's remarkable chance to go on. So I think the AI is helping us on many fields, and I would like to thank our government supporting our research in some way. So, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
All right, thanks so much, Andrew. So we had a presentation on education, and this was on health. Thanks so much.
If there are any questions.
If there are questions, you have questions for Andrew? All right, no question? Are we afraid of Andrew or? That's very much. Okay, so I'll call the next presenter who is me. Alright, thanks. So I'll be presenting on the topic that we have here. Like I mentioned before, my name is Tilisan. I work with an institution called Lighthouse Trust. It's a health institution. It's a big, or one of the biggest institutions which deals with HIV and AIDS program. My research, of course, was done together with the University of Malawi and together with Dr. Kondwani Ali. And basically, the topic for this is to do with prediction and antiretroviral therapy treatment failure in the context of Malawi. And we're using some computing as the modeling approach that we have. So again, this is my first time being here, so I'm really grateful for picking this paper to come and present it here. So to begin, we know HIV and AIDS, right? It's one of the big troubles for most of the developing countries, and Malawi has been one of the countries which has been really struggled with this pandemic. But still, up to now, we do not have the cure for HIV AIDS. But I think to say that we have ARVs or ART, antiretroviral therapy, which is there to kind of help whoever is affected to kind of restore immune function of his body or her body. So that's the core function of antiretroviral therapy. And however, when we're talking about treatment failure, we're talking about that whole purpose being defeated or being nullified, and which leads people to kind of get sick more and also cause people to die. So what is ART treatment failure? Basically, it's just the status of the ARVs not being able to control the infection. So for the diagnosis or determination of this particular situation, healthcare providers usually they do reviews on the patients. They go through their document, their history, their treatment, and they do the assessment to see if there are potential treatment there. There are guidelines which are followed, which are being recommended by the WHO. And simply because we have this routine thing which has to take place in the context of countries like Malawi have shortage of experts. Usually, not many doctors are deployed in the health centers or hospitals. Only medium cadres, we call them clinicians, will be able to help in terms of managing the cases. So we have a very huge shortage, and also we have increasing numbers in terms of cases of treatment failure. Just to give an example, one of the assessments, so for ART we have different regimens. There's first line, second line, and third line. For second line, it's higher than first line, and for that analysis, usually there's a group of experts, the whole country, a committee which sits to discuss and review the video cases that come there. So there was an assessment which was done by Dr. Hare, just to see the turnaround time of these reviews for just one case. Just imagine 21 days and up to 166 days, still reviewing and not really classifying that patient on what they're supposed to do. In case there's need to change the medicine, it means by that time probably the patient might die or may worsen before they get assistance. So the location of the data where we get this is from Lighthouse. And Lighthouse operates big clinics in high value cities. In this case, we're looking at Lilongwe, which is the capital city. We have two main clinics that are being managed by Lighthouse there. And we have two cities in the southern part of Malawi. And we have Blanca and Lilongwe. And we also manage the other one, which is at the far north, but at this time it was still not a center of excellence. So currently we, for Lighthouse, it is managing about 85 patients who are alive and they are on treatment. I was just looking at the population of Seychelles, it's about 92 or somewhere there. Yeah. Close to just the people who are being treated by this institution. So we're also using electronic medical record systems. So probably we have vast data, which is exploited in this. So looking at what we have currently, for the health facilities that we have in Malawi, data is there, but we do not use the data for any kind of AI or data processing for predictions or some sort of like intelligence insights from the system. Basically, the process is manual, and we've seen that probably it's an efficient way of doing it. So we thought that we have to try to see if AI could help in there. Using self-computing modeling. So for the methodology, we used the common standard, which is used in data processing or data mining, which is called cross-industry standard process for data mining. And in this, we are looking at these different stages that are within this framework or within this standard process. The first thing is to understand the business. From my background, I'm not a medical person, so basically I think understanding the whole medical reviews and the different terms that are in there. So we have to follow this. We have to follow this cycle to make sure that we're able to get started. So next approach, we have qualitative and quantitative. We had to look at some of 17 experts, and simply following the ethnographic study where we have to be within the institution and learn through observation and also participating in different forums. Yeah, from the database that we have for the patients, we extracted about 10,000 patients for the period of 2017-2022. And from this, by doing the transformations and also filtering out some of the patients that did not have insufficient data, we ended up having 1,722. For 18, that was population for people who had treatment failure, who were indicated to be failing on treatment, and 912 was for those who did not fail on treatment. So I think this is just a process. I'm not so sure if we're able to see. Basically, I think for the polytechnic, we're trying to understand the different factors of treatment failure, and just to give us a context for us to use to do the extractions in the database. So we had a number of factors and different information that we had recorded from the interviews and observations, and we had to check within the patient database to see if this existed. Not all of them existed, but some of them were extracted. And we also checked some of the relevant ones that we have used. So this is the extraction process, and the end result we have used a fact table which had all the required data variables, so data points for us to start using it. So we use artificial neural networks, and we developed that using Python 3, using character classifier as backend, and for the different layers, we have layers for the hidden layers and the second one for the outcome layer. It was a binary classification, and we had a total of 17 variables. We had so many variables, but the ones that were used in the final model was 17 and 60 and 120 epochs. And just to see from the data, in terms of correlation for the different variables that we had seen there, we see some big correlations for different variables. For example, if someone was in a category of 1 to 5 years, they had this kind of risk. And for us to get this, of course, we had to minimize it at a cutoff of 3.5, 0.3 correlation, piece of correlation variable. So I'm not so sure if you're able to see, but this is mastica, and if somebody has fever, has high correlation, and if somebody was losing weight in the course of this treatment, we see it's also highly correlating there. And somebody was also not adhering to the medicine, we're also having that kind of. So basically, there are also some of the variables that were also inducing each other. So we had to see if probably taking these out would also optimize. So probably we had less variables, but we have 14. To check the feeding, these are the graphs that show us that probably something was happening, right? In terms of the conclusion, of course, we thought that probably if we could try this sort of computing model, that would be something that can help us. So this proposes a technical, practical framework for us to utilize the soft computing techniques, and in particular, we're talking about artificial neural networks. So so within the process, we also noted that the major variables like viral load, CD4 count, we did not have sufficient data, and most of the data was also kept offline on the database systems. So we couldn't extract anything to have. So we had to see if we could still proceed without these major variables. So despite the missing predictors, we were able to do the modeling. And also one of the questions that we had to ask for the healthcare workers, we had to ask if they would be confident to have this system running and so on. So probably I think they had to give a preference that probably we have to have the system run alongside the healthcare workers. We may have a review of patients and classifications, but still the healthcare worker has to take it and do some action. Yeah, this is my last slide, and thanks so much for your attention. I just special recognition, of course, to the funders of the main program. They fund us mainly on patient management, the CDC and other PEPFAR. And Lighthouse is the one implementing and keeping all this data for Investment Malawi, helping on this research. Also, just to say we have vast data. If you're interested in doing research with data from Lighthouse, probably this could be, you could be one of the grants or funders for this. Thank you. All right. Yeah. I don't know if there are questions. I don't know if there are questions to me. The next presenter is coming from, the topic is beyond the average. Let's hear from
Okay. Good morning. Nice to be here. And we moved from Malawi to the north. I come from Finland. We have -5. And so I'm going to be here. My background is from University of Helsinki. We have some 30,000 students and 408 years of history. So I was just curious to know how in our faculty of social sciences, our university colleagues, researchers use language models in their research. Universities have to renew. They have to be conservative to be there for ages, like 480 years. At the same time, they have to radically be the creators and in the front line of development. So I was just curious to know. Here is a figure of myself and my co-author. Made by Firefly So I think it's still a little rough. I try to use commands like put a little more muscles. So, but it's getting better. There's the paper for more information. Yeah, language models part of the game. All big tech companies have their own engines, and you can see some of the applications like in the right box. We have like, so I'm social science doing like more like qualitative stuff. So Atlas TI, for example, is a program for analyzing the contents of interviews or some other material. So, and there is a regulatory gap in our university and universities in general in using these tools. And a very good example is somebody mentioned that Europe is very good at regulating things. So, yeah, general data protection directive that basically makes life very difficult. For example, you cannot, interview materials are considered as confidential. So you cannot just put your interview data in ChatGPT and ask it to analyze it. Absolutely impossible. But if you use our university has a license for Atlas TI that uses ChatGPT 4. So you can use the same ChatGPT to analyze the interview materials if you use it through Atlas TI. Our university doesn't have a clue what is happening there. And this is a very big of situation. So this little study was, I think it's already past, outdated, but certain kind of baseline study how research colleagues in my field use language models. We did a survey, we had 33 interviews, and here are the 5 key findings. So first survey was in June, and second one was in October. So it's the fastest spreading application, these language models in the world. So overall, my colleagues are not very commonly using language models, but in this time, in less than half year, the number of colleagues who use in research increased from 25 to 35%. And second finding was, so it's using, if you use slightly or if you consider that it will significantly change your way of doing research. So here's the distribution of answers. So only 9.4 consider that their research practices are significantly transformed. So I think if we do the same survey in half year, this will be a very different answer. And here is interesting. In all research, you have certain cycle of conducting. I think it's similar in engineering or social sciences. So it starts from, well, I will say that first you have certain analytical framework, but data collection, analysis, and reporting and editing are kind of parts of the research cycle. And as you can see here, most social scientists use language models currently for editing their and reporting their publications. But what is interesting is that data collection is not something that you find currently physical ways. What is this? This was very interesting, and we got some more insight from this developing models and concepts, because in social sciences it's a question of not only collecting data but interpreting what is meaningful in this data. And some colleagues use it to very sophisticated questions like developing metaphors or analogs for understanding complicated phenomena. So language models are kind of way to develop such conceptual tools. Interestingly, everybody wants to learn more, and peer learning is something that works. So even though they are scientific colleagues used to read a lot of books and articles, but what they would like to have our university offer is peer learning from some other colleagues who already use such tools, and getting engaged in some community of digital scientists or some progressive colleagues who already know how this works. And here is again intentions, what are being expected to happen in the future. So this is somehow self-evident. So here you can see we also use these tools in analyzing our 33 interviews, reporting. So we are in a loop. And what, like in the first presentation today, it was impressive how transcriptions are automated. Even in Finnish language, we only have 5 million plus speakers, so everything works pretty well. So some findings picked up from the interviews. So my colleagues, social scientists, are normally the expectation of their role in society is to criticize many things. They are also very critical or skeptical about the possibilities, feasibility of language models in conducting their research. And so there are many complications, data quality, and lots of connection to the facts, and accuracy of language models. These are the main skepticism, and they are somehow, I think, in a naively positive that they don't expect language models to change their life, but I would like to record this in history. Let's see what happens in half year. So I'm on the other side of the spectrum.
There's only going to be 5 PCs in the world.
Yeah, this is a little similar situation. And well, there is some nice, one of younger colleagues said that he doesn't want to use language models because he's just an initiating scholar, and he considers that researchers has to have a kind of very sharp sword, and he wants to sharpen it first before he starts using some automated tools. So he wants to take care of his own tools, weapons. So here you can see some quotations from, and this is a serious risk, and I think this is a systemic risk. I don't know what will happen to our scientific peer review system. It will definitely increase the production of articles, probably copy-pasted. Certain fields are more easy to be kind of replicated, or text materials can be. But for example, in social studies of science, there is a tendency to have very complicated theoretical constructs, and those might be a little more challenging for language models currently to replicate the context. Whereas in some other fields under social sciences, like governance and administration studies, such models are less dependent on the linguistic sophistication level. So there is more kind of formal concepts that apply. So I think in those areas there is high risk that the quantity of papers is just exploding. Here are some quotations, and I'll start to read through them. And this is something, as I mentioned, this tendency of looking at a little in an idealistic way, many things that language models are currently helpers doing some little things there. And overall, researchers feel uncertain about the future. They don't really know where is it going to be. So, I don't want to spend your time too much in the details. This was like one case study saying that currently in social sciences in our university, seems researchers are not yet fully inspired or engaged in using language models. Editing is the most used of the different functions in the research cycle. They are eager to learn, peer learn from each other. There's a lot of uncertainty, concerns of flow quality, and that the peer review system will be stuck with the low quality papers. So this was the case study. There are some more facts, but I just wanted to communicate that this field is really in a dynamic situation now. Thank you.
So I'll just comment on the challenges in peer review. I think it's such an opportunity to do better peer review, because the number of times when I get a turn-it-in report on my background section, that just, it's stupid. It's, it's not peer reviewing, it's not looking at the content of the paper. And you don't want me to quote my sources,
Yeah.
So I think the challenges, they are there, but you'll get better quality papers.
But this is also my personal view, but if you look at our researchers or colleagues, how they use language models in teaching. So currently this is the only part where there is some regulation provided by our university. For research, no regulation, so it's a regulatory gap. But in teaching, I know that some teachers require that their students use in all their exams and essays language models to raise the quality, to jump into the next level, whereas some others are totally the opposite. They forbid. So there is 100% thinking. The truth is somewhere in the middle.
Is it allowed them to use word processors?
Yeah.
Can they use a computer?
Sure. Yeah. So it's a wild question. Or no?
Thanks so much, Mika.
Okay, yeah. Interesting.
Do you have more questions?
Okay, thanks.
If you have questions, you can meet him. So for the next presentation, we were supposed to have the topic 384 under intelligence modeling, hydro out, but they are not here. So probably we'll move to the next presenters, 401, towards AI cloud continent. Elisa?
Yes.
No problem.
So here I'm Elisa Rojas from Universidad de Alcalá, Universidad de Alcalá of University of Alcalá in Spain. in my case, I'm coming from the computer network field, so slightly different. I'm trying to take the AI knowledge into my field, and I'm going to present some perspective and some ideas about how to include AI in the specific field of IoT, and more specifically, this IIoT, which is Industrial Internet of Things networks. Okay? So, first of all, just a bit of introduction. As you know, the network is coming from the core. Usually in our field, all the intelligence of the network was in the core of the network, the transport network, and all devices were the same, like big routers, what we call the internet usually, okay? But lately, with 5G technologies and so on, the intelligence of the network is moving towards the user, which we call the edge of the network, okay? What I mean, this is kind of a representation, our representation of what's called this cloud computing to edge computing, okay? This intelligence at the edge is trying to move farther and farther to the user, even to our, for example, mobile devices. Probably you have been to some massive event, for example, I don't know, a soccer match, or maybe a music festival, and you know that you lose the connectivity, okay? Even if you have the resources, our mobile phones are more and more, have more computational resources every time, okay? But they are not being used, because we still rely on the antennas, and we still rely on the core network to transport our information, okay? So this is really interesting, because if we use the computational resources of our own mobile, maybe we could transmit our information just using our mobile devices. If you are in a music festival and you don't have connectivity to the antenna, but maybe you have mobile connectivity with all the mobiles, and you can connect to your friend, which is lost, okay, through all the mobile devices. As a reference, this came into many hype new terms, let's say, okay? So cloud computing is becoming edge computing. You will also see for computing means computing, and lately many of them they say edge to cloud continuum, or even simply cloud continuum, okay? And in this field, the computation and the network is being mixed. Because traditionally computing were the servers, okay? And networking, it was the links and the transport of the information, okay? But moving the intelligence towards these small devices makes that computing and networking is merged, okay? We are losing like the borders among both concepts. Okay, so this has been fostered by several technology. For example, in 5G, many of you might know like software-defined networking and network function virtualization, just as a reference. And in the case of AI, for 6G, the two main topics are AI and IoT, okay? So AI is intended to be used for networking, to help predicting networking behavior, but also networking can be used for AI, because if you need some federated learning environment in which several agents need to communicate, networking can also help AI, okay? What happens in the case of industry? Well, we were analyzing a bit the trends, and checking for Google Scholar, we were looking for key terms, and just as a reference, you can see that this orange line is the cloud continuum keyword, okay? So we were looking for specific keywords, and cloud continuum is like completely emerging, okay? And growing every day. If you check for the citation, this is true that industry 4.0, 5.0, even 6.0, you know, everybody likes to put a new number in the keyword, has the more citation, but cloud continuum is growing, okay? And finally, we also look for the titles, and industry, IoT, and AI is like a very hot topic right now, if you look for references, okay? What are the main use cases envisioned by industry and 5G and 6G? generation. Some examples, for example, consider collaborative robots or aerial vehicles or guided cars, okay? So this is really important because, for example, in the logistics warehouse, if you have to move the package from one side to another, these drones or UAV can help a lot, okay? And in this case, AI is very critical, it's very important because you need the communication among those devices, and also AI helps like predicting where those devices are moving, or if they relate in several gateways, into which gateway they should connect as they are moving, okay? Also, as you can see here with the hand, like the robotic hand, if you are taking some important element on the industry, and this is very dangerous, you need backup communication channels, because if the channel fails, you need to have a backup so that the communication keeps flowing and the robots doesn't do anything silly or maybe harmful, okay? So this is also helped by AI, okay? There are many other use cases, which are also in the articles that you can read them, like positioning, or even cyber-physical environments, or just for remote working. And what does the standardization organization, some of the main standardization organizations say? I highlighted three of them. First of all, the ONF, which recently merged into the Linux Foundation, okay? So they have several projects that I'm only pointing here, just for you as a references. So all of them, for example, ETSI or 3GPP. 3GPP is currently standardizing 5G and 6G with several organizations across the world. Okay, even if it's called 3G, they are standardizing 5G and 6G. Okay, and all of them are starting to consider the final user device. Okay, in this case, this is drone as a mobile, and it could be the robot in the industry or wherever. Okay, so moving the intelligence from the network to these small and constrained devices. They don't have all the computational resources available, so they have to do what they can with their constrained resources. Okay, this is, for example, ETSA from CGD. Okay, so going through the challenges and opportunities. After analyzing all the boards, I would like to highlight what we found is missing. Maybe some research ideas if you are working with. First of all, we believe there is a lack of mixed expertise between industry and academia. This is true. But if you look for different papers in industry and academia, they're completely different. In industry, they focus a lot on standards, and in research, it's like very conceptual models. This might be very evident, maybe, but truly in AI is happening really strongly. Okay, it's like difference in the knowledge. So, for example, we need to mix knowledge for computer networks and AI. And what happens is that people that know about networks, they follow a lot of standards and they explain how to deploy a network. But the people that but they lack the AI knowledge. Okay? And the people who come from the AI field, they provide very nice concepts and ideas, but they don't even consider the specific variables of deploying a network. Okay? So I would recommend, I know that it's very hard to create an AI model and then to deploy a network to prove the concept. Okay? But it would be really nice if you always include the final section just stating what are the implications. Okay? Because if you just create a model and simulate it, and maybe it's not even feasible in real life, it will not help. Okay? Also, try to rely on open source communities, okay? Because there are many open source communities that publish the implementations, And this is not very common right now in AI, in network, because they are like, I want my model to succeed, but I don't want to maybe share it with the rest of researchers. Okay? Also try to consider distributed dates. Okay? This is just a more specific field of networking, of cloud computing. Okay? So, for example, as I mentioned before, AI can be partitioned into several tasks that could be like delegated to different constrained devices. If they then talk together and create the solution together, this requires networks. So this has this topic still needs a lot of research. Okay? And associated with it, discovery and distribution protocols. More, in the field of networking, we have the big telcos. Okay? So I don't know in your country, but there are certain telcos that have the whole market, let's say, and they have the whole data. And particularly in Europe, this data is very constrained because you cannot share it. Okay? The data is confidential. Okay? So it's really, really hard to train AI models because we don't have the available data. So I would, as a essential topic, GANs is really interesting to generate new data from existing data sets. But I would also encourage researchers, if you have data sets, feel free to share them in open GitHub repositories or wherever, okay? Even asking for collaboration, exchange, or whatever you want, okay? Because many times the networking guys have the data, specifically the telcos, but they don't want to share, and the AI guys, they don't have the data to train their models, okay? And finally, integration, okay? It's always very important to take into account the legacy technology and so on, which is not usually taken into account, okay? Finally, when we look for industry, we think of industry, we are always thinking of robots, but it's not only robots. For example, hydroponic agriculture, I don't know if you have this, probably yes, in your country, but for example, in Madrid or Barcelona, in the case of Spain, which are very, very dense cities, we don't have the agriculture close, and this is really important for climate change because the transport of the goods is also affected, okay? So they are basically deploying kind of industry for agriculture, which is big buildings with solar panels, and they took all the water and recycle it the whole time. So this is really important because the analysis of the water, for example, for reutilization, usually relies on AI, and also to water the plants and so on, okay? Another emergency situations or integrated logistics. I don't know if this happened to you, but if you ask for something online, you usually have to rely on somebody that takes your package home, and many times you're working and they can arrive at your home and you're not there. Okay, this is kind of, it could be very easily solved with AI and predicting and so on, okay? And that's basically it. This has just some ideas in the field. So finally, just to talk about my university, in case that you don't know, this is a photo of our university. As I said, we're coming from Spain. And Universidad Alcalá is one of the oldest universities in the world. Okay, it's from the 15th century. So this was founded basically when Columbus arrived from America, more or less. Okay. And in our city, Alcalá was born, maybe you will know, maybe you don't know, Miguel de Cervantes, author of the Quixote, okay, or Quixote, as you may know. So you are really invited to come to Alcalá, and if you like the topic and you want to collaborate with us, feel free to email me. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thanks so much, Lisa. So you've gone way beyond your time. So probably I think we can ask you in the chair when you see this.
Yes.
For the next presentation, we have crafting, startup, brand identity, positioning, something, by
Something.
But you'll make money.
Yeah. Let's hope that you have your face. I know that the coffee is very complicated for us. And I don't know if I have understood correctly, but the colleagues from Slovakia said to us that we can stay young and beautiful forever.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm eager to know how.
Is it young and beautiful or beautiful young?
So hello everyone from my side. My name is Zorica. And together with my colleagues, Professor Zorica and Professor Damian, we are here to present a slightly different topic about building brands of IT startups. So we are coming from the biggest and the oldest university in Serbia. Do you know where Serbia is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe it would be more familiar to say that it is the country of the world's best tennis player, Novak Djokovic, as well as one of the world's best NBA players, Nikola Jokic. So we are from the faculty, which main fields of study include informatics and management. But in addition, we are strongly focused on entrepreneurship education, both in informal and formal ways. We collaborate, firstly we collaborate with the Serbian startup ecosystem, and on the other side we work with our students on developing their entrepreneurial mindset, their own startups, building their capacities, and so on. So that was the idea when we started to prepare the paper for this conference. And we started from the fact that economies with a high number of startups are perceived as more stable. But on the other side, the global reports say that more than 90% of them fail in the early stages because they neglect business-related and marketing-related aspects. So, you know, when usually IT startups are developed by technical people who have a large, immense technical knowledge, and they're mainly focused on product innovation and may neglect these aspects. So we found that brand identity and positioning are notably significant for the success, particularly in the early stages of development. Even though the word startup is firstly used in Forbes magazine in 1976, still there is no unique definition of startup, but many of definitions include some common characteristics, such as unstable organization, looking for scalable and rapid growth, focus on innovation with limited resources in uncertain environment, and so on. In our paper, we addressed some well-known models for startup development, but we mainly focused on searching for main challenges in these methodologies. And the main challenges related to marketing particularly. And we found some of them, and we focused on traffic, identity, and positioning. So the catch is not only to find product fit solution, but to find brand fit solution for new startups. In addition, we included in theoretical background the well-known both theoretically and practically validated models for brand building, and they're explained in the paper. But what is interesting, the startup that we use as a case in this paper used these models in its development. So the startup is Match IT. in the simplest way, hiring application for matching IT companies and IT candidates. So now it operates only in Serbia, but it has a global ambition. As you can see, it is an application designed as a social networking platform for professional connection. And what is interesting that it is operating on a model similar to the dating app Tinder. Do not ask me why. I suppose that it is familiar to people. The founders of this startup are two managers of recruitment agencies and one software engineer. And what was interesting in this case is that these people were so open-minded at the beginning that they realized that they need external collaborators in developing this application, particularly they were familiar with business and marketing-related aspects of startup. So they started by defining their core values that will gather their team. And they realized that they have two target groups. One is IT candidates, people searching for a job in IT industry, and another target group are IT companies. So they realized that they have to offer something unique to both target groups. And for candidates, it is completely transparent to job ads in terms of salary, benefits, and everything else, and a very simple application process. For companies, this application means time, money, and resource saving, and guarantee them that they will receive small number of higher quality applications. How they found these problems? Because these functionalities and these benefits are defined in relation to the feedback they received from potential users, and they have from their own experience, so they were familiar with all frustrations and pain points people have in the process of searching for a job or searching good candidates for employment. So the solution of the application was defined. Here are some basic characteristics. They define their target groups, as I said. They try to understand who are the IT candidates and what are the characteristics of them in terms of personal traits and everything else. They performed competition analysis and find what are the spaces for improvement in current market situation. The idea was developed in 2021 with the goal to increase efficiency of the recruitment and job search processes both for companies and candidates. And the application was launched in October, and for the first month of operation has registered more than 2,000 IT candidates and 65 IT companies, which is a huge number for the country of Serbia that has 7 million inhabitants. Okay, our research, we made research on the basis of theoretical models in branding, and we found that this case is developed according to these models and those principles. So, firstly, appearance of the application is very important, and it is developed in cooperation with users. On the other side, visual identity, yes, it is important, starting from the name of the application, over logo and slogan and everything else. So the greatest challenge in this part was to find a way to achieve simple name which will adequately represent their product. So that is match it or match IT, match job with candidate. They also found that personality of brand is very important, and in the case of startup, in the case of every startup, personality of brand is usually based on personalities of founders. So this was the case as well. They use, and in early phases of startup development, resources are pretty limited. So they mainly focus on communication channels, which include social media platforms such as Instagram and LinkedIn. And also they use unconventional channels like Discord and Reddit for communicate with their target groups. What was interesting that they defined that the tone of communication will be informal and friendly, both internally with the team and externally with target groups. So socially media was predominantly used, and the culture of the team, the culture of the company was built on the basic values that they defined at the beginning of the process. What was very important in early stages of startup development is to focus on building relationships with new users. In this way, they decided to have a direct and informal relationship where users can communicate directly with founders and also to provide feedback, suggestions, and critics. Somehow to be involved in the process of startup development. So last but not least, they focused on communities, building the communities with users, and they involved them in shaping this brand identity. When it comes to position strategy, fundamentally positioning strategy has to provide answers on these questions. What are the brand's benefits? Who is the brand intended for? What is the reason to believe in the brand? And in relation to who is the brand positioned? So Match IT was developed, positioning strategy was developed based on these questions. They found functionality and benefits for user as main USP, meaning main competitive advantage in the market. They focused on building relationships with users, and also they focused on tailored communication. What does it mean? It means that they use channels that their users use. They talk with a tone of communication and with the language their users understand, and they talk about the topics relevant for the users. So to conclude, definitely startups shape their identity through interaction with users, employ warrior strategies to differentiate themselves in the market. Founders are central figures which are basis for development of identity, and online communication channels are often used, particularly in the first phases of the development of IT startups. So that is all from our side. If you have any question, please hesitate to pose it. I'm just kidding. But this is interesting topic. We are from a field of management, and that is the reason why we address these aspects of IT startup development. So thank you for your attention.
All right, thanks so much. I know we thought that this is the end of the presentation. We have one more. I think he's supposed to have the prize today, this afternoon. So this is your time. because they were next to each other. So, okay, so just in case I'm told that break or the tea break is great, so do after this presentation. So I'm sure they will rush in.
My name is Marcia Mandela. I am with my colleague, we are from Lesotho, and Lesotho is the small country that is based inside South Africa. So we are from a polytechnic called the Lesotho Polytechnic. So after that polytechnic, we have 3 schools. So for us, we fall under the School of Engineering and Technology. So basically, we are electrical engineering lecturers. I'm currently pursuing my PhD in electrical engineering, and Mr. Patrick has master's in electrical engineering. So far, our presentation is really different from most of yours, because our field is on the electrical machines. So in order for us to have a smooth power system flow, we know that electrical machines are very important. Therefore, we were interested on the fault that the electrical machines can encounter. So normally we have 2 types of electrical machines, which are the synchronous machines, induction machines, both on 3-phase mode and single-phase mode. The one that we are going to talk about falls under the 3-phase induction machine, which has 2 categories, which are the solar gauge machine and the wound rotor machine. So our study is going to concentrate on the solar gauge machine, where we are going to identify or come up with the mechanisms that will detect the fault on the rotor bars. And this is the outline of our presentation. So the first one we are going to introduce, and we'll talk about the sensitive impedance variation test, which has 2 categories. The one that is the pre-connected motors, the one that is a microgrid fed, or we can say feather-fed motors. So they behave differently when we design the mechanism to detect the fault. Then we're going to analyze the problem and talk about the experimental setup, which has 2 parts. We will show the ratings of the machines and the parameters, and finally we will discuss about the results and conclude our presentation. So I was going to call upon my colleague to go on with the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for you. I will go straight into the faults. As my colleague has said, in electric machines, particularly we're going to focus on induction machines. The interest with this particular topic is basically because of the fact that nowadays we are trying to shift from conventional vehicles to vehicles that are driven by electric motors. So it's very important that we are able to get a sign or like a signal that the motor is faulty, so that we can address the problem in time before the motor actually fails completely. So the machine of interest in this case is the squirrel cage induction motor. Just for people who are not familiar with this type of motor, we basically have a cylindrical structure. We call it the stator. And inside that cylindrical hollow structure, which is the stator, we have a solid cylindrical part, which we call the rotor. So for the squirrel cage induction motor, the rotor is actually having like aluminum bars or water bars that are immersed inside the rotor. So what happens is, during the operation of this kind of machines, sometimes the rotor breaks down, like the rotor bars breaks down. So now, the main focus is how we spot that kind of fault. So one of the conventional techniques that have been used is what we call the MCSA, the motor current signature analysis. So now the challenge with this, it works very well when the motor is fed from the grid, because the way it works is you perform the Fourier analysis of the stator current, and then what you're going to get, if the machine is full, you're going to have two components that appear on either side of the main function. Suppose you're operating your machine at 50 Hz and the machine is full. In addition to the main 50 Hz fault, you're going to have two more components, maybe at 55 Hz and at 55 Hz. Then you know your machine is full. That works very well for a machine that is connected to the grid. The challenge comes when now, which is the case of electric vehicles, where you are driving this motor with what? With an inverter. Because the inverter itself injects additional harmonics. So much that at the end of the day we have so many harmonics that it's difficult for us to tell if this is a fault harmonics. It's an indication of a fault. So because of that, we are motivated, the research is motivated to find alternative ways, such that if MCSA says there is a fault, then we can use an alternative technique that will actually confirm that indeed there is a fault. So one of the proposed technique is the standstill impedance variation test. The way that this test works, it relies on the fact that if the machine is healthy, the kind of flux that rotates in the air is uniform, because the current flow on the rotor bars is uniform. So it produces like a uniform rotating flux. But in the case where one of the rotor bars is broken, there is an asymmetric distribution of current on the rotor bars. As a result, you get non-uniform flux that is rotating in the air. So that non-uniform flux that is rotating is an indication of fault. So as that non-uniform flux is rotating in the air, what it does, it changes both the inductance and the resistance of the motor. So now that means if our machine is full, if we were to monitor the impedance, which is the resistance and the inductance, we would be able to spot that there is something that is not okay with the motor. So this is where the standstill impedance variation test works. So now this technique has been used and it is proven, but it is proven well for the cases where the motor is fed from the grid. And then the way we do this is, if the motor is operating from the grid, what we do is, it's a three-phase motor. On the stator, we have three phases. So what we do is we take the terminals of the two phases, we short them. And then we have a common point. Then what we do is we take the single phase and then we supply it between these two terminals. Right? And then what we obtain in this case, because now we are feeding with a single phase, we don't get a rotating flux. We get a flux that is fixed and pulsating along a fixed axis. So now what we do is we then rotate the rotor. And at each, for instance, if we start at, say, this is 0, And then we rotate in increments of 10 degrees, 10 degrees until we have rotated 360 degrees. And at each position, we calculate the impedance. So now we look at how that impedance behaves. So what we realize is if the motor is healthy, the impedance doesn't change. It's almost like fixed. But in the case of a fault, you get an impedance that is varying as a function of time, and it varies sinusoidal. So this is for the case where you are supplying with what? With the grid, but a single phase. So now, what you do is, what was done in addition to that was, okay, now that it works for the grid, let's adapt it and use it for the inverter effect. So we did the same thing, but then what they do is, at these terminals, instead of manually short circuiting these terminals, we use an inverter, the controlling inverter. We configure it in such a way that instead of outputting a three-phase, a conventional three-phase, it only outputs one, a single phase. Therefore, we get the same single-phase output. And then we still do the same thing of rotating. And then at each rotor position, we calculate what the impedance. And then we observe how the impedance changes as a function of position. And then this is the results. Specifically, this is the result where the inverter was, the machine was fed through the inverter. So now in this work, what we are proposing is okay. Now that we know like this topology works for the inverter fed, but it still has that inconvenience of you having to do what? Even once you have short-circuited your terminals with the inverter, you still have to manually move the rotor. So now what we're trying to do in this work, what we did was, okay, let's keep the rotor at a single point. But instead, what we are going to do, we are going to start with short-circuiting two phases, and then we supply through this one. Then we get a certain orientation of flux. Then we calculate the impedance. Then what we do next, instead of we leave the rotor fixed, now we short-circuit this one through the inverter as well, right? We short-circuit this one, and then we supply between this terminal and that one. And then we get the second impedance, right? And then we do the same, we short-circuit this terminal and that one. And then we supply between the common and this one. So for each orientation of the rotor, we can have three impedances, right? And then we only study the difference, like the mean difference of the impedance that we have got. So that was the basic idea. So here we're trying to demonstrate like mathematically what it would look like. So this is the case of a two-pole routine. So what we are saying is, if you short-circuit these phases, you get a flux that is in that axis. The rotor is, and out of that flux you can calculate what the impedance. Then you do the same, you short-circuit these two terminals, and then you supply through that one, you get a flux in that direction. So at the end of the day, you're going to get three different impedances. So the three impedances, if you are to plot them, is a function of water orientation. You're going to get three that are faced 120 degrees apart, which is something that looks like this. So now we are saying, okay, suppose the rotor is at this position, 50 degrees, and then you have these three impedances. Now you calculate the difference. When you calculate the difference, you get something like this. This is the function of the mean differences. So now we realize that almost at positions like this one in between here, you get large enough mean difference. But then there are these positions here where you get very small difference that your mind possibly misdiagnose your machine and say it doesn't have a fault, only to find it actually has a fault. So now these are called the critical positions. So now this was the next problem. So we have to run the experiment and then see if we can, with our machine, we can actually get something that is closer. So I'm running out of time, but this is basically the experimental setup that we use. We have our grid supply, and then we have our supply through the inverter. This is the controlling microcontroller, where you give the instruction on how it should switch, so that it gives you the single phase output that you need. So, and then these are the ratings of the machine, and then these are the parameters of the machine. So now, if you look at this graph, this is an experimental results. which shows like the impedance that we got were still 120 degrees out of phase, and they are sinusoidal. And then there are main differences. When we calculate, we got a graph like this one. So you can see there is a slight deviation because the initial results were basically the mass. But then here is the actual experimental data. So now you can see that even here we still have variation in terms of what? In terms of impedance, except when the rotor is sitting at 30 degrees, or maybe at, I think this one is 70 degrees and at 150 degrees. Those are what we call critical positions. They are positions where if the rotor, by the time you are doing this test, and the rotor is situated in those positions, you are going, the main difference that you get in your impedance is very small, making it difficult to actually conclude with absolute confidence that there is a fault or there is no fault. So we might get a false positive or false negative. So these are the only critical areas that when you perform this test, avoid this. But I think I need to point out that this was so far was done with only one model. So what we need to do is we are going to do more just to build more confidence on this result. But these are the preliminary results that we've gotten so far. I'm really sorry I was rushing. So to conclude, I think the last slide basically concludes everything. Because here is the rotor, and then we are interested like, okay, how can we tell you there is a fault? So the way we tell you there is a fault, you configure your inverter in such a way that it outputs a single phase. And then for each orientation of the rotor, you calculate what? The impedance. So now we are saying don't move the rotor, just leave it there, only change the switching configuration, such that you change the alignment of the flux inside your rotor. So for each orientation, you end up with 3 impedances. Out of these 3 impedances, you calculate the mean difference. So the mean difference, you plot it as a function of rotor orientation, you get a varying impedance. So the minute it varies like that, it says there is a fault. So the only challenge is be on the lookout for positions like this one, because you might say there is no change in impedance, only to find there is actually, it's just that the water is in these critical positions. I think I have done it, and I would like to address very few questions if there are. I'm sure you already ran late for the break. I'm very sorry.
Let's give him a Okay, any questions, comments?
Thank you very much. That was very technical. Maybe we can talk about how you can make that that system more intelligent later on.
Yes, I think that's one of the
All right, so this is not the end of presentation in my time as a chair.
Thank you.
have anything? Do you have anything? Let me find out. So I don't have we have 3 now after 3. I'll talk to someone.
Coffee break if I don't need cafe.
Good.
Yeah. You have anything to Yeah. Ah, sì, sì.
Tamam, yok dur. you are presenting. You managed to copy the files?
Yes.
All the best.
Is any of you the chair of the session? Or?
No. Went to the coffee break.
I think they should prepare like a paper with 3 minutes left because sometimes people they talk too much.
Exactly.
I would tell them. Well,
But I think it will be more strict.
yeah, probably they should. Otherwise, we're going to be Are you the chair of the?
No.
No?
No, I agree.
Are you the chair of the session or no?
No, not the chair.
I agree. Okay.
Are you the first?
I am the first. very long, and there's no way to.
Are you presenting?
Yeah, I'm he said that I can begin already.
Okay, maybe I will just enjoy the session.
Thank you.
You're just confirming that you're. Well, good morning, everyone. You're welcome here from the coffee break. I think that we are going to start this session. I am Henrique Capariñero. I'm from Brazil, but I work in Italy, in Polytechnic in Torino. I'll be the chair for this session. Very glad to be the chairman for this session. Very interesting topics that are going to be discussed. And we have already ready the first author is Jürgen Kaiman. Hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Going to be presenting a paper regarding road lines and using of supervised genetic segmentation techniques. You will definitely explain better than me. So welcome, Jürgen, and have a good presentation. I will let you know when we have 3 minutes.
Hello everyone, my name is Ramon. I'm a lecturer at the University of Madrid, and I'm here today to present the paper entitled Evaluation of Multi-Class Expression of Representative road lines found on highway pavement using supervised semantic segmentation techniques and aerial imaging. In this presentation, we will see a brief introduction. We will talk about the data, the experiments, the results, and the discussion of the findings. And we will end with the conclusions and the proposal of some future lines of improvement. About Madrid, maybe you know that Madrid is one of the biggest European cities. It has a population of about 6.7 million. It possesses a lot of modern infrastructure and one of the most important landmarks are the Plaza Mayor, the Royal Palace, the Retiro Park, Rabia, and it's also home to a lot of museums, so you are more than welcome to visit them someday. Madrid is also home to 6 of the biggest public universities, one of which is the Technical University of Madrid, where I am a teaching staff. About the Technical University of Madrid, it's a public university that was created in Madrid and contains more than 18 different schools of engineering. Each of them existed for a long time, but in 1971 they decided to join everything into the Technical University of Madrid, and we are only teaching engineering at our university. Over 35,000 students attend our lectures every year, and according to the US International Ranking, the Technical University of Madrid is ranking of one of the best 60 universities in the world. Here we have some graphic with the evolution of UPM in the ranking. As for my research, I'm working with 2 research groups. One of them is called Mercator, very focused on geoinformation and smart system technologies, and the other one is related to telecommunications networks and services. My main research track is geocomputing, and we are researching on proposing new artificial neural architectures for processing geoinformation. We also have another line of natural language processing for geospatial analysis and deep learning for point clouds. But today, we will see an application of deep learning for one of our projects that is related to the construction of road lines at state level to be prepared for the rise of the autonomous vehicles. No? We need like very detailed road representations that we can feed in the road decision support system that will be given to the manufacturers of autonomous vehicles by the state. No? So this part is part of a public project. As for the introduction, representative road lines found on highway represent very valuable information that can be used for generating high-definition raw data. At the moment, the Spanish state does not offer such detailed cartography, but a correct expression of these lines is very important in the context of the rise of autonomous vehicles. In this work, we will tackle the expression of the mentioned representative road lines as a multi-class supervised semantic segmentation operation with deep learning models. The general objective of the research of the project was to evaluate the capacity of deep learning models to obtain that kind of representation, and also to observe patterns in the predictions, so we can decide future lines of improvement. Here we have an example of the data that we were using to train such supervised models. How did we obtain it? Well, the Spanish state is offering area reporting imagery at the whole national territory level. So we hired someone that helped us with labeling the images at pixel level, no? So the task was to obtain as much data as possible. And we labeled more than 27,000 photo images into one of the following classes. We have the continuous line, a discontinuous line, and the lines defining the entrance or the exit of a highway, no? And the last phase was the backward. So each of the pixels from each image was labeled into one of these four categories. As expected, most of the pixels belong to the backward class, no? So we had to take that into account when training the models. This data set is offered as a public one with the CY4.0 license. And here we have some samples taken from the created data set. As for the experiments, we should remember that the task was related to the multi-class expression of representative road lines. No? For this, we had to identify first the most suitable state-of-the-art neural network architectures to be implemented and trained. As semantic architectures, we selected LinkNet, PSPNet, UNet, UNet++, and the multi-attention network. And we coupled these base architectures with different backbones, such as EfficientNet, Inception ResNet, and SE ResNet, to build 30 different configurations that were afterwards trained in our data set. No? Other important training aspects applied, we applied the data splitting criterion of 1955, a large amount of data available. We applied data augmentation techniques to obtain even more variation in our available data. We used the cross-entropy loss function. We applied transfer learning from ImageNet, and we also applied early stopping criteria by monitoring the learning rate and the loss value. As for the results, the model with the best performance was UNet coupled with Inception ResNet. It obtained a mean intersection over union score of 0.65. We know that in semantic segmentation, an EOU higher than 0.5 is considered a good prediction. And we also obtained, while achieving an F1 score of 0.77, that indicated a high performance and a balance between performance, because the matrix between the difference between the recall and the precision values was not very high. The model displayed stable training with no sharp changes in the loss or the mean EO value monitored. And in the image we have the confusion matrix of the best model on the test set. So the test set was separated from the training and validation data, and all the metrics were calculated afterwards on unseen data. And this is the confusion matrix. Here we can see some of the examples of predictions that were obtained on the unseen data by the best model. No? We evaluated the whole test set containing probably more than 1,500 images in order to get a better understanding of the behavior of the model. We found that the prediction of even of the best models was still improvable. No? There were still areas of improvement in the predictions. We observed that we obtained higher error rates in scenes where the road was renewed recently, and also where we had differences of color between the old pavement and the new pavement. In scenes where the shadows are present, for example, where we had bridge crossing, of course, there was no data. The models were not able to understand that our road is continuing down over the bridge. We also observed higher error rates in scenes where the road marking paint has started to become less evident, maybe due to the passing of time or the lack of repainting, or due to a reduced contrast between the road line painting and the asphalt. And we observed a generalized problem with, I don't know if you can see the cursor, with the roundabouts, so the last image. Probably due to the lack of sufficient training data, of sufficient training samples from roundabouts seen. Of course, this made us understand that there is still improvement to be done. Here we have some resume of the findings, but generally the predictions are good, With some improvement, we can start the production, That was the conclusion. Some of the conclusions now. Given the rise of the autonomous vehicles, the official road cartography should evolve from simple line representations to more detailed road marking representations. The high performance delivered by the best model indicate the appropriateness of using deep learning for our task. However, we should increase the data set to one samples from the high error areas, and maybe add more scenes from representative Spanish areas, because the final goal would be to implement such a model at the state level. As future lines of improvement, we should expand the scope of the research to also include different types of road environments and conditions, for example, urban or city areas. We should explore additional lightweight models in order to obtain a final product that will be more feasible for real-time navigation system applications. And we should also study the applicability of unsupervised learning by means of conditional generative adversarial networks for the same task. Here we have some of the main references. And the funding information is the public project financed by the Spanish government. And then you have my contact data. And thank you for your attention. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Jon. Do you have any questions for him?
Why you didn't consider the outside the science to make predictions? Because you just say that lines on the roads, no? There are some signs. So why you didn't consider to make predictions?
That is another part of the project that will be that is achieved by a YOLO network. So we train different YOLO networks for identifying signs. For example, right stop or left stop. That will be another part of the big road. This part is only related to the line.
The second question quickly. So the different light conditions. So how did you manage different light conditions throughout the day?
Yes. the data, the area dimensionally provided by the state is already auto rectified and radiometrically corrected. But we also like data augmentation with more contrast and brightness changes, so it's order to order relation data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was informed that lunch will be at 2 o'clock, so we have around 1 hour and 15 minutes. We have 6 presentations to go, so we have about 15 minutes per presentation. I would like to ask for the presenters to keep the time. I have a sign for you when the time is going to be up. Now I have the honor to present the second and third speaker, Mr. Dr. Daniel Einarsson. Please take the stage. He's going to present 2 articles, number 73 and 81, both related to crack detections in concrete using deep learning models. You'll definitely be able to explain more than I do. Most likely not.
Try to move it to the memory computer.
Do you have a okay, thank you very much. Oh, awesome, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Very nice. 15 minutes. Yours.
I already used okay. So here, crash detection in concrete. That's the main subject here. I'm from Sweden, Pasa University, the very south of Sweden, and that is Sweden. So we use thing here. I was involved in a project where we were looking at the pictures from what's called Öresundsbron, the Öresund Bridge. That is the connection point between Sweden and Denmark. And it starts from the Swedish board here, from the Swedish part here, and then in between we have an artificial island, and then we have a tunnel that goes to Denmark. The bridge is about 8 kilometers. All in all, it's a bit more than 10 kilometers. That's a very important connection point, actually. And I took the train through this bridge 2 days ago. And on the other side, we have Copenhagen Airport. That's 2 further here, where I had the first time. Beautiful scenes around here. So the bridge is managed by what's called Öresund Bridge Consortium. And they have a responsibility for maintaining the bridge and equipment and so they have to check out, for instance, on damages of the foundation of the bridge. And that is, of course, important to do. To start with, they had persons that were hanging in roofs and then detecting the bridge foundation parts of that. And that was of course very risky and time consuming. After that they had cameras that they could use to take pictures of long distance. Unfortunately they were quite blurry, low quality of the picture, but that anyway is what we had to work with. So originally the sizes of the images was about this, 6,000 times 3,000, something like that. And those images were cropped down to sizes of 256 times 256 pixels. And from those we could detect that about 4,600 were crack-free and about 2,000 did have some cracks. And that job was done by bachelor students during their thesis work. And this is an example where we have an obvious crack in that image, and this is what we have looked at. But unfortunately, with those pictures or images, we could see that it was not always easy to detect if the word was here, crack or no crack. So that was the hard challenge that we had. They were categorized by the students, so they were considered being cracks and then those without cracks. Very hard to have an acceptable accuracy level here. We developed, or they developed, to start with CNN, convolutional neural networks that are quite often used in cases of image analysis. So the images were blurry. There were imbalances in the images. And what I had when I continued with this project, I only had my own bulky computer, and there were high time efforts to experiment on the CNN. Typically, we are doing some investigations, train the network, and then we find out that the accuracy was too low, about 70% or something like that. So then we had to change everything, yeah? We restructure the convolutional network, we set some new hyperparameters for values of them. So and this takes a lot of time. And if I then had my own local computer, then it took a lot of time to process this, to train the algorithm to have high enough level of accuracy. So that was also a big problem. We also used, or a colleague of mine, used Amazon Web Services, and that has higher performance in the processors, but it costs in terms of money. So there was a lot of training time taken to train this, and it took a lot of time, or it took a lot of cost in terms of money also. So we had to change our strategy here, and to start with, we resized the pictures from 256 times 256 to smaller pieces. And we could see also that the smaller pieces, we could clearly see cracks. So if I can see the cracks by eye, then my assumption was that the CNN, the neural network, should also do that. But to start with also here, we use a third-party open data set, a medley data set, where we had a lot of images and had very clear also. So here we can clearly see that we have scratches or not scratches or cracks. So they were a lot easier to work with, and we experimented with those to get some knowledge about how to proceed with the Öresund Bridge images. And they were sharp images and also equally split between the positive, that is big cracks, and the negative, large cracks. So the purpose here is to see what happens if we use a very well-defined set here, and we change or resize the images. And also, if we create some imbalances, what would the result be from that? So from the result from that, we try to continue with the Öresund Bridge images, and then we have developed convolutional neural network for that first.
And what we wanted to achieve was an accuracy of about 96%. And we did have to work more on that. So that was the background, actually. We use CNN that looks like something like this. There are no secrets, so that is the shape of it. And what we could see also in those previous studies was that we could achieve a level of 99 or more % accuracy when running this or training this on that many data sets. That was very clear. But we could also see, and we also used a quite straightforward or non-complex neural network called ACDSA. Then there are more complex networks also, but that was enough. And we could see that we did not gain anything by having more advanced structures. So that was enough. And I think that we could compare very well with other investigations before. But first, in first place, we reduced the time that was required to train the network. So we could say that it was promising when it came to the sharp images. And we wanted to try this with rich images. Still, we know that not that success as we wanted actually. Then comes the next part of this, and also the thing that I write about in this paper. So we try to look forward to see what happens if we pre-process the images. Like with the knowledge about that bright pixels have higher values. White is represented by a value 255, and darker values have darker pixels have lower values. So black is represented by number 0. And that is problems, because if we see the images by lower values, and those lighter parts are represented by higher values, but the higher values have a bigger impact on the network. And therefore, the lower value parts, that is the dark ones, that is significant, critical that we want to detect, may have less impact. So the idea was here to just change it. We have the assumption here that if we invert the images, then we will improve the result even further. And there is also a part of the convolutional neural network that is called pooling, where we move a piece over the image area and then reduce this with respect to a higher value, higher order value by choosing the highest value. So here we have 115, 210, and so on. And that, again, that one corresponds to the lighter parts of the image, while those lower values corresponds to the darker parts of the images. So this also talks forward to invert the images. Inverted images will have higher priorities for dark cracks in the max pooling by turning them to being lighter. So here we have, for instance, the melody data set that I worked with, and here we have the inverted part. So now the cracks are lighter, brighter. I also, to prove this assumption, introduced several other data sets. So there is yet another melody data set that is not that sharp, but anyway, sharp enough. And then also, interesting here, the data set representing asphalt. So we can see some scratches in the asphalt also. Hardly, but anyway. And then we have the first of each image. So this experiment was done to prove that assumption that if we invert images, then we will improve the results. Yes. And And we use the same structure of the convolutional neural network as before. Number of epochs was chosen to be 25, just to show the trends. That is it. I would like to show the trends. And if something seems to be good enough, then I could increase the value of the number of epochs. So I made some experiments on those data sets. The two Mendeley data sets, the ASPHALT data set, and the universal bridge data sets. And I had the original images inverted, and then resized to 64 times 64, and those also inverted. And I could clearly see, actually, here where I have an accuracy of more than 99%. So nothing to talk about, actually, but I can clearly see anyway that we have some improvements when it comes to inverting the images. In cases of here, where we have, for instance, the ASPHALT images, then we can more significantly see that we have an improvement. And also, when we come to the Earth Bridge images, we can see improvements in it. Certainly, of course, we also have improvements in time when we reduce the image sizes. And here also we have sizes and the amounts of images that are observed. So here actually is the result. So the assumption is proved, so to say, at least with respect to those data sets. So what it also says here is that since the Öresund Bridge images improves by inverting them, again, this was only 25 epochs. So by seeing the trend, what I did was increasing the number of epochs to 100. And then I can also see that now suddenly I have, and I showed you that, it's about 96%. I have server cases here just to show the point of robustness of this structure. The images were downsized to 64 times 64 here also. So we could say that the problem was solved now, actually. Fine so far. And more, and more on the studies. I did some investigation also with respect to time performance, and I tried to develop a function based on the number of images and the image sizes. And I came to results. So this was a developed function, and I can see that it corresponds quite good to the actual values, which means that I have a tool to be able to, in advance, calculate approximation of the time needed to train. More details of that is you can find in the report. So, this is the summary. What we will proceed with is using drones to take images in real time, stream them and investigate and also respond to the quality of the images, perhaps or not perhaps. And there are also others who would like to do generative AI to more balance the data sets. So that's it.
Thank you very much. One quick question.
Yeah, I have some suggestions for you. From my experience, there's not really a problem with having negative and positive ones that are not balanced. You just need to apply weight matrix to penalize the learning of the overrepresentative class during learning. You can do that with a simple function when you apply the training to penalize the overrepresentative class. you were mentioning the difference in sharpness, no? That it was affecting your performance, no? There's a class in TensorFlow called image data generator that you can apply during training, like online, different changes in sharpness, contrast. That will help a lot of training, and you don't need to focus on sharpness. You just apply a lot of sharpness during the training, and your model will understand that it may encounter more sharper images or less sharper images. That's only like a line of code, right when you define the training. And then you can use models such as infection ResNet that are a lot more powerful than AlexNet. That will help you a lot more.
I don't know about that. Okay, if you say so.
Yeah, the problem is that you are using a big data set, even though your performance metrics were very high. When you are testing it afterwards in a new data set to see the real life performance, or only the Mendeley data set, or what was the name?
Again,
that you are using your model training. After training, you were putting it into production, or you were
not in production. So the same structure, but not the weights were not set by the method.
You were saving it as an H5 model, and then
I'm sure you probably have more
Yes.
discussions.
We
I
can-
think you can meet afterwards, and we can go through the next presentation. Sorry about that. Just
no problem.
But it's interesting. So
I wrote it down again. We can talk later.
it's variation. If you like drastic concrete, otherwise so there are different ways of approaching this, and it's interesting to do it also. It's interesting to take the challenge of looking at the non-sharp of the learned pictures. Dealing with first metadata data set is no challenge. So I easily exceed 99%. So anyway, so this is another way of dealing with it. Work that I have done together with my colleague today. Great to have this presentation right after the first one, because I don't have to repeat this. It's about the result pictures of the images. We have seen it. And we also have seen it. So next step here. Incorporating images from related data sets. So in some sense you were into this. Could we use other data sets or other images to improve the situation? Can I use the data set from Bridge to, in the production states, test it towards train model based on other data sets? So that is the core idea here. And I here introduce several data sets again. So I had the first Mendeley data sets, as I was talking about before, and then the second Mendeley data sets, not as sharp as the first one, but anyway, and then we have the asphalt, and then the resolution. And those are several 10,000s of those images, while this one only has 400 images, and this one about 6,000. So this may be very hard. It's quite hard to see the cracks in the roads here in the asphalt. And then we also have the image set size of 400, which makes it even harder to develop a neural network that is representative. Anyway, so here we have again the data sets A to B. I made pre-processing also, so we have the inverted images based on the previous results. And what we did here was training an algorithm based on the data sets A to D, and then also train the algorithm on data sets with combinations of A to D. We wanted to have completely balanced data sets, and since also the data set C for representing asphalt images was only about 400 images, then we reduced the data sets also A, B, D to also only have 400 images, 200 positive and 200 negative. We also wanted to test this, so we had a training algorithm, and then we had accuracy, we had validation, but after that, that is quite common, so we had tests to check out on what we call the computer matrix. So therefore, we deleted 200 images from each class. And what we can see here, we have not a high number of images to work with, 200 from each class, which is 20 from each class, correct? 10 plus 10, I think, must be. 10 bracket and 10. Okay, so then first we have the training on each one of this data sets A to E, and then training on combinations here, A plus D, A plus C, A plus D, and so on. And then we combine data sets, so we have A, B, C, A, B, D, and so on. And then we have complete data sets. So we merge all the images in one and the same data sets that is trained also. And with all of those, we have test sets. We have the tests that are all of those are taken from A to D. So there we have 4 different test cases times 15 different training phases. So we have 60 different test cases all in all. And we can see the results from this with respect to training first. The first manual data sets is as before, have very high accuracy. And the second one also quite high. Here we use 50 box, so therefore we get quite high accuracy also for the Öresund Bridge images. We can also see the asphalts, not high actually, but low. And then we have the combination, so here we have A plus B, and we get an improvement of the training here. And certainly we also have several or more images in this training phase. So combining all of them is not better than having only the sharp images. So there are some conclusions to draw from this. But more interesting actually is to see when we also train, when we on those trained so here, for instance, we have tested from A that we test towards the trained neural network A. And what this means is that we have true positives, 20, 100% positives. So the perfect calculation of if we have a crack or not. And the same here was that 20 true negatives. So we find all the negatives in the correct way. The testing B towards A is what I consider myself surprisingly low. So we have only 10 true positive and therefore also 10 false negative. Quite technical difference I talk about here. Generally, it's easier to find a negative, so it's easier to find the non-cracked images than the cracked images. But we can see in several cases that we have very good results when the data set A is tested towards any of the training cases that we have here. Also, you can see that C tests very well to A. So the asphalt that is quite hard to detect, test better to the data set A than for instance itself. And here, about the Öresund bridge, we can see that it is quite hard to find good values for the true positives. And the true positives are important to have high value. The critical thing is the false negatives, because then we have a case for the crack filters that's not detected. And we can anyway see that it is quite, has a good, quite good value, number of true positives towards the train A set here. That is the first mandate data sets. So, interesting results. One thing that is the most important here for the studies that we have. So, in first place, if we have only 400 images from the asphalt, for instance, then we can see that we gain from combining. Here we have 400 times 4, so suddenly we have about 1,600 images, and we get quite a good result. So by combining data sets, we can have performances. Not all the time. In this study is actually to see that that's data from the Öresund bridge matches very well towards the sharp manual techniques, which means that then this can be processed further. And I did that, so I extended the data set, so I did not only have 400 but 1,000 images instead. And then I trained that set A, got about 99%, and also the confusion matrix based on the tests of the images from Öresund bridge did get an accuracy level on 100%, which means that the false negatives and false positives are zero. There was no misinterpretation at all. So that was a very surprisingly good result, actually. I also continue because when I look upon the images, then it is more or less assumed that we have a binary situation that is either cracks or non-cracks. But there are probably some nuances in between also that is not critical. Anyway, they must be matched to one of the chances. So I had some, I just walked out and took some pictures. And tried to find pictures that were, could be hard for the method to detect. So here we do not have any cracks, it's only structural. So that should be considered no crack. Here we have a very weak crack. It should be, in that case, considered as a crack, but it actually will be the opposite. The structure here will be interpreted as a crack, and that one will not be interpreted as a crack. That also shows that perhaps we have to think about this in another way to check out on the nuances in between also, so not only pure crack. But to be able to do that, then we also have to have more information from the problem domain owners, so they can say that this doesn't matter, for instance. So more work in that case towards the problem domain owners. The studies here shall be used as a basis to provide insights into improving the accuracy of systems used in this domain for detecting cracks. When the images are challenging themselves. So again, it is not only by seeing looking at sharp images. That is no challenge in itself. So it's more a challenge if we have a blurry pictures and still want to find out something to look at analysis. So the challenges here include low quality images, imbalances. So we could say that also that we prepare for real world situations. The real world situation is probably not that we have the sharp images where we clearly find the crack, but something else. And also imbalances, you were into this also. Probably in most cases there are no cracks. If I could take 100 pictures, arbitrary pictures, then perhaps 3 would be cracks. That's a really worst situation. There are few positive values and more of the negatives. That is those that we find as normal. Yes. The techniques that we have used here can also be used in other situations. Like I had a presentation yesterday, or a master student of mine had a presentation yesterday online, where I used the techniques to detect changes in lungs. So if there is cancer or start for cancer in the lungs. Similar techniques. So the technique is interesting. So it can be used in different contexts. Thank you.
Dr. Anderson, any more questions for him? If not, I'd like to thank you and also provide you the recently arrived certificates of the participation. I also have yours. Thank you. For our next presentation, we have Mr. Abdallah Shani, that is going to be presenting the paper Error Condensation in Inkjet Printed Electronics using Incremental Learning and Knowledge Distribution. Shine, whenever you're ready, where you guys.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Today I'll be talking about an interesting topic for me, which is about the error compensation of inkjet printed electronics using incremental learning and knowledge distribution methods. This work actually was was part of my master thesis at University of Frankfurt in Austria, and also part of my work in company Profactor in Austria. And yeah, the whole work was funded by the European Union and the project Thinker. So yeah, going to be over the outline, we will be giving a small introduction, especially on the project, and then we're going to talk about the thesis and the problem statement, and then we will be talking about the modules design and theory, and finally our results and conclusions. So first of all, what is Thinker? Thinker is an EU project, which is really about producing sensor packages such as the radar and sensors. And yeah, it's going over the assembly process, we actually, this is our main process that we aim to do feedback control and do error compensation in. And to give you a about the process, we basically are trying to put a gap or place a gap inside a PCB cavity. And the PCB cavity is filled previously with a glue, which is insulating. And the problem arises when there exists a gap here between the cavity boundaries and the chip, or we call it rebar. And what we want to do is to compensate the error and fill the gap with missing glue. Okay, so the aim within Tinka is actually to enable this feedback loop for inline error compensation of this process by using machine learning that are trained using the data related from this process. So going over the problem statement and some challenges. So the main challenge here in generating this huge data set is that it's not easy to produce such a huge data set showing the process variations, and so that's very it's a limitation so that we are not trained offline. Moreover, the data are generated in chunks over time based on the process development and based on resource availability. So each time we have new samples, we have new samples that are picked and placed and produced, and so we can't generate a huge data set at once, but rather we receive data over time. This is the main problem, and so the main approach, or how can we solve this, is by using incremental learning. And what we are going to do, or want to do, first we need to detect the gap. So as I told you, there is this gap that we want to fill with this loop. So first we need to detect the experimentation loop, and we want also to know we would like to build, and that's why we need also estimation model to know the missing volume. And finally, with incremental learning, we can train the model with these chunks of data over time, and we can avoid catastrophic forgetting of all data, so that whenever we retrain the model again on a new data set, we make sure that we don't forget about the past data that the model has been trained on. And we also don't use the past data in new training, and for sure that will be reducing training costs. Okay, and before going to the model design and training, I would like to give you a brief description of our data. So these are the images of the PCB that we have, and here is the radar inside the cavity. And as you can see, these are the gap. These here are the gap between the radar and the cavity. And as you can see, for example, here's a very huge problem where the gap is not filled with glue, and we need to print in missing glue. And we have 5 data sets that were used for the time of the project. For each data set, we don't have much images, but we have very high resolution for each image. For the first data set, we have only 18 images for both 2 data sets. We have 30 images, 24 images, 242 images. But with very high resolution, we can crop these images into 256 by 256 images and generate much more data set than we final thing, I would like to say that these 3 data sets, we have also depth information for these data sets that we are going to use for the depth estimation model. Okay, first of all, the gap detection model. In this model, we use the UNet, very famous architecture, with the backbone of 34 network. And we are also using this training loss function, which is basically combined of the binary cross entropy and the Jacob loss functions. And the Jacob loss basically is just 1 minus the IU metric. So it's a very powerful metric when it comes to segmentation process. And for the molecular depth estimation, we also use the same structure, but with the same weights with the same trained weights from the segmentation model, and we retrain the same model again, but for another task, which is the depth estimation. And with this idea, we can preserve the model's ability to extract the image spatial information already that was learned before, and use this information and build a domain for depth estimation. And for the loss function, we used a combination of 3 loss functions. The first one was similarity, the structural similarity index loss function, and the second one was the absolute error function, mean absolute error, and the final one was a regularization loss function. Okay, and going through the incremental learning scheme, which is the main component of our paper. The basic idea is that we have a model, an initial model, it's called this, and we want to retrain it with new data so that we learn the new information with keeping the old information that we have. So we have this model, we have this base model that was already trained with some data, and then we create the same model again with the same weights, but we train it with the new data. And we have one loss function, the regular loss function applied at the output, which is comparing the output and the ground truth, and another loss function which is comparing the output and the output of the new one. So by combining those functions and also with this distillation factor, we can achieve this concept, which is keeping the knowledge that we have learned before, and also training the new or fitting the new data set. And we can do this. We can do this on and on. Whenever new data comes, whenever new data is generated. So about this loss function, but there's also 2 other loss functions that we also can use to improve the learning ability. And these 2 loss functions, one of them is applied on the intermediate feature space here, and one of them is applied on the decoder layers. Basically the 3 loss functions we're trying to keeping the new model from being too biased to learning from the new data set, and trying to balance between learning the new information and still keeping the old information that it has learned from the past data. And the same concept is applied to the molecular depth estimation model, but of course the loss functions are different because that's another task. One final thing that we could also add to improve our incremental learning ability is that we can so that we only train the encoder and we keep the encoder as is if we saw that this would produce better results. Going quickly over the results. So this is the results of the first the results of the base model, the segmentation model, with no incremental learning yet. So the main things that we want to focus, the main metric that we want to focus on is the value metric. And here the model achieved about 96%. And after going through an incremental learning step, it achieved 91% over the old dataset and 93% on the new dataset. And again, on the second incremental step, the model, you can see that the model is able to preserve the knowledge it has already learned on all datasets, especially on the IQ metric, as I told you. And the final improvement step with four different datasets, the model is still able to perform on these four datasets, and also some qualitative results. As you can see, those four datasets, the input images, ground truth, and the model's prediction. And at the very end, this is the prediction of an offline training model. That was also a benchmarking step to compare the incremental learning with offline training with non-offline training. Okay, and some results about the estimation model. Yeah, again, the most important parameter is the accuracy measure here, and let's say we have two models. We tried the model for two different datasets, and with this dataset it produced very good results because this dataset had much samples, as I told you, it was about 242 images. So that's why it was very good and the performance was much improved. And some qualitative results as well. As you can see, the image, the controls, and the predicted text map. Okay, and going to the estimation of incremental learning, we tried two different models, one with applying the first installation as function and another one with the second installation as function. And both models were actually good, but we preferred the first model because it's showing better results as well as it was much faster for training.
So this is Shaheen, we are out of time, so just ask you to move to the...
I'm just jumping to the conclusions very quick. As you can see, we have of course some limitations to this work. Basically, for future improvements, we can have many other bits of information, such as the scale information, not only images. And that's all. Thank you for your attention. And just a final thing for information, our Tinker project is this link, or just type Tinker and pop up.
Thank you, Mr. Shaheen. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but you can reach in during the lunch break.
Thank you.
The next presentation will be by myself, so I will jump in. We are some minutes late, so I'm trying to be as quick as possible. already presented myself. My name is Amy. I am from Polytechnico Engineering in Italy. I'm actually a mechanical engineer, so for me, machine learning and reinforcement learning I am in the first approaches in the first trial with this kind of technique. And I will be presenting you a application of reinforcement learning to a problem related to automotive engineering. I'm going to be talking about torque allocation. So I will try to explain briefly what is the goal of the research, what's the research questions. We are trying to improve the vehicle dynamics of the electric vehicle that has more than one electric motor. So imagine that you have a classic vehicle just have one motor. So you push the pedal and the motor has to give you all the torque you need to go forward. If you have more than one motor, what happens is you have more degrees of freedom in order to perform the same test of accelerating. So you can use these degrees of freedom to improve other aspects of the vehicle. That can be the handling of the vehicle or the energy efficiency of your vehicle. So basically the idea here is to study how to improve the performance of electric vehicles with this feature. Some steps are necessary in order to achieve these results. The first one is to model. I have to have a model of the vehicle in order to make this work. Then I have to integrate an electric powertrain in my vehicle dynamics model. I have to validate that this model is working, and then I thinking about the control system that will improve my performance. So, talking about modeling, I'm a mechanical engineer. I can go hours and hours about that. It was the topic of my PhD dissertation. If you have any questions about any of the modeling of the vehicle dynamics, I will be more than happy to expose it to you afterwards. Basically, using classic standard vehicle dynamics, electric motors modeling, battery using equivalent circuits, and very simple thermal models in order to evaluate also the increase of temperature of different components during the years. With all this modeling, during my PhD thesis, I developed what I call the perfect design tool. You can read about it in the paper recently published in the World Journal of Vehicle. It's open access, so you can feel free to jump in and know more about modeling. I was performing with this tool, and of course it's not called perfect because it's flawless. It's called perfect because it's an acronym for the 4 different levels of complexity this tool provides. First one is just performance, very simple model. Second one, we start to use energy evaluations. Third one includes the currents that are flowing in the batteries and in the electric motors. And the last one, we evaluate also the heat transfer and heat generation inside the electric vehicle. For these specific studies, I was focused on the temperature level, so the most complex level of the model, so including also the evaluation of the temperature of the different components, as well as the vehicle dynamics and the dynamics of the electric components. This model was validated during an experimental campaign. Using this tool, I modeled a Tesla Model 3 using all the characteristics, the physical characteristics of the vehicle, measuring the actual vehicle. We went to a test track, test all the maneuvers for the Tesla, and we verified that both in terms of vehicle dynamics, acceleration, and also in terms of electric behavior, the model and the reality, the experimental results were matching. So we have a good correlation between the results of the vehicle dynamics and the model. So the model is accurate to represent the reality. Well, let's get this a little bit more interesting. So the Tesla Model 3 that we tested was a dual motor, so one motor for the front axle and one motor for the rear axle. But we want to be more flexible in our control systems. So I transformed this original vehicle into a baseline vehicle that is a Tesla Model 3, but instead of the 2 motors, we're going to be using 4 motors. Each one of the wheels will have an individual in-wheel motor mounted inside the rim in order to perform the acceleration. So I have 4 different degrees of freedom. I can control each one of the motors independently in order to improve the results in terms of handling and vehicle dynamics. This would be the results. It's very hard to see because of the light. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know what to solve it because of the sunlight. Those are vehicles performing the maneuver of a lateral dynamics maneuver using the model I just showed you. So a Tesla with 4 in-wheel motors. Okay, so I have 4 degrees of freedom. One of the degrees of freedom is the longitudinal acceleration, so the amount of gas the driver is putting on the pedal. And I have 3 other degrees of freedom. One of them is used to perform a torque vectoring. This is a little bit easier to see. This is a simulation via real time. And I developed several different classic torque vectoring control algorithms. So torque vectoring is improving the handling of the vehicle. So when I start to do a curve, the external motors will kick in harder, and the inside motors will not give a little bit less torque. So the motors will help me bend the curve. And as you can see here, this is the original vehicle, not able to perform the maneuver, and the vehicles with the different classic algorithms for the control of the torque vectoring were able to perform the maneuver and continue on the track. So I'm using already 2 of my degrees of freedom. One for accelerating and the second one to perform the torque vectoring with different classic control systems. Well, I have 4 motors. I use 2 degrees of freedom. I have 2 degrees of freedom left. What are they? They are the splits between the torque on the front wheel and the rear wheel in each side of the vehicle. So I know how much I want in this side, I know how much I want in this side, but I don't know how to split from the rear. And those are the 2 degrees of freedom I'll be exploring to perform that is called torque allocation. So basically the idea here is that by using these 2 degrees of freedom, I can try to optimize some other factors of my vehicle dynamics. That could be slip angle and yaw error, so guaranteeing that the vehicle will be stable because of the different conditions on the wheels, for example. I can use that to improve energy efficiency, so to work on a more favorable working points of each one of the motors in order to have the maximum efficiency of my system. Or I can use that to improve thermal management, so avoid that each one of the single motors will not be overheat, or the battery is not going to be at a very high temperature. But in order to do that, we have very complex dynamics that are playing out. Because I have different motors, each one of them will be in a different condition. Also, the battery is a very complex system. So the whole system is a very complex and intertwined kind of system. And that's why we had the idea to use reinforcement learning in order to try to tackle this problem. This is the preliminary analysis of the vehicle dynamics of the reinforcement learning approach. Basically, the idea is that the environment, in this case, will be the vehicle itself, the driver, and all the road conditions. And I'll have the agent of my reinforcement learning that will be the brain deciding between the left and right splits how much to send to the front wheels and to the rear wheels. So I have all the observations, the real-world functions going to my reinforcement learning system. And the reinforcement learning system will be outputting 2 factors that will be the splits between the front left and right splits in between front and rear. More specifically, the reinforcement learning algorithm used was the deterministic quality gradient used in with the toolbox from MATLAB in order to make the interface smoother with the modeling that was done in Simulink. So already well integrated with the model itself for the vehicle. And set up some different neural networks for the actor and critics in order to perform the test of the learning. This is an example of my my penalty function, my reward function that was going to be feeding the system the information about the quality of the results in terms of the control system. So basically, it's a combination of SOC, is the state of charge of the battery, so how much energy the system is consuming, the battery temperature in the rotor and in the starter of the motors, side slip angle, that is the stability of the vehicle, and yaw error penalty, another factor combined with torque vectoring calculation. Of course, as in any reinforcement learning, we do have some cases in which the system will not work very well and will create a lot of, let's say, not ideal results because the system is learning by itself to behave. Actually, the system proved to be very unstable, maybe because of the application of the reinforcement learning. Maybe the system itself is very complex, but it's very hard to achieve a stable solution for the reinforcement learning. It's very hard to achieve a stable result for the machine learning results. So the preliminary results is a not yet fully stabilized system. Maybe we have to simplify the model in order to make the system run faster and to try to get better results in terms of stabilization. But some of the best results in terms of learning were able to provide some small advantages. This would be an example of the output of the system, so creating a differentiation between the torque, between front and rear wheels in each one of the wheels of the vehicle. And this is the results of the best neural network when compared to some, let's say, standard control techniques. So the standard control techniques will be an open differential technique, so torque will be split equally between front and rear, and the classic front wheel drive and rear wheel drive that we can find in normal vehicles. So by comparing the results of the neural network against the average of those classic techniques, we do have an improvement in some, in most of the different performance factors. So we have an improvement of the overall reward function of about 11.33%. The problem is this training was not robust to changing the kind of algorithm used for the torque vectoring. So if I change the other control system that is running with the vehicle, the benefits that the neural network were providing in terms of vehicle dynamics and in terms of ADAS efficiency were not there anymore. So the system, even though provides a slight in terms of vehicle dynamics for the control system, it will be working only with the torque vector algorithm it was trained with. It was not repeatable for the other kinds of control systems. As you can see, the results here are increasing the penalty function, so reducing the rewards by the end of the maneuver. Well, the current state of the world is that we have some issues to be solved in the future for this research. We still think that the reinforcement learning is a promising technique. Maybe changing the kind of machine learning algorithms should be used, or changing the conditions of the train. In this very moment, we are facing problems with robustness. So we have variable results if you change the kind of maneuver the vehicle is performing. And also, it's very sensitive to change in the model itself, as was in the case of the control system. It's hard to interpret why the system is giving me some torque splits. Sometimes they are not very intuitive from the engineering side. It's not very hard. It's very hard to understand why the system is choosing to do certain kind of split in certain situations, and it's very hard to guarantee the responses in every condition. And also in terms of efficacy, the training took a very long time because the model itself was very complex. So to run each one of the results of the training would have a very high computational power. But we could not avoid to use the most complex system because we are aiming to reduce the impact also in terms of temperature. So we had to use the most complex and most complete model for the vehicle. And the same kind of benefit could be gained with the non-machine learning approach. So this is a preliminary study. I think that the problem is very relevant for the mechanical engineering, and the machine learning can present some good future results. Some promising approaches can be seen from these results, but we have to solve mainly these three issues in terms of learning. Was a pleasure to share a little bit of the research with you. I will be glad to answer questions if you have any. And of course, being all of you experts in machine learning, maybe chatting afterwards on how to improve the results of the system and to improve these preliminary results. Thank you. Questions, comments?
Adam Bishubini from Athena University. Maybe you know my name. I was working system vehicle like that. So it's very interesting your paper. I wish to give you my compliments. And what about the interaction between the power converter and electrical drive control and the overall algorithm with the bandwidth of the two systems can be the reason of a bad result you had at the beginning of your research? Or
very interesting point. For a real application would be definitely something to be concerned about. And in this very specific case, the inverter and the low-level logics of the electric control machine were not modeled. So the electric motors and the inverters were controlled in terms of MPPA local tables. So we do not have like the real dynamics of the phases of the electric motor. They are represented in terms of their maps of working. So not a problem for this sort of simulation. Definitely something to be concerned on a real application. Thank you. More questions? Well, I will call the next speaker. Next speaker will be Mr. Aniket Yadish. You have the presentation? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Aniket from PS University, Bangalore, India. Currently, I'm pursuing my undergrad degree in mechanical engineering, and I'll be presenting paper titled "Analysis of Machine Learning-Based Human Activity Prediction Model for Assistive Exoskeleton." So, on behalf of my co-authors. So, anyone wondering what CARE and DRDO is? CARE stands for Center for AI and Robotics, and DRDO is Development of Research and Development of Defense Research Development Organization. So basically, it's a government organization. And starting with introduction, so musculoskeletal disorders, like for example lower back, they are of like significantly impact work efficiency in industrial and defense applications. So like it's important that like we come up with an idea which can help and mitigate these issues. So exoskeletons are nothing but the wearable structures that enhance human movements and capabilities. So it's nothing but a robot. So active exoskeletons can somewhat mitigate these issues, but like however there is a delay since computer takes time to understand. So predicting the motion of human beforehand would be useful for such cases. However, there is like most of the research is based only on the classification of human activity, not on predicting human motion profile. So there is something known as HR, which is human activity recognition, which involves predicting what a person is doing based on their movements. Sensors like IMU and force sensitive sensors are used for this purpose. But as I told you, there is an intrinsic delay. Most of the research is only classified for is available only for classification tasks. Coming to the literature survey, as we can see, like most of the almost all of the literature survey is only based on classification tasks, like payload estimation model, classification using camera images, classification of activity using sensor readings. So methodology. An open source data set is used which contains 3 linear and 3 rotational velocity signals from 5 IMU sensors on various locations of subjects. So here you can see 2 sensors are on wrists, 1 is on chest and 2 are on thighs. So this study is only focused on selecting the data from like 5 gyroscopes contributing to the sagittal plane. Sagittal plane is nothing but the x-axis. So windowing algorithm is used, and as you can see, Gyro XC9 stands for data retrieved from sensors placed on thighs. And as you can see the plot for Gyro XC9 and index. This is the implementation of windowing algorithm. After windowing, min-max normalization is applied to the data set. So coming to model consideration, these are some of the common models considered for human activity recognition. So coming to my results, we have evaluated results for the model considered like models shown in previous slide. So coming to ANN model, this is the model description. Like one middle layer is employed and Adam optimizer function is used with 100 epochs. So this is the curve of training and validation loss. Basically, training loss tells us that like how your data is learning from the samples you have given. So it's supposed to be less, and validation loss is like basically generalizing the result, like how your model is forming on unseen data. So as you can see, like training loss and validation loss is quite high as compared to like other model I've considered. So coming to RNN, so RNN layer connected with 5 dense layers is deployed, each with 75 units and L2 regularization. Model uses Adam optimizer, has been trained for 10 epochs with a batch size of 32. So like both of these models like are the most, like we have optimized it to our best. Now coming to LSTM model, which is our best suited model. It is used with 64 units per neuron. In the next LSTM layer, it is connected to dense layer with 75 neurons. Moreover, the model is compiled with Adam optimizer with a learning rate of 0.01 and uses MSC as loss function. So here you can see that the validation loss is 0.08 and training loss is 0.06, which is like quite close and like very less as compared to other models. Here you can see that it's 1.5 and 1.4, almost like double of, no, almost like 10 times more. And in previous slide also it's like more, 2.2 and 2, 2.5 and 0.5. Also like in LSTM model, training and validation loss is approaching, like almost approaching. So like it's considered the most suitable model for upgrading. So coming to the discussion, table 1 evaluates the performance of baseline models on the training data set. So like as you can see, R2 score is 0.895, which is the highest, and hence the LSTM model is most suited. However, the training time is more, but then this can be compensated by the high R2 score and less mean squared error and mean absolute error. Similarly, table 2 describes the performance of baseline model on the validation data set. So as you can see, the R2 score received here is 0.9, and mean absolute error and mean squared error is like quite less as compared to other models. So comparison of baseline model with prior state of the art. So here MoveNet is nothing but a similar open source data set, and we have compared our model compared to that data set. So like mean squared error here is 0.08 and 0.14, which is like very less as compared to the literature. So again we have verified our result, like why the LSTM is the best suited model. So here you can see the plot between angular velocity and time. As you can see that predicted future sequence and actual future sequence are quite close. So LSTM has like the best, LSTM is considered as the best model. And it also has an R2 score as mentioned previously of 0.9. So coming to the conclusion, transient motion profile of exoskeleton can be analyzed, which is more helpful than classification. Also, like there is only limited studies, so there is no there is less data available on internet. So as a future scope, we conclude that exploring hybrid model and multi-model HCR to enhance prediction accuracy beyond LSTM's performance, like basically something like LSTM plus CNN or something, and like addressing time and space complexity can be very helpful for deep learning models. These are the references. Any questions?
We are a little bit out of time, so if you have questions to Mr. Yanish, you can reach him on lunchtime. I was informed that before before lunch, we are going to make a group photo. So the presentation will go straight to the group photo. I'll ask the next presenter, Mrs. Miriana Cosaro, to be mindful of the time, so we can go to respect the time. Thank you, Mr. Dedish.
I'm a PhD student at the University of Catania and at the Italian Institute of Geophysics and Technology in Italy. Today I'm going to present an innovative method for supervised anomaly detection that uses continuous learning. Geophysical data is crucial for understanding the human, industrial and natural processes in our physical planet. One main application of geophysical data is in monitoring anomalies that are unusual deviation from normal patterns. We're going to focus on a case study. We're going to focus on a case study that exemplifies the importance and the main role of detecting anomalies. From September to October 2021, the Italian Institute of Geophysics and Technology recorded a lot of variation in signal at Vulcano in Italy. That is included of macroseismicity, increase of gas emission, and climate change, so many others. These scenarios provide a rich data set for our study, because we use to test our anomaly detection method this data set that is composed of 3D specimens component as one of the NAP, recorded by GPS permanent network of the ENGP. This is our data set. And we use the data from 2019 to 2021. In this scenario, we propose continual learning as approach to early detect anomalies, because the visual expected of the data we used show that the first anomalies is on the 13th September of 2021. Continual learning is a paradigm of machine learning that enables model to continuously adapt to new data without having to retrain with different data, with different task distribution. This is different from deep learning model, where we train a model to learn from a particular task, and one trained, we use this model to make prediction on unseen data, but from that task distribution. So we use continual learning that in contrast introduce the problem of catastrophic forgetting, where the model uses previously acquired knowledge. To mitigate this problem, we used their model, the dark experience replay, that incorporates a buffer to store past experience. So, our method is composed of training two models, a conventional autoencoders and other model with autoencoder as its backbone. So, our process of training is composed by each training for each task. So, at the end, the empirical series is seen by the models. In particular, when we train the autoencoder, the loss to minimize is the traditional loss of the autoencoder, so the square error between the reconstructed input and the original inputs. Instead, when we train the autoencoder plus there, we use another loss that is composed by both the loss current of the task, and another part is composed by the reconstructed input from an input stored in the buffer and his logis stored in the buffer. So our loss is composed by these two parts. And the loss in complex is composed by this part, and we want to minimize this loss. So, we train the model on the task, the training test task of each task, and we test our method on the test set of the current task and all the previous tasks. And the key point of our method is the calculation of the K parameter that indicates the similarity between the class mean square error of the autoencoder and the class mean square error of the autoencoder plus error, where the class mean square error is defined as the mean of the mean square error of all the tasks that model C. Let's analyze our results that is obtained with a task length of 21 days. When we train the model without taking action against the catastrophic forgetting, the models, when we train the models on abnormal data, it forgets how to reconstruct all the previous acquired knowledge. So this is why the class mean square error increases in this case. Instead, when we train their model, when we train on abnormal data, it will continue to have good performance on all the tasks. So the mean square error in this case is low. So when we compute the K parameter as a difference between the two class mean square error, we obtain these results. So outlier are defined that data for which the K index exceeded the mean class times the standard deviation that are calculated on a period of normal values, so this period. We did a lot of experiments evaluating our method, and in any case, by changing the alpha and buffer size, we obtained that the first anomaly occurrence is on 12th of July instead of 13 September of the visually expected of the data. So in conclusion, our method combining autoencoder and the continual learning is an efficient solution to monitoring anomalies, indicating a volcanic arrest through an unsupervised approach. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. As well, for her, if you have any questions and curiosities about the work, you can speak afterwards in the lunch break. We are asked to be quick on the going for the group photo. So thank you very much for this session. Session is over. It was a pleasure to be the chair, and see you in the next sessions in the lunchtime. Sì, è una cosa che si parla da cuore, magari
adesso sarebbe più importante, è interessante perché poter girare a 90 gradi senza parcheggio, fare il controllo vettoriale di quanto lavoro è interessante.
Grazie.
Loro sono più di intelligenza artificiale, anche questo.
Dipende dall'età.
Dipende dall'età. Vabbè, io lo dicevo per me. Lo dicevo per me.
No, vai così. Grazie. Buon essere.
Hi. We're going to take the group photo and then lunch. Okay.
Sounds good.
Cosa ha detto? Ha detto sì? Sì, sì, perché
Venuto domani.
così sei più alto. Vai più vicino per piacere.
Più snello.
Sì. Vediamo.
Sì, che non si fa se sono venuto bene, basta che si veda là.
Vediamo se è nitida, tarda un po', forse non tanto perché eri non tanto.
Rifà.
Ma perché c'è la luce?
Sto prendendo, devo rifare.
Ah sì, è vero, è vero. Forse ora sì, forse è venuta meglio. Ah! C'hai gli occhi aperti?
No.
Questo sono un pochino.
Dai, faccio per tutti quanti, basta, per stare più funzionale. Vai, relax. Voglio anche confuso.
Ah, sì, è vero.
Sai vedere la scritta,
Certo.
Se si vede la scritta. La Venezia.
Sì, è vero. Vediamo qui.
Ah, basta.
No, ma vediamo qui se sei.
C'ho del cervello.
Ah, che carino, troppo bello, quanto mi dà pure a me allora.
Queste frasi sono bellissime, da metterle anche noi nel nostro dipartimento. Al prossimo direttore che si candida nel programma elettorale ci deve mettere la scrizione di queste frasi. Vai.
Da mezzo gusto come devo fare le cose. Cioè facciamo una assieme.
Sitting touch, ho già qualche punto da è pesante, pesante. Cosa? Quello fake di YouTube. Sì, chiaro. Sì. Salvo, scusa, ma stiamo vedendo sempre lo stesso evento che cioè stiamo parlando di un evento solo registrato così oppure ce ne sono diversi? Sì. E in tutti questi avete visto lo stesso andamento parametrico? Stai entrando. Ma assolutamente sì. Sì, sì. Perché ancora non sappiamo qual è tra l'altro l'elaborazione adatta per fare questa protezione. Ah. Vai. E anche quando c'è, io direi anche quando c'è maneggiata semplice, perché come si distingue appunto maneggiata da non proprio? Cioè quella è una cosa anche da valutare. Detection e classificazione. Perché? Casomai porto palo, bella strada. viene 83 ore. 500 di su 6. A me come punti non sembrano 500 quel grafico, cioè no, non mi sembra così risolvuto. Seleziona la verifica, infatti.
Yes. They're doing a PhD in tech.
Actually, like I'm planning for my master's next year in Germany. So how tough is it to get into being ready? Just a second. Yeah, no worries.
So we're going to do a PhD in Germany.
Okay. Yeah, master's MSc.
And in which university?
DUNA, like all my universities, they have a group, right?
Okay. So from international experience, is there any test needed? Assessments?
English language.
Okay, yeah, so at least from the University I come from the West, students have to provide a certificate that they have, you know, what degree.
Una cosa che si può fare, dico un'analisi che si può fare basilare, cioè per io che uno per vedere se per esempio c'è qualche informazione che sia inserita allenare il modello, cerca di capire per esempio il mare, questo ti fa capire quante informazioni in un segnale da studio.
So I think at least for this, there are no rules that we provide information.
And how the job market is doing.
They are looking for software engineers and engineers in material science. I would say there is a higher demand.
Forse, scusa un attimo, forse per non essere troppo vincolati, possiamo dire anomaly detection, quindi rimanere generico, quindi qualcosa di anomalo, male, così evitiamo di poi dire che è il marrone, diciamo, detettare solo. Non lo so, però forse magari è un anomalo associato the first speaker?
No.
It's me.
No.
Yeah, he is the first. The last.
C'est pas loin, non? Vous êtes ici. Ouais, vous faites passer longtemps à l'air. Il n'y a pas de mafia, mais c'était. On va dire que c'est ça, c'est circonstances.
Moi, j'étais venu une fois à Maurice, on devait venir justement là, puis finalement, j'étais venu à l'école à Maurice, et puis c'est sympa, les Maurice, on est déjà allé. C'est super. Je ne sais pas dire ce que tu as, s'il fallait choisir entre les deux. Il y en avait un chose, c'est pas chez lui. Donc ils ont ramassé, chacun un peu, je crois. Quand il y a eu la tempête, j'ai un modèle de ménage.
C'est ça qui est à quel moment en fait c'est des équipes qui sont
Moi j'en ai eu un à Kobe, à Chiffon. C'était impressionnant. Les Japonais aussi, ils en ont pas, ils en fait pas mal. La dernière fois que j'étais, c'était après lui, c'était mon téléphone qui s'était mis à l'air dans ce coin. Et en fait, le sol s'est mis à demander comme ça, pas de but. C'était mars-avril l'année dernière. Et ça a bien bougé. Mais le typhon de Kobe, c'est impressionnant, parce qu'après ça, on est cassé, les trains, etc. Et c'est là où on a dit, ça dirige pas. En vacances, on ressent circuler là-bas. Le week-end qu'il y avait, on est à l'hôtel, mais ça faisait un bruit, on a l'impression que c'était passé. Il y a eu un tremblement de terrain, c'était le vent. Et oui, on a ça, c'est une surprise de. Confucius. Confucius?
Yes. I never heard him saying that before. I read other things, but not that one. But it's great, sure, absolutely. Never falling, perhaps quite boring, so we have to make some other things also. Being a bit challenging in our lives. I don't know how to understand this, if anyone else will come, or people just... So we start, I don't want you to start only for people. It's not that inspiring. And still we have this tight schedule, which should start half an hour ago or something. or more. Yeah, there are some activities. But it's interesting with Confucius. He lived at the same time as the old Greek philosophers, like Socrates and Plato. And they had two different perspectives that they were talking about. So the Greek philosophers were talking about democracy. And he was more talking about respect for authorities, for the elderly, for those that are elder than you, and also those that are amongst the authorities. And then we can also see what has happened in China and in Europe.
So you have to explain the difference.
Yeah. So we have two candidates, and I guess that's you and your brother. Yes.
I'm going to have the second presentation, that is going to be a second class presentation.
Shall we give it 5 more minutes?
I would say so. Most of the people are done.
Yeah, so there are some walking in this direction.
When I said dino, I mean the modern release by the competitor. Okay, you already said dino. Okay. Didn't have to do more. I'm curious.
We have had our lunch and we shall start this session. I'm very honored to have this role as chairman of this session. Welcome you. Welcome myself also. Welcome first speaker here. I'm Sean from ACDSA, I've seen you before. In previous session. We have this tight schedule. We have seen that before, and we still have that. So we keep to 50 minutes, and I will let you know when it's 3 minutes left. So we try to keep within those terms and continue and start with the one. When I see the item here, I put implicit direct predictive maintenance model based and multi-stage neural networks for system for fine person. I'm very happy to follow this. Thank you. Okay.
So it's not good afternoon. My name is Dr. Orsku, and I come from IMT Europe in France, and here is today to present my results about predictive maintenance model-based intensive neural systems for robotics. So during the presentation, we start to formulate the problem, and after that, we introduce you to a methodology to set the approach and follow by some experimental results. And at the end, I will give you some conclusions. So, in this work, or in this study, we will work on wind turbine systems. So, the world yesterday faced to some problematic around the environment. And wind energy is a suitable alternative to make the world more sustainable in the future. So indeed, if you look at around the world, we saw that the evolution of the use of wind energy in the world, and today we can realize the contribution of wind energy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and also to mitigate the impact of climate change. So, however, the wind turbines is a new technologies one and new system ones, and the problem is after a few years of observation with the expedition of this of the systems, we saw that several facilities are subject of different anomalies. Mainly, for instance, the electric facilities, the generator, and the cooling and hydraulic systems. And to limit the evolution of the system, we have to propose some strategy to maintain this kind of system. Of course, we can so, for example, we can have, for example, corrective maintenance, preventive maintenance, predictive maintenance, and condition-based maintenance, and so on. But each of them has its advantages and its inconvenience. But for our system, predictive maintenance is the suitable one because the predictive maintenance allows us to predict early the anomaly on the system, for instance, and estimate in parallel with the remaining useful life of the system optimally, and of course reduce maintenance cost for the issue. So regarding the predictive maintenance, we of course we have a lot of work around that, particularly for wind turbines. But we have, for example, an approach based on ACDSA, RCF, MLP, and so on. But today, that we have, from our knowledge, this different approaches are dedicated to a particular component of the wind turbines. For example, just for the building, for example, just for the generator, and so on. So it is there are network or approaches limited in terms of generation. So or we have our approaches maybe interesting, but it is more effective for different other applications. So we can also generalize this approach. So for in the paper, we propose to deal with the problem in another manner. So using the multi-stage of neural network to design a predictive maintenance model. What does it mean? So in our approach, we combine and mix some neural network to first to detect, predict early anomalies, and after that estimate the remaining useful life of the systems. And to do that, so we have some three main steps: preparation of the data, the design of the behavioral organization model, and after that, the analysis of the detection dynamics and the design of the remaining useful life model. Okay. So for the data processing, it's a standard step that we use in machine learning approach. So just to normalize data and to clean and so on, clean and filter. We apply also filtering engineering on the data to select the most a feature which describe the healthy condition of our system. And after that, we apply, we use with selected features, to design after that the another working with the model. We use particularly an model here, where we can extract information and reconstruct it perfectly in the fragment. And the calculation of different parameters of the model will be done with respective to the cost function and the ministry of construction right in this way. And after that, the next step will be the design of a recursive remaining useful life model. In this case, we have a recursive neural network where we have some parameters that we can calculate recursively, step by step, and adapt the parameter to the condition or the anomalies that we observe in the data. In this terms, the main indicator, the main key factor of this parameter vector is the term NK. NK should be the delay that we can have in our model to take into account some delay between the relationship between each input, for instance. After that, we have the term ND, which is the number of memory cells that we would like to take into consider during the training phase of our model. And the last one is NTW. It is in fact the time, the sliding time window that we consider to perfectly evaluate the anomaly in certain horizon. So if I would like to define perfectly the sliding time window, we use that just to adapt that to have a slow variation of anomaly and detect in a smart window the first evolution of anomalies in the data. And after that, we use a flag function based on the minute error to alert our model to between an abnormal situation, for example. And to record optimally the different parameters of the Radiance real life model, we adapt iteratively the parameters according to the sequence that we have that we observe in the data set. And accordingly, we try to adapt it optimally according to the quadratic prospection, depending on the covariance metrics of the data. And finally, we can check the covariance of the parameters by checking that what we have at each approach during the training phase, for instance. Okay. And the last one is to just the validation of model. It's the three criteria standard computer can use to find the best percentage fitting of data of the model according to the real one, the root mean square error and the mean percentage error, for instance. So now we apply our methodology with the data sets that we have for the data set level by energy in Portugal. It's an open data that everybody can use to test some algorithm. So you have seen our systems is composed of different components, and in our case, we have a wind farm composed by factor rates, T1, T6, T7, and so on. And for the monitoring point of view, we have 81 features to observe, record from January 2016 and August 2017 with 10,000 sample time for data. And for all of them, we observed 23 failures on 5 different components, mainly generator bearing, generator, gearbox, the transformer, and power. So, to perform the methodology, we used half of the time window, and to update our system, to update the time window, we use 1 hour or 2 as a side of update. Okay, so what we observe when we try to see the performance of our system, we look at, or we just focus on the net turbine number 7, for example. In this turbine, we have different anomalies that we have reported generator bearing or we have high temperature generator bearing, for instance, and so on. And we have also reported occurrence date done by the operator when he proceeds to the corrective maintenance. So, with the methodology, with the model that we have collected, we compute, we have the time of detection of the anomaly. We see that we can, for instance, for the first one, we can predict 1 week before the anomalies, and we can detect it 1 week before, and so on. We detected 2 times in the data, okay, because we consider some time window, so before the first window we detected, and after that, and so on. Basically, we have we detected before very anomalies present in our system. And in terms of performance of prediction, we compare our method. We compare methodology with our models with ACDSA or with RCF. And in this case, we have also the best accuracy according to our model. And for the industrial life prediction, here you have the result of different cell memory considered during the training phase. For example, here we just consider one previous time, here 2 times, 3 and 4. And basically what you can compute that more you can consider previous information in your model, you can work, then you can improve the performance of your model. And so, in this case, we can also compare the model with our model that is such as MLP or STM. And in this case, you see that in terms of performance indices, the model proposed here, we can improve performance up to 60%, for example. And you see here the time trends before STM or our model, and also according to MLP model, for instance. So, in terms of conclusion, the approach allows to detect of 80% of reported anomalies and accuracy of 16% of remaining lifetime prediction. And this performance allows us to improve the maintenance strategy. Why? Because while the failure is detected at the right time, the performance related to the true positive and true detection, the company can save money through the difference between replacement and repair cost. The fewer false negatives there are, for the more the company will help to replace equipment inappropriately. The fewer false positives, the fewer scheduled inspections, and the last one, if you have more information and greater precision about your So that's all for this presentation. Thank you for your attention. If you have some question, I will take it.
Yes, do we have some short questions? If not, perhaps there will be time afterwards sometime to talk to you. But then we made a change. So again, thank you. And we invite Philip Tenerife.
Yep. Nice to meet you. I'm Philip Tenerife. I'm from Germany, from the University of Bielefeld, and I'm here to show you a short presentation about improving nice methods for large-scale network training. Okay, let's first start with some motivation. I think many of you have maybe tried training a neural network before. I guess, at least from the previous presentations. And maybe you've noticed that the learning rate is actually a really annoying hyperparameter, which you have to set manually. Most of the time it's something which you do once and forget about it, then maybe once you see, okay, I don't get great results, maybe you can fiddle with it a bit and find a better solution. But of course this is not a very scientific way, and also this is not the optimal way. So there goes a lot of effort and a lot of resources into actually improving this parameter. It's one of these hyperparameters which I think you've heard about, which can be tuned with other toolboxes, but this is very resource intensive, and actually there are nice mathematical ways to tackle this problem. And yeah, we'll take a closer look at this in this talk. So first, what is a stochastic line search? This was of course the title of my paper, and I guess most of you haven't heard about this. And it's basically, so from the topic of optimization, so we have a general cost function which we want to optimize. So here you can basically see our loss landscape on which we are, and when we take a step, so the step size here is alpha. So when we take a step, we of course want to go into some region of the loss landscape low, so we want to improve our cost function. And now we line search. What line search is doing is just taking a lot of different steps and we're looking, okay, where's the best? Where does the best improvement happen? And yes, it's of course a nice way to do it, but it's very compute intensive because, as I said, taking a lot of different steps. As you can imagine, it's like with a very large neural network, especially these large language models or image networks, that can be quite expensive actually. So there has to be some smarter way of how can we detect which step size we actually want to use. Because step size and learning rate actually are the same limitations. Yeah. So from which background you're coming. Okay. So this is basically what I just explained to you. This basic line search as an algorithm. Maybe it's easier to understand here. This F is function we want to optimize. WKW is parameters for neural network. This is eta is actual learning rate for step size. Yeah, this is basically just a normal update rule. Yeah. Okay. Don't go into too much detail with the mathematics here. Okay, now just go to some of the advantages of this approach. Actually, we don't have to do anything manually. This error is great. So whenever we let human into something, most of the time actually they are bound to have errors. Let's just say. Another point is actually we converge faster than if we do like some traditional frame learning rates or something. And actually, we most of the time find better generalization. So some solutions to this optima which we find, they are not unique most of the time, and actually can find better optima in this case when we use this in general. This has been shown, yeah. And on the bottom left, I've shown you some small image from XKCD. I don't know if you know. This is very funny science comics. This just shows even if you have a small improvement when you want to iterate it enough,
then you actually get very large time savings. This is the same idea which I want to go here. If you only have 5% improvement for every neural network we're training, actually this is quite a huge gain. Because a lot of neural networks are trained and a lot of effort is put into this, and 5% improvement over like a lot of this effort is actually quite nice. Okay. Okay, why hasn't it already been adopted for neural networks? Because this line search is actually quite an older idea, it's from 1950, so even older. And there was actually some nice back to 1967. But this is, as I said already, there's a lot of problems executing it, which has actually been solved in a paper from 2020, so a mini line search. And this older stuff is basically like the idea to do everything by hand, write everything down. We have full batch size. I don't know if batch size tells you anything. It's basically how many data points at once you're computing. Because normally you don't look at all the data points for a grain set at once. Yeah. This is of course not possible to just use all the data points at once because this takes way too much time. And we also have some unstable behavior. Okay. So let's try to look at some points and how we can improve this basic concept and also even this bit less basic concept. So this is a new line search published in 2020, by Vaswani et al. And this is basically the main criterion which we are using. This may look a bit difficult to understand, like in this presentation, but I will try to go through a few. So this is basically like this left part here is like how much better are we getting? This is like our loss function at the point where we are at. This is one, if we take a step with a certain step size in the direction, we don't talk about now how we're getting this. This is our gradient, like how big the decrease at the loss point we are at now. And this is basically telling us, okay, now we have a step size which we like or which we don't like. And now we can basically do this lunch search once again. We start with our first step, which is always increasing our line rate a bit. And then we decrease this as long, so this is just a decrease factor, for example 0.9. So we just multiply this step size with this steep decrease factor as often as is needed until this criterion is fulfilled. This is always guaranteed to be fulfilled at some time. If we have very small line rate, this is nice. And then we do our normal update step. 5. Okay, this actually works for small scale neural network architectures. So we have, for example, CFAR, so these classical small scale image problems which you may have seen, or some other NLP problems. So yeah, but it has some problems with actually real architectures, which we actually are looking at in this paper. Also, we have some problems with normally we don't use stochastic gradient descent optimizer in training actual architectures. We use Adam or something even more advanced, and this is also not being covered by this whole paper. So if we take quite a look, this will skip over, I think the second time. Okay, now we have our criterion. This is basically the main part of this line search algorithm. Now we modify it to include this different update set basically. So we no longer look at just a gradient norm, but our gradient norm scaled by some factor. But as you can see now, if any of you know how the Adam optimizer is working, this is taking into account the momentum term and this variance term. We're only looking at this variance term. We only normalize this variance term. The momentum term is basically not in this equation right now, which is actually a big problem. So we want to, so in our paper we wanted to add this. So how can we do this? It's actually not as easy to do as it sounds, and to do it mathematically correct. It's actually not as easy, so we are just using an approximation. So we change the normal and stuff, and now we no longer, so we can basically do for arbitrary optimizers by replacing the gradient norm with an approximated gradient norm. This is basically what this is. This is just the approximated gradient norm, and this just looks at a very small step. And what happens when we take a very small step? How much does our losses increase? And then we compare this stuff, what happens when we take a very small step, we compare this to what happens when we take a larger step, which we already want to take. And if the proportions of this are right, so these are basically defined by, for example, this black line. So if the proportions are right, if anything above this black line is acceptable as a step size, and then we want, of course, to be as close as maximally as possible. Everything below is not acceptable. Okay. Now talking about Mars, I think most of you, maybe some of you have lost, and we go back to the experiments, which are a little bit easier to follow.
And we have 3 experiments in this paper. So we have Adam, I think most preferred the Adam optimizer. This is quite common use. Then we have this Adam plus this older medium line search. So this we call Adam plus SLS. And now we have the change I just introduced is ALS, I would call it. Okay, we will look at some experiments. So first we look at some language data sets. So we did word functioning, words like so classical transform architecture, very commonly used, and we did this on Blue and some nice data sets. And also what is actually the more important stuff is like this GPT-2 pre-training on the full size data set. So GPT, I think you've all heard about. And this GPT-2 is like a bit smaller size one, it's still quite large actually. It's still quite expensive to train. So we've shown that we can train this with our method. Okay, and we also have some image experiments just to round it off, so just to show we're not only using language. This is just at 50, if anybody's interested on some also small scale and some large scale data set image, and this is like a billion training samples and algorithms and everything. So actually took quite a bit of work to get all of this done. And those are just some example images for this data set. Okay, let's first start with the image data set. So we can see that the old methods, the old line search methods, the black one is like not performing very well. It has low accuracy, high loss, and basically yes. And our method is a purple line. Our method is performing as least as well as the original method as an add-on, but maybe better. And this add-on is already tuned for this data set. And here we didn't actually set anything for our method, so we just didn't have to do this hyperparameter tuning, which normally is always done on this data set, which is quite annoying. And for C10 or C100, sorry, it actually is better. Our performance is really good in the accuracy department. Yeah, and this is image data sets, and the NLP data sets are really kind of similar. So I have only 3 minutes left, so I will basically go to this table. So this is basically everything together, so we can see it nicely, and we see in the rightmost column we have on average, we actually have the best accuracy by a good bit, which is nice. This is the most important metric. We can't be the best in every experiment because it's a bit unrealistic, because optimization is a very difficult task and we always have some variations. And this is like only a small part of the story of this momentum curve, for example, or something like this. But there are actually more improvements possible. I've actually shown some of them in other papers. The nice thing is you can just follow this GitHub link and download this as a Python package, and you can just use it with any PyTorch. Thanks. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Otherwise, thank you again. Let's continue.
Good. So, hello from my side as well. My name is Simon Friedrich. I'm working at the Technical University of Dresden in Germany, doing my PhD there. And today I want to present something about enlarging the time budget for neural network-based predictors for access interval prediction. So, I assume that most of you don't know access interval prediction, therefore a short problem definition and motivation. So, assume that you have an embedded system, and in this embedded system we have multiple masters. And in order to increase area and energy efficiency, we want to share the on-chip memory. So we have some shared, tightly coupled memory, and for these embedded systems, it's very crucial to have low latency access times. So we assume an access latency of 1 clock cycle to the memory for each access. And as we now have shared memory instead of private memory, of course conflicts can occur. And one approach in literature is to prevent these conflicts. However, this is not applicable and suitable for our tightly coupled memories because of our low latency access times. And therefore, Within the literature, some memory management units have been introduced. So one possibility is to have a memory management online arbitration, meaning that if we have, for example, 8 different masters that want to access a single memory bank on our on-chip, on our system on chip, we just have a logarithm tree in hardware, and in addition to the normal signal merging, we also have conflict detection and resolution within each node to make sure that we don't have any access conflict to the memory bank. However, this is some additional logic included in the fast path between memory and the masters, which is in most of the cases already the critical path. So we will degrade the system clock frequency. And in addition, therefore, we will degrade the performance of high priority masters. So another approach in literature is to get rid of this additional logic in the fast path between memory and masters. So we have some offline memory arbitration. So a memory management unit just arbitrates memory to some of the masters. But whenever the arbitration is wrong, we have some additional conflict penalty. And the advantage is we can avoid the degradation of the system clock frequency. However, we have to minimize these additional conflict penalties. And therefore, access interval prediction was introduced in literature. So we want to basically predict the next memory access. So we want to predict the time between 2 memory accesses of each master and then allocate the memory correctly. And literature has shown that neural networks are suitable for this type of predictions, and they're basically the state-of-art predictors. So they have the lowest miss rate, already shown in the previous paper for benchmarking, MI benchmark session. However, if you want to implement these neural networks now in hardware in order to compute the access interval prediction, we have to take the influence of the predictor latency into account. That was not analyzed yet. So the deep neural networks have a high compute complexity, and therefore we now analyze how the accuracy will decline if we take the latency into account for computing them. So the system model basically is a system that is quite simple. So we just have 2 masters, a high priority master, a low priority master, and this could be in our example, it's a data port of a 5-core, and this is then connected to the access interval prediction unit. So whenever the high priority master wants to have access, we grant access, and we predict the next memory accesses by taking the current address, program counter, and the memory name signal into account. Of course, we can easily extend this to multiple masters with different priorities, but this is not the scope of this paper. And now some definitions for access interval prediction. So here we can see some basic signals when we want to access memory. So the enable signal shows the memory enable signal, and now we want to set the prediction signal that is stated below 1 cycle prior to each memory access. So at each timestamp ki, we just now want to predict the time interval I. And the accuracy is defined as the number of total correct predictions divided by the number of memory accesses. And our access interval prediction unit then includes the AIP model to predict the interval value, and this is seen as a reset value for a cycle count to set the prediction signal. And now, what we want to do is we want to take the predictor latency into account. So we define it as delta thread. So this is the time to compute a single prediction in clock cycles. And we can define a time budget, because what we've seen before is the prediction has to be finished at least 1 cycle prior to the next memory access to set the prediction signal. And therefore, this is our time budget to calculate the prediction j at the timestamp kj. So this is basically the time interval until the memory access occurs. Now, if we want to enlarge this time budget, we can say we want to predict the next but 1 interval. So at timestamp kj, we now predict the interval between kj plus 1 and kj plus 2. And we have an enlarged time budget, including basically 2 consecutive intervals. And in order to do this, we need two predictors now, P1 and P0, that predict concurrently in an interleaved manner, but both can use the same model. And if we now want to define an ideal case, we say we have an ideal predictor that does all the predictions correct when there's no latency involved, and the accuracy is only affected by the additional latency, so whenever these equations for the time budgets are not met. And this is something we see as the upper bound for our later on trained access interval prediction units. And now we can see that we have a decline in the system accuracy. So for one example program, we have the hit rate, so the accuracy, that dependent on the number of the predictor latency, so how long it takes to compute the predictions. And for predicting the next interval, we can see that instead of having 100% correct predictions, we only get 62% if we have a latency of 3 cycles. But if we want to predict the next but one interval, due to the enlarged time budget, we still get 100%. So the question is now, how is this performance then influenced by having non-ideal predictors or trained neural networks? And therefore, we train the neural networks. So we assume the multi-class classification problem. We have time series forecasting and offline training. And we train fully connected networks, convolution network, vision transform networks. And both configurations are the same for the next interval predictor and the next part one interval predictor. And we see that if we have single cycle latency, the next predictor outperforms the other one. However, this case is not applicable because we want to have multiple cycles to compute our prediction. Therefore, if we take multi-cycle latency into account, we see that we can basically shift. So the rectangle is the next predictor, and the triangle, the next one predictor. We can shift the accuracy decline for the programs by predicting the next one result. And this can be put into some numbers as well. So we have the accuracy gain, that is basically the ratio of the hit rate of the next one predictor and the next predictor. And for example, if we take accuracy of 5 cycles, latency of 5 cycles into account, we have an accuracy gain of 2.59. So we can outperform the next interval predictor, but how do we perform compared to other access interval prediction units? So this is basically the last result we have. So we want to compare to other predictors by having the same amount of implementation costs. So the implementation cost is basically the memory we need to store all our trainable weights. And if we compare this now, we can see that our deep neural networks of the last line basically outperforms the other predictors that have a lower latency. And if we take our latency into account that is even larger, we can maintain the high accuracy of the deep neural networks despite having a larger compute complexity. So to sum up, we know that neural networks are the state-of-the-art for access interval prediction. However, we see a severe accuracy decline when considering predictor latency, and in order to solve this, we introduced the next but one memory predictor in order to mitigate this issue, and we can outperform the other deep neural networks and basically other predictors from literature. Exactly. So these are the references, and thank you for your attention.
And we do have some time for questions. It was nice. So we used to say the time to change the speaker system.
Yes.
Okay, thank you again. Next one, Ransom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon. I'm Lorenzo Savino, PhD student in applied electronics at the University of Rome. And today I'm presenting you the state of charge assessment in lithium-ion battery using theoretical weighted neural networks. So, firstly, I will start by describing what is the state of charge, shortened with the acronym SOC, and why it's its importance. So, the state of charge is a percentage value. So, this is a charge is a percentage value that represents the energy that is left in the battery compared to its maximum capacity. This estimation is quite important because it allows to better manage the functionality of the battery, hence improving its lifespan and its performances. An example is in energy storage systems where correct estimation of that value allows to better manage the distribution of the energy. More important, when we charge or discharge a battery, that it allows us not to overcharge or over-discharge the battery, and preventing the battery from destroying itself or damaging itself. Another useful aspect of this value is represented by the enhanced user experience. While the EPD are spreading, it's important to be sure that the percentage of energy remaining in battery is as accurate as it gets, because that allows to better plan the trip, and therefore it assures the user to be always certain not to be left on the road. Of course, it also helps with the safety and reliability of the devices, as it prevents them from getting the temperature of the battery too high or overcharging and discharging again. So, what are the current modes that are used to measure the state of charge? The first one, the easier, is the current counting. They just count the outflow and inflow current to estimate the amount of charge inside. Other than that, there are the open circuit voltage that, as the name says, with a model of the battery, estimate the charge inside the battery by measuring the voltage of the experience of the battery. Another method is the impedance-based methods. That's quite harder in respect to the other two, as this is a frequency parameter, so the impedance is calculated with an alternate current, and it varies based on the frequency. Canal filtering is another method used to measure the state of charge that's based on a complex algorithms that uses different devices that take into consideration the different value of the battery itself. The last two methods are more into the electrochemical and general functionality of the battery, and it implies a better knowledge of the technology of the battery. This means that and it is not really feasible for real-time application because it requires quite a lot of computing. Also, impedance, as you can imagine, is quite similar to the impedance-based method, and it requires a spectrum analysis, and therefore it takes longer time. Here are the limitations of the current methods. Column counting is quite finds different problems with the aging of the devices, and of course their position that's dependent on the measuring devices used. The open circuit voltage instead is limited by the time of that is required to get a stable of the value. Impedance-based method has both problem with quite important measuring system and also complexity and the time required to properly see every value at different frequencies. As I already said, the Kalman filtering has problem with the complexity of the algorithm and the measuring devices required. And as I already told, the last two methods require better knowledge of the system of the battery itself. So there is a new method that is being explored, and that is the use of the artificial intelligence. So the positive aspects are an improved accuracy that's obtained by training the AI model on data sets that are properly constructed. Adaptivity, as it can be adapted by continuously training the model on new data that may get produced during the lifetime of the battery. A real-time estimation, because after the training has happened, it's quite easy to just run the model you trained and get real-time information about the state of charge. Of course, there are still some requirements that, as I said, are well built-in data sets, so there must be previous data collection and filtering to get proper data to train the AI. Of course, resources based on the size of the neural network itself. Our solution proposed is so we have five inputs that are voltage, current, temperature, average voltage in the last second, average current in the last second. Then we have three states, each with 20 neurons and an nonlinear function that we'll see later. Now we're going to analyze how these three states are made of, what they're made of. So each neuron has a activation function that's the data sigmoid function, and this is correspondence. Then, as I said, there is a nonlinear function in the output neuron, and it's almost irregular, but it's capped at 1. This is because, as I said, the state of charge value is a percentage value, so the maximum value that we can assume is 1. Okay. So the number of parameters that we managed to reduce the AI model to is 981. That can be get by multiplying 20 plus the bias, and 20 plus the bias, and 5 plus 1 by the bias, and 100 million. This is a great reduction compared to other models proposed in the literature, as currently there were models with the same kind of error that used around 3,000 parameters that allows a better faster execution of the model, and of course a faster training itself. This of course allows to train again, as I said, during the lifetime of the battery on new data. Our model was trained with a code that was fully implemented in C by Scratch, from Scratch. That was made it supports multi-threading. That's quite important because we use the hierarchical genetic algorithm that's quite different from the backpropagation and can really improve by using multi-threading. It's a support not only because it could be run also on a microcontroller, where of course multi-threading is something I think not like in server. But it supports multi-threading where each entity of the genetic algorithm is run on a different thread. The training set is composed by 700,000 samples and composed by different charge and discharge cycles. So this is the algorithm that we used. Of course, the hierarchical genetic algorithm. So the first phase is where we generate the initial population. So at the start, every weight and values of the single specimen are generated casually with a value between -1 and 1. After that, the simulation starts. So every entity runs around the neural network inside it
for every single sample in the batch, in the data set. After that, sorry for this problem, there is the results evaluation. We use as a score to indicate the score of the specimen, the inverse of the sum of the absolute value of the errors on every sample. After this, then there is the grading, and the grading. So two specimens are chosen, and after that, the first one is the basis for the new specimen, and crossover happens. So there is a probability, in this case was 0.1%, to get a chromosome, so a value from the other specimen. The next step is mutation. So there is another 0.1% for every value, possibility to modify its value, to mutate this value on a range that goes from 0.1 to minus 0.1% of the value itself. And it's guaranteed not to a variation to be that might escape the convergence to some mining. Last step, of course, is we clone the best specimen. That's because it's a hierarchical, so that we don't lose the progress that we made in the past generation. And we repeat the steps multiple times. These are the results that we got. As you see, the straight line is the neural network prediction, where we can simulate every value, while the dots are the experimental data. As you see, it follows quite well the ongoing of the experimental data. This is the value of the error. So, like for best average error on training set, we have 0.9%. That's not training of only 3 hours. Max average error on training set is 1.3%. And these are on different simulation of training. So, like of training, and we got the best average error on the step is 2%, while the worst one was 13%. But of course, we should focus on the best because that was just a simulation on multiple kind of training. So that was it. Thanks for your time.
Thanks for the interesting talk. I don't quite understand why you used this evolutionary algorithms to train them. Didn't you have predictive results, or you had the ground truth too?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, but you...
So you used this evolutionary algorithm to train your neural network. That I understood right?
Yeah.
Why did you use normal backpropagation? That's the normal stuff. I get that. Sorry.
Yeah, so this was to explore a new kind of training on this kind of problem, because there was already literature on training on propagation, and also the genetic algorithm is more explorative. So it could be like there is a work in progress where we merge the two way of training. So we first explore the space of solution, and then we continue with the backpropagation. So like of course after the first training with the genetic algorithm, you can work on the solution and train more with the backpropagation.
Because I've mostly known evolutionary algorithms from like architecture stuff. So you design the neural network of some.
I know for like creating software, you don't have a straight error calculation and use it for net. Yeah, I also used to use it for this kind of problem. This was just to explore a new kind of training. Thanks. No problem. Any other question? Perfect.
Okay, thank you for a very interesting talk. So the next one, Robert. It's the last one.
France. But I met several decades ago when we were all students in France. And I can tell you the union was very sad. Okay, so the title of my talk is A CNN to Reconstruct Ocean Surface Park from Physical Predators. So what is PARC? PARC stands for photosynthetically available radiation, and it is defined as the quantum energy flux from the sun to the spectral length 400 700 meters. And it is usually expressed in Einstein per meter squared per day. And Einstein is obviously a unit of energy, not a unit of intelligence. And we can transform these units into square, but this relation is depends on. So PAR is a very important parameter in ocean biology and biochemistry because it controls the growth of phytoplankton via photosynthesis, and therefore it affects hydrotrophic levels. And knowing the distribution of PAR, especially in temporary, is critical to understanding carbon cycling, nutrient cycling, and also to address global change issues such as the fate of anthropogenic atmospheric system. So, a very important parameter. So what's our knowledge of PAR? So PAR can be obtained from space using sensors in large and stationary or in Lagrange long orbits. And basically the approach is quite simple. Typical approach, we know the flux, solar flux that comes from the atmosphere, measure the flux that is reflected by the ocean system, and we subtract that from the total atmospheric flux, and make a correction for atmospheric transmission, and this is the flux that arrives in the surface. So the sensors in geostationary orbits measure quite frequently how the observations are more frequently. So this is an advantage because you can account probably for variability of clouds, but the spatial resolution is degraded at high altitudes. And this is less an issue when you observe from the L1 orbit, because you observe from 100 miles from the Earth. But at this distance, the spatial resolution is very coarse, and it would be the telescope to arrive at a 1 kilometer resolution or so from that distance. Example of that, just our next instrument called EPIC, which measures at 18 kilometer resolution. So the current products have gaps, and this is due to algorithms and sensor limitations. But gapless products are critical for assimilating models of the atmosphere and the circulation of the ocean circulations, which need homogenized fossil fuel. And this is an example of our product from West. You can see in white sea ice, in black the land, and in gray the missing data. So there are missing data at high latitudes, and this is because algorithms have difficulties to deal with slanted angles. You have gaps that are due to glint. Glint is difficult to distinguish from clouds because it's white, it was not white. And so usually people just discard or realize that are potentially contaminated objects. But you have also some other gaps here, which are due to basically orbital gaps, like a different swath, just it's a gap between consecutive swaths. So the problem is to be able to fill that to fill these gaps properly, taking into account the scales of variability of the power. So, to do this, there are various methods: interpolation, spacing, regression, data fusion, harmonics analysis, examination, deep learning. But again, the proper technique needs to account for the scale of power variability. So we consider the deep CNN architecture for this, and the CNN is informed by the main physical drivers of power variability, which are the cloud fractional coverage and the optical sensitivity. And these are obtained from satellite data, reanalysis data, for example, mirror data, typical reanalysis of the spectrum. And this is really crucial to account for cloud effects in the data regions because they cannot be predicted confidently from the structure of the data in captured regions. So that's the key to success of filling the gaps for this kind of products. So we tested different architectures, including shadow CNNs, traditional super resolution CNN, multi-node CNN with attentions, but the big architecture we consider evidence results. So this is the architecture. Actually, it's a pretty classic architecture. We have here the model input, which is a series of modest images with gaps that are artificially put in the image randomly. And associated to each of these series of images, you have the mirror to cloud parameters, optical thickness and coverage, but you have also the modest cloud parameters at the time of satellite overpass. So we have a sequence of 10 two-dimensional convolutional layers. This layer is here. One layer is kernel size 9, with channel 64. Two layers with kernel size 5 and channel 22. Two layers with kernel size 3 and channel 22. Followed by another 5 layers with the same architecture. After this, we have 2 layers with kernel size 1. There's one layer in channel number 22, and there's one with the single channel, followed by a single activation to basically provide between 0 and 1, because in fact the power data is normalized between 0 and 1. So you have 53 features per pixel, and they are first partially normalized. Each layer, except the last one, is still very much the layer. New activation, dropout layer, dropout weight, 4. And we don't have extra padding pixels along the latitude direction. But the top and bottom 20 rows are used for padding. And these rows are covered with ice and land, so the construction is not. So what we want to do again is to reconstruct the entire time series of modest data without the gaps. So we have 22 years of data. We divide the data set into several parts, one for the training, one for validation, October 2017, we have remaining images for test data set. So for posting and validation, the loss is computed using the blocks listing pixel extract from the images. So in each training epoch, these blocks are randomly chosen, which low-grade generalization and regularization. So due to this randomness, validation for at each epoch fluctuates a lot, but statistically the increasing trend is preserved, and the large patients number is used finally. So this is an example of original versus reconstructed images. On the left, you have the original images, here the reconstructed images, and here we have a scatter plot of reconstructed versus actual. So you can see that the gaps are filled quite well. There is a very good statistical performance here with bias and primacy of about 10%. So your obvious artifacts, good continuity at high altitudes, and also we did quite well with the region in Scandinavia. But still, a little bit of a problem in the regions where you have orbital gaps, and this is because the narrative data is, I would say, quite different from the Moody's cloud data. This appears to be a slight problem here at images. Okay, the data was evaluated, the model was evaluated using epic data which have no gaps. So this is the original data, no gaps, and the reconstructed data from the same day, and the difference is the scatter plot of reconstructed versus part from CNN versus AP discover for the gap existing in these images. So, going to go fast here, but you can see that the reconstruction is moving. Now, the CNN not only allows to fill gaps, but also to reconstruct product during the period preceding the Earth observation. Okay. And this is important for low-frequency variability studies, because the existing standard data set are still short. So this is an example of reconstruction here for days of 1999, and so the fields are smoother than the Moody's one, but this is because of the characteristic of the value analysis data used for this. So the conclusions here, we have the particular CNN, which includes as input the main physical drivers of programmability, and this seems to be quite efficient as filling gaps. And artificially setting randomly block of missing pieces each element of problem, and the remaining observation can be very effective. Okay, don't consider the challenge information here because there is no obvious correlation from day to day. The scales of variability are different, but we use, of course, to get some very simple function. And the quality of the good data is very important for successful reconstruction. And study shows that bodies that have one fraction of the thickness really improve the reconstruction and using only the analysis data. And we can also reconstruct an entire blood for a period previous to the satellite instance. And this is this gapless product, really useful basically to force when you're looking at the system over the time used by this one. This is the current field, based on single interpolation are insufficient and biased. So more than forcing to observe more realistic outputs.
Any questions? Right, so we thank you once again.
Okay, first I have a question for the audience. Are there some specialists on semiconductor physics or integrated circuit design? Nobody? So I try my best to...
You said our converter the same?
Sorry?
Semiconductor the same?
Semiconductor.
Yeah.
So I try my best to hide this part of my presentation. It's a bigger part of my presentation. So I'm not a specialist on artificial network, on circuit design, analog circuit design. So a new implementation of analog neural network for breast cancer. Breast cancer is a pretext just to realize the proof of concept. So I'm from University of Côte d'Azur, so the French Riviera University, in the south of France, with two colleagues from Leban International University in Beirut. So the outline of my presentation, just a short introduction about analog artificial neural network. I'm not a specialist on this application. Why you choose Wisconsin breast cancer database, because it's very easy. And the architecture of the NN, it's not a deep artificial network, it's a very simple artificial network because we have to implement using analog circuit. So just a few words, I'm sorry for that, about SOI, silicon and insulator technology. Now you have just this kind of technology, so for FinFET from Intel and ACDSA, independent silicon and insulator from STM Electronics. So, and I will present the analog artificial network. And of course, I finish with a conclusion. So just a few words about the application. So it's breast cancer. So we don't use the initial image, the initial biopsy of mammography, but we use some image after pre-processing, and in fact, if biopsy have 9 attributes, and this is your attribute, and if you have a value of 1 for this attribute, you are benign, and if you have 10, you can see that it's a malignant. So if you have a 10 for all this value, you show that you have a cancer. I hope that's not the case for you. So just a few words about our artificial network. Of course, we have 9 inputs, we have 9 attributes. We have only 1 iron layer, so with 10 layers, and 2 outputs, 1 for malignant and 1 for benign. And we have realized, we have optimized this architecture of our neural network using MATLAB toolbox. Ideal blocks for multiplication, for addition, for activation function. All activation functions are log sigmoid. And with this analog neural network, we have 2.6 error at the end of the classification. It's not, I know it's not very good for this kind of application, but it's enough for our application to realize the analog networks. So we have first realized this analog artificial network with classical technology, mature technology, 90 nanometers the size of the transistor. And in fact, one of the most building block of this architecture is the multiplier. And in fact, we have 9 multipliers at the input. 9 multiplied by 10 in the middle, in the hidden, so 90 in the middle multiplier and 20 at the output. Why? Because this multiplier is quite silicon area consumer and power consumer. So it's quite not difficult now with aggressive technology, but if you want to increase more and more neuron, more and more hidden layer, your circuit can be quite edge and consume too much. So just a few words about SOI technology. I hope that everybody knows Gordon Moore, who is the founder of Intel. He predicted in the beginning of the 60s that the number of transistors will be multiplied by 2 every 2 years, depend 1 year and a half. Life is sometimes surprising because Gordon Moore is dead last year, and it's more or less the end of the Moore law. Moore law has been more complicated, so forget this one. Just to realize the transistor. Why it's more complicated now to have, we have here the drain and here the source, so we call it the length of the transistor, L, and in this side, it's the width of the transistor, is W. So when we reduce the size of the transistor, we reduce this value in a factor of 0.7, because 0.7 multiplied by 0.7 is around 0.5. So the surface of the transistor is divided by 2 for each generation, so the number of transistors is multiplied by 2. So in fact, to achieve, to have a good transistor, the technologists have found a lot of solutions, but all these solutions are not very sustainable. If we consider only the variability, what does mean the variability? It's if you have 2 transistors very close one to one, in the same circuit, they are not exactly the same characteristic, the same electrical characteristic, due to the 2 different feature. One is the random dopant, the second is the metal gate silicon, and the last one is due to the etching to realize the transistor. If we consider just the size of the transistor, for example, the very old technology, beginning of the 2000 years, it's 90 nanometers, so 100 nanometers. We have a lot of atoms of silicon in the channel, so we can have a lot of dopant to realize the N or a P semiconductor. Now, with aggressive technology, lower than 10 nanometers, we have only 3 dopant if we want didn't change the nature of the semiconductor. So, in fact, between since 22 nanometers, the solution is to undock the channel between the drain and the source. So 2 solutions has emerged. So about not 20 but 15 or 13 years ago. So one is the FinFET developed by Intel, and the other is ACDSA developed by ST Electronics. This is a FinFET. In fact, it's a 3D integration. You have here the drain, the source, and you have here the gate of your transistor. So forget this part of my slide. So in fact, if you want that the transistor is on between the drain and the source, you have to put here a voltage which is called VGS, and if VGS is lower than the value, the transistor is off. In fact, for a classic bulk transistor, this value is quite a constant. For example, for 400 millivolt for this transistor. There's the same thing for this one. If you have this, that we call the backgate, the voltage is equal to 0. But we can polarize this backgate, we can design this backgate, and to change the VT, the voltage threshold of the transistor. So we can have a compromise between the power consumption, the speed, and so on of the transistor. Just a few words about current mirror. What is a current mirror? It's a special circuit. You have here one transistor, And here, if you inject one value of the current, if the size of the transistor is exactly the same, you have the same, you have a copy of this current at the output. And if you jump, for example, if W over L is equal, for example, value, and this value is the same multiplied by 2, you have multiplied by 2 the current. So the ratio of the current is due to the ratio of the size of the transistor. And in fact, sorry, because of the physics, the short channel effect reduces the barrier between the drain and the source. The idea that drain induced barrier rings, sorry for that again, and you reduce again this barrier, and in fact you have the possibility that the electron from the source can go to the drain. Here it's possible. We have a height barrier is you have increased the current leakage due to a small size of the transistor. I hope you can understand. So for example, if now I use this transistor and this value is not 30 nanometer but 300, if here I have 45 microamps at the output after the saturation, the transistor is in saturation mode. Sorry for that. So if I put this permanently, this part, you have here a constant current. So it's work like a current generator. But now if you reduce the size, so W over L is always the same. But now L is equal to 30 nanometers. So vary like that. So it's not a current generator. So it's a reason that in analog design, we never use small transistor. We have always to use large transistor. So we have realized this, this circuit we have implemented in. So we have here the backgate or the build connected to VDD. We have the simulation here and we have the measurement here. So it doesn't work like a current generator. Now, if the backgate is connected to the output of this transistor and the backgate of this one is connected to the output of this one, if here there is a variation of VDS, you have here a variation of VT, but the current here is a constant, so you have a variation of this voltage, we make a variation of this backgate voltage. So you have a variation of the VT, and you optimize the size of the transistor, we can compensate the short channel effect and the DIPL effect. And in fact, with a very small transistor, we can have a current generator. So we can work with a very small transistor. So we have applied this transistor, this circuit to a lot of transistors. So if you consider that all these switches are off, you have exactly the same thing as before. The backgate of this transistor is connected. The backgate of this transistor is connected to the output of this one, and the backgate of this one to the output of this one. And in fact, we have multiplied by 2. So this one is multiplied by 2, by 2, by 2, by 2. So if we switch all these switch one after one, we have a value from 0 to 255, and we have different value of the output current depending on this work. So in fact here we have the output current here in function of this work from 0 to 255. And in fact we realize the multiplication between this weight, so the weight of analog neural network, and this input current with the input of my neuron. I realized, so I'm just a very, very short. I realized an electronics to realize the log symbolic function. This is in function of the input, of course, the input in current. When we use current, sorry, I didn't say before, you work in current, not in voltage, because here I don't need to realize another. I just to use that a node, the output current is the sum of the input current. So it's free. So this is enough to realize my analog neural network, my analog neuron, but you use backpropagation to for the training phase, for the learning phase, to calculate the wave. So we have to realize the derivative of the log sigmoid function. I don't present the difference to calculate between the target output and the estimate output to calculate the wave, because it's a simple differential amplifier. We have realized the neuron, the analog neuron with 9, 10, 2. And this is the evolution of the wave. And at the end, we have this matrix, coefficient matrix, with 2.4%. So we were a little bit surprised when we have this value, because it's lower than 2.6 with MATLAB. Just you use high-neural blocks. In fact, if you do the calculation of the wave during the training phase, and in fact, this phase corrects the mismatch and the error of the analog part of the circuit. So we have realized this analog INN with a very, very small area. So if you compare a multiplier, it's only 3 micrometer square, compared with a classical multiplier in analog called Gilbert structure. It's what you can realize this kind of multiplier. And the power consumption is quite low. The minimum value is 0.8 microwatt up to 4 microwatt for the Gilbert structure. So for this application, so we have 9, 10, and 2 INN, so we have 119 multiplier. So this is the total and the power consumption. So we can increase the number of neurons, we can increase the quality of our classifier. Quite easy. Just not to finish, I have 2 slides again. This is a picture from my office. Not really for that, not very far. In fact, it's a city office. You can see that you can go in the end in the morning to make speed, and in the afternoon you can go to the Mediterranean Sea to swim if you want. I know there is some nice place in the Seychelles. You have nice beach, nice sea, but I look for the snow and for the mountain, and I don't find it. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, and we open up for questions, of course. And if no one, then we keep it at Then we have the last talk for this session. Yes, please. Welcome, please come. Thank
you so much.
Alright.
Your brother?
Sorry?
Philippe is your brother?
Yes, I think we work in the same group, we are still quite comfortable going to the Shakespeare complex. Okay,
No fighting. No fighting. No fighting.
A little bit. From time to time. Okay, hi everybody, my name is Tristan. I'm from the University of Bielefeld. I know it's late, everybody's half asleep, so I will try to make this as entertaining as possible. Let's go. So I actually worked on for this paper on how they might apply vision to tracking backbones. So let's start with a little bit of terminology so that everybody knows what I'm talking about. First, what the Linear foundation model.
foundation model, I mean this recent shift that we've seen, that instead of having small neural networks that are for very specific tasks and only train for them, we see large neural networks that do a lot of tasks. So most strikingly, of course, in language, these large language models, and obviously I can do a lot of different tasks with them. But there's also similar things, for example, in vision, and the most well-known there is, I think, segment anything, which can segment arbitrary pictures, even if the elements on these pictures which have not been in the training data set. And also there's other foundation models, for example, the DNA, there's DNA, and this is just an example to show that that actually this is not a phenomenon that's in one area, but this goes through many areas. And all these foundation models have come that they work with transformers, because as I've shown, the transformers really shine at large scale. And for what I have been doing here specifically, I focus on vision transformers. So I'll give you a very quick overview of vision transformers work. So you might be familiar with the typical transformer encoder block. And I think Enrico Party said that vision transformers are basically the most stupid thing you can do to get a picture into a transformer. So first success with transformers is obviously language, and there you have those you have your tokens, and your tokens usually we have arrived at tokens that are like half a word or something like that. Like 3 or 4 characters are usually one token, and we feed this, and we feed in a sequence of tokens, and then we get probably the next token or whatever we want out of our transformer. You can't really use it with images, because if you just feed in one pixel after another, if you have a full resolution HD image, it's 2 million pixels RGB, and it's 6 million data points. And if you remember, GPT-4 has a context length of 32K, the last one, of 128K, the new one. So this is basically too much, even for very large state-of-the-art transformers. And so they've come up with the idea of just take the image, split it into patches, and these patches are usually in size like 14 by 14 or 16 by 16, and then just embed each patch with a very simple linear layer, and use this as a token. And this works, and this is kind of amazing. And then you can you've got the transformer and the encoder, and you've multiple blocks, and afterwards, obviously, it doesn't make that much sense to the next token prediction, like new language. So at first, I had some NLP here for a classification task, but more generally, what you can do is you can do something akin to the next token prediction, and that is mask reconstruction training. So here you can see this is also like how they look in the segment anything paper. You have got it's actually a picture from another paper, and you've got an input image, and you mask out a lot of this input image, up to 85% actually, and it feeds into a heavyweight encoder. So here's like 99% of the computer here, and you get some representation, and this representation you feed into a lightweight decoder, which reconstructs the image. Obviously, this is not a task that's possible to do perfect, right? Because you have really lost information. But we as a human know, okay, this is probably a pelican, and we could, like, if someone were to pay us, okay, please try to draw this as well as possible, and if maybe we hire a talented artist, which I'm not, then he or she would do a good job. And so basically, to do this, the neural networks encoder has basically to learn all about this real-world structure. So it has to learn about pelicans, it needs to know how a pelican looks like, etc., etc. And to have really precise, to fit this information here of the whole image into this encoding, which isn't as large. So, how to apply this to object tracking? I've basically come up with 2 ideas for it. And the first one, is a very simple one, and let me give a bit of motivation for that. So what I've done is, I've gone to tracking data set, the GU1010K data set, and what's great about it is that there's no train test overlap. So whatever you have in your training files, the same objects are not in your validation data sets and in your test sets. So it's great. It's a more difficult challenge, which shows that you can really generalize well. And if you just go ahead and take some different videos, and I've taken 3 examples here. So this is video tracking, but obviously I took single images for this.
And you take the ground truth bounding box, and you embed you embed this whole image using, in this case, it's the sigma anything auto encoder. And then each embedding is 256 dimensions long. So for each patch in the image, 40 by 40 pixels, you get a vector of 256 numbers. And this we can treat as a point in high dimensions, right? In 256 dimensional space. Unfortunately, I can't really display that as well on this 2D slide. So I did a UMAP reduction, it's called. And this is actually a tool to reduce dimensionality of data and make it better visualizable. And you can see this down here, how this looks like. You see that I don't have really access for this because the access are just whatever the internal human data are. But you can really clearly see some structures here. And here everything that's red is for patches. So every point is a patch in the original image. And the patches within the bounding box are red and outside are blue. And if you look at this, you can clearly see, okay, this is not random, but there's some structure. And actually, even if you look at the car here, and what's special about the car is that the bounding box, the car almost fills the whole bounding box. There we get the most clear data. And here in these examples, obviously in the bounding box, there's a lot more than just the salamander in this case. So we get a lot of patches that are on the background. And so we can basically see that we have some strong clustering, but also we have some outliers in there. But that's like very good preliminary results to see, okay, there's obviously some semantic information there. This might actually work. So the first idea was, okay, how about we just take the center patch of the bounding box, so of the first frame, right? We get a video, it has a first frame, in the first frame we have a bounding box given, right? Which identifies the object we need to track. And our task is to predict the bounding box or the object location rather than say in the next frames. So let's just take the center patch of the bounding box of the first image of the video and calculate the embedding and then just calculate the distance to all the patches and all the subsequent frames. And I did that. And you can calculate different distances. You can do Euclidean or Manhattan or cosine. It doesn't really matter, turns out. And I did this with Dynamo from also for Meta, the SAM autoencoder, and with ResNet50 as backbone. And it actually turns out that this works like surprisingly well. These are accuracy numbers, and for each frame we get a 1 if the predicted patch lies within the bounding box and a 0 if it doesn't. So actually in 87% of cases, and this works, and we predict the object to be at the correct place. Although we did no training on specific data, and we just used these very general models. To make it a bit more clear actually, what I actually mean, maybe some examples. For example here, this is the initial, the first one is always the initial frame, and you can see these are quite hard examples at times with this small dog and everything. And then these are the predicted values. So green is always the ground truth bounding box, and red is actually the predicted midpoint of the entity. And you can see this works even for, like example, the horse here is turning around, and you see it from a totally different perspective. It looks totally different, and still this works fine because these embeddings you can get these foundation models are very semantically powerful, and that's really good. So I went a step further and thought, okay, maybe on patch tracking, let's do bounding box tracking, real bounding box tracking. For this, we have some challenges because the embedding, first is the embedding resolution is really high, as I said. I think for Dynamo, the smallest one is 384, for SAM is 256. So actually the dimensionality of your whole data doesn't really go down. So it's basically very hard to just take an MLP and feed in 2 million data points or 6 million data points. You overfit like a lot, and you lose your generalizability. Horrible word. Okay, and obviously many of the patches inside the ground truth bounding box are not on the actual object, so our method has to filter this out somehow. So basically we came up with this architecture. I won't go into detail. It's basically about how to use convolutional layers and linear layers together, and you you subtract them from another, and in the end you actually get 4 numbers out. And these 4 numbers are x, y coordinates and width and height of your bounding box. And actually it turns out, again, if you focus the online mode, because that generally worked a bit better than the SAM encoder, and if you compare this, it takes the IOU there and the F50 score, and compare this to ResNet 50, which was, for context, which has been like in the last years, like a very modern and useful tracking backbone, you see it actually, this is like much better. And to actually again put this into more pictures, here you can see green is ground truth and red is predicted bounding box. Again, for different random videos from the data set. Yeah, and you can actually see this working fairly well. So in conclusion, as you can see, we always compare to the ResNet 50 architecture, because this is a bit state of the art, not entirely anymore, but it was for a long time. Not actually not that long, since 2018. It's moving quite fast actually. And you can see that compared to ResNet 50, these new foundation models actually have great track record backbones and outcompete in every class. And that's it. Any questions? Yes, please.
One small question. Can you, within the bounding box, can you distinguish between objects?
Sorry?
That's a question. You have the bounding box for tracking.
Yeah.
And my question is, within the bounding box, is it possible to identify? I think about maybe you have an avatar and clothes or something. Okay.
So this is just tracking bounding boxes. I think what you want is segmentation. Yeah.
Okay.
So this can also be done, but it works a bit differently.
Okay, but this is combined with that.
So basically, this is what SAM is for, like segment anything. Like you can very easily segment out your objective if you want.
Okay,
this works perfectly fine. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? So will this technique of embedding the pictures to the LLMs also be able to do semantic segmentation at some point?
Well, not exactly what I've done, but there are ways. So especially with segment anything, as the name suggests, you can really do good segmentation.
Not the semantics and segmentation itself, but using LLM, the modeling technique you use for the language. So you use transformers.
Yeah.
Can you use transformers for segmentation?
Yes, you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Regarding the tracking of your you use features of the box, features inside the bounding box. You track them there's no specific feature tracking. We track the embedded patches. For example, if you have an illusion outwards, if you have a shot, you have a frame, so that one you take, and then you move 2 frames, then the object appears again.
You can do this. Yeah, you can. Actually, one of the big limitations we have here is that we have no temporal component, right? So basically, if you have some occluded frames, that's perfectly fine. You just lose tracking, but afterwards you will regain tracking because you don't have the temporal component in there.
Here you have just mean that you never lost the object.
No, of course we lose objects, but if you lose the object, it doesn't get less probable that you find it in the next frame again.
Okay, so you start again in the
Back from behind something, find the wall that you see it again, then it gets back again.
Yeah.
Sure, if the object is removed, if, for example, you are tracking cars, and the car is under some speed, so you know that if you have 6 speed, the car can change the direction. For example, you have to do tracking, but it is linear, non-linear movement, how you can know? Because you lost the frame.
Yeah, but we have but this does not take into consideration the temporal component. So we don't have like a Kalman filter or some extrapolation of where the thing should go, but it goes image by image actually. Yes, and you could probably enhance it by adding some temporal component. Although obviously then you can get errors at other places. But as it is right now, it doesn't care. It can move like a private one. Sure. Right.
Okay, so according to the program of time, it's 4 o'clock. That's a thing that happened for us. So the session is closed. Thank you all speakers. Thank you to all the audience here. Have a good coffee break.
Bravissimo, bravissimo. Vai,
eher digital sozusagen, dass der Professor, der Und wir sind hier erstmal auf der Kommunikationsebene, das ist so klar, kann man das vorstellen, wenn man auf der Tracking ist, aber Task, also solche Geschichten. Der Vortrag ist, glaube ich, schon etwas zu zeigen und das skizziert dann, wie dieses System zusammenschraubt und auch auf der Messung zeigt. Das ist schon gut. Ja, das ist ja. Wir sind arm. Ja, das ist interessant. Also ich denke, ja. Dankeschön.
Das ist ja nie auf die Leute kennenzulernen.
Ja, irgendwie. So. Are you nervous at the letter already?
Trying to run a video on time. Because I lost my bag. Oh yeah, but I'm worried that it's too late for.
Yeah, that was too late. It's got
Consider to wait too long. Feedback.
Yeah.
You can have it again. Actually, the presenter is not working. You are not working now.
That's great.
Yes. I will do this first, yes.
Because everything was late, I went to check the guys on the start. Because I have to check.
You will.
Yeah, I will check. Because of that delay, I see that the session was at the early of this one.
So we just ended the.
Yes, I wanted to check if everybody's here, so I went down to the check that side. And it was like all the papers. Only last session.
Well, no one's still fighting with technology, so yes.
Okay, so we have another
Do you have a presenter? Because the merge doesn't seem to work, you know, the kicking thing.
Okay,
There's one side, but if you have one, I'm grateful to.
the classic
We'll
movement.
work for like 30
Every
seconds.
day.
It's good. Okay.
Can you do full screen just for a second, so you can see the presenters working?
Okay. Works?
No, it doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
No.
No, it's not. Okay. We go live.
It's off, sorry.
Okay. It's another better.
It was off.
Yeah,
I didn't.
We'll get the battery there,
No, it's the classic computer science. Plug it in again.
everything has switched on.
This is.
Okay, that's good, thank you.
Thank you.
So we have another 5 minutes to get coffee or?
Yes, because I'm here, you are here, and
You have a
Yes.
You were before?
Yes.
yes, but
Two ratings.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the second one. Okay.
so
He's here, you are here, I'm here.
you are.
The
Aber du kannst
representative of the chair.
Nö. Nein, das war jetzt nur ganz
Wie
Das ist ganz interessant.
Ja, wäre, ja. Ich muss noch einmal noch mehr arbeiten, aber das war, ich werde zu angelesen nochmal, was da
Ja. So, wir versuchen wir haben so wenig technischen, wir kommen ja nur von der anderen Seite. Das heißt, es geht
Just talking of the street.
Ja.
Yeah, you know. Yeah. That's fine.
Hi, Lauren?
Yes.
How are you?
I'm fine.
So you will be the session chair?
Exactly.
How many presentations?
Six presentations. So we're supposed to start around 5 because of the delay on the first session. But I think we will start maybe at 5:20.
Okay. For each person, how much time?
Around 15 minutes. I hope that people will cut in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Because it's too late.
It's too late, yeah. Because some of the session chairs, they are letting people to go on and on and on. So which is actually
What they do?
Normally, for session chairs, they have to
cut.
tell 15 minutes. Some of them will let them talk 15, 20.
I don't know. I will try because a lot of people have to catch the bus.
Yeah, because the last one also will be leaving at 8 o'clock. The last presenter will leave at 8 o'clock probably if it continues.
Exactly. So I will try to make sure that it's 10 minutes instead of 15 because at least I have to catch it also.
I mean, because they just have to say the, research problem, the some of them will just go. Thank you.
So I guess that everybody's here for my session. Because 3 people are here, me and another 2 people, but it's another 3.
What time you want to start?
20, I guess. So we will take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
So they will be left at 5:10, and now it's 5:15. So in 5 minutes maybe we will.
All right. Thank you.
Well, and for the diplomas, the diplomas, the certificates.
This is from here. Okay, this is from here.
Let's have a look to the. So who's here?
So, first of all, it's Tessa, she's here. After that, it's Abdullah Shams. Abdullah Shams is here. After that, this one is session chair. No? That one's for the session chair. Okay. It's for me. After that, it's Said. Okay. So Said is here. And after that, it's Amir.
Here. And the other ones is from the other session, so yeah, it's not mine.
you wait any longer, but the
Don't
others are
worry,
still
don't
having
worry,
coffee.
I will try to ask everybody maybe if somebody wants to go a little bit faster. I don't mind because the main problem is that I think everybody, some of them, they have to catch a bus. But me, at least I have to catch a bus around 6:30. So.
Okay. 6:30 still might be a bit tight.
Yeah, it's a little bit tight. So maybe if the other ones want to give it a few minutes, it's alright. So. But why was the delay in the morning?
I don't know, I wasn't there anymore.
Ah, okay.
So let's see if this still works.
Yeah, it's working. So it's working. Yeah.
Yep, started in the morning and then kept dragging.
So you presented the work with your team, no? So the previous work.
Yes.
It's not colleague, and now you're the.
Yes, now this is mine. Yeah. Although I didn't do all the elements, so there are also some other ones. Just kind of together, bringing everything together.
When you're right.
Just yesterday.
Yesterday.
So I'm still a bit tired. Of course, didn't sleep on the flight.
Which flight?
Via Dubai, so over the night.
So Qatar.
No, Dubai.
Okay. And how long was the flight?
It's okay, it was like 7 hours to Dubai, and there just a 2 hours step over, and then.
You had the transport or maybe?
From Hamburg directly to Dubai.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's quite convenient, I must say. Also nice to get out at.
Yeah.
Before 8 o'clock for 2 hours, just run around a little bit and then.
Okay. I had to change to so I went from Bruges to Bucharest, and after that Bucharest to Dubai, Doha.
Doha.
Yeah.
And also 3 times.
Yes, from Doha. The flight was 4 hours from Bucharest to Doha, and 4 hours from Doha to Seychelles.
Yeah.
I had 4 hours stay between the two flights, so actually I had almost 13 hours of and I couldn't sleep, so 4 hours is still not so. They bring you the food, and after 1 hour you just eat, and you just sit there, and they just announce you that hello. Yes, please. Okay. Yeah, the other ones will join. You already had your presentation on that? Okay, perfect. And what's your name? So I thought that you're from the same session that is running now.
No,
stuff. Okay.
I'm just here for you if you're presenting now.
Oh, that's
Okay.
nice.
So we have audience.
Okay, good. Sure. I was in the first session and I was the chair for the first session.
Okay. So the previous one or the morning?
The morning one.
Okay.
Sure. Are you the one presenting now?
Sorry?
You're the one presenting now?
No. Our colleague, she will present. Okay, we give a chance, we let go 3 minutes.
I need to move over and then like session chair will leave. Come on.
I hope that the chair is not the chair. He or she is not like
Yeah, he is the chair.
He's the chair.
I'm the chair.
You have to
I didn't expect to have such a big delay, you know.
But how often does the bus run? Isn't that something?
Yeah, it's going from Victoria and it stops here in front of the university. And I have one at 6:30 and after the second it's at 7 o'clock. So I have only around 1 kilometer up on the hill, but it's already at 7 o'clock. It's already dark, so it's not very convenient to go by walk.
But I hear it's not dangerous.
I know.
I know. Dark and then.
No, I was on the mountain on Tuesday. I went up and it was dark and I came down, so I went up from the hill to see the view on the both sides. It is good.
Is it? Yeah. I was thinking about walking over there, so tomorrow I have nothing to do. Just go up and go down, but I'm not sure if it's not too hard because it's so hot.
You need water, and you need what they told me. So always to have water and the 50 protection. If you have 50 protection for the speed, it's perfect. And just stay very close to the near the road because sometimes the cars are appearing and they are usually not the drivers from the island. Maybe they are the foreigners who are driving the cars, and maybe they are not used to drive on the left side, and maybe they don't know how close they are from you, and you don't know.
Actually, it's scary walking here. They're really.
Yeah, the speed is not big, so the speed is not big because you have a lot of turns, but if they catch you with the mirror, you just get up on the road. But for small distances, it's okay. For example, from bus station to the beach, sometimes you have small beaches where you have to get up from the bus and make another 800 meters or something like that. Yeah. But one of the best videos from the area is that one from Port Louis. So that one, it's very nice, and it's another one. It's Independence. Once Independence. Once Independence. It's smaller one than the Port Louis, but it's good. Okay, it's perfect. I will ask everybody if we will have a future session. Yeah, sure. So I guess that we can run the session. So I'll be the chair of this session. My name is Laurent Soga from the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca. I'm honored to be here. Because of this big delay, if somebody wants to go a little bit faster, I don't mind. So because we are short on time, and at least I should get a watch around 6:30. Maybe I can. Okay. So I will start with the first presenter. It's Tessa Tepri. Please. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So welcome to the last session. Actually, nearly we could talk German. Nearly. So my research is called Lyrically Winking the World. No. And I'm focusing on how to use autonomous drones to acoustically detect bats in operational wind farms. And this is the problem. Onshore wind energy capacity is projected to nearly double within the next few years, which is good news for the energy transition. But on the other hand, electric wind energy turbines do kill bats and birds, and in quite a mass. So for the biodiversity, this really is a problem. Currently, only in Germany, it's like 200,000 per year minimum that we know of which are dying, and if the numbers are rising, and we are projecting the numbers worldwide, that might be an issue. I just had to talk to a guy from Mauritius. Actually, they are plagued there, so maybe they should build more wind farms. But in general, they are strongly protected species, and it's not even allowed to chase them away. So probably killing them is not a good idea. So what are the wind energy providers doing? They are curtailing their energy production. It means when the weather is such that bats are flying, like it's getting dark and it's nice and warm and there's not too much wind, then they have to just shut down their wind energy turbines. And that can add up to like 6% of the energy reference production. 6% is a lot. So if we had that 6% more, we had a lot more green energy. Of course, this is not like very static, so we're trying to become smart about the curtailment. So, the time is already part of the window when we need to shut down the location, and then there is this effort to implement more real-time acoustic bat monitoring.
So with acoustic band monitoring, basically there are some issues, because if we place a microphone up here, for example, and then we have a bit of a problem with the acoustic damping, because we are in the ultrasonic range, so a bad call would be around between 20 kilohertz up to 80 kilohertz probably in Germany, so the sound doesn't travel too far. So we can't really, by just putting a microphone into that center point here, we just can't see the whole area. And another problem is that the devices which are put down at that center point, they are not really transmitting data. So somebody gets up after a few months or weeks and takes the SD card, brings it down, and then there's a data analysis. That's the state of the art. So actually we need more data from this water swept area if we want to have real-time data analysis and control if the wind energy should, or if this turbine should run or not. So our question is basically what are the chances and challenges from the technology side to use drones for the acoustic bed detection in those operational wind farms. So the idea is take a drone, put a microphone on it, let it fly, and see if we get more data. And actually this has been done. So using drones for that detection with microphones is something we can do. It has been shown in the past years. And there has been some research about like, okay, let's take some fixed wing planes, or let's take quadcopters and so on. And so currently they found out quadcopters are technically less option. However, also already here in this use case, just a drone, and there are problems because the drone electroacoustic emissions in that high ultrasonic frequency area, they interfere with the recordings, and that causes the recordings. So there have been quite some efforts, for example, to put some damping material around the microphone, to separate the microphone from the drone, put some distance in between, or to reduce the drone noise by using smaller drones, for example. And there are some efforts already to use CNNs and other machine learning options to get rid of the noise, basically. However, in our use case, in an operational wind farm, there is no evidence yet that this is actually possible, that there are beds all at that height of like 180 meters. We don't know, nobody knows, nobody has ever tested that. So, and this specific use case actually has a lot of more requirements, like we need to fly for many hours, so somehow we need to recharge the battery in between. This wind turbine, it actually rotates, so it adjusts. If the wind is changing, it will change. So we need to have a flight path behind the turbine. We also need to have the flight path. And we want to immediately shut down the wind turbine if there's a bad detected, so we need also like a communication link here. So what did we do in this project? The project is called Drones for Beds, and it's coming to an end, but it's not done yet, so it's a bit of intermediate research that I'm presenting here. Of course, we first studied the literature to see for all these boundary conditions what's the state of the art. And we also wanted to use just not military rocket science, but just a drone from the shelf, so to say, sensors from the shelf to keep it cheap and simple. So that was a boundary condition. So we were looking at sensors from the consumer and automotive industry. We did some pre-tests to check how do we position the microphone. Should we rather put it here on the side? So nobody tested that yet. We found, well, what the others have done so far. Placing it below the drone, of course, makes no sense. But anyway, we did some more batch detector positioning tests. With a bunch of technology here. I have to save time, so I'll let that out. We also did some pre-tests of instant ecological assessments. So, like, there we wanted to check, okay, should we use CNNs or the vision transformer. CNNs have been used, but vision transformers not yet. So we just wanted to see, is this something we could dig deeper into? So what we did is we took the bad calls, we cut images from that to 54 by 254 pixels. So this is a sonogram. You can see like this is a bad call, this is just drone noise, and here's a bad call within the drone noise. Yeah, just image detection here. And then for the real world test, what we did is we flew for 7 nights, and we had 2 flights per night in North Germany, in Wind Park, and we lowered the microphone by a winch because we needed to have the 10 meters at least, like we found in our test. So we lowered it by 30 meters, and then starting from a charging pad, we flew that pattern 50 meters behind the wind turbine, and we stopped for 90 seconds at each point just to see is there a difference if we collect data at 60 meters or 180 meters. We tested GNSS independent autonomous landing with ultra-wideband on a charging platform and to recharge. And we also tested having millimeter wave radar on the drone, so to see can we detect actually the blades of the wind turbine. So for the bed detector placement, which was the initial test, we found, okay, we need to have it 10 meters below the drone, and then an expert could easily see visually what that's a bed call here. They could easily say what kind of bed that is, and that was kind of our level to say, well, okay, if the expert is able to see it, that's good enough for us. Still, the acoustic auto ID still has a problem with this picture, for example. They will find, because they are not used to noise in that area, so they're not prepared for that yet. So we always needed to have experts to run through all this data. There are more than 100,000 data sets that we had. As I said, of course, there's an idea to throw a deep learning model at that to solve it. And our very first approach, like nearly 2 years ago now, was to take a few CNNs. And we had ACDSA, Confnet, and Vision Transformer, and just checked, like, okay, how fast is it, how accurate is it, and then the MCCs and certain different metrics. And we found, well, basically, well, the newer the CNN, the longer it takes, the more parameters it has, of course, the longer it takes, and the better it gets the results. And actually, the Vision Transformer is quite okay-ish, because it's not so much slower, but it has like the highest accuracy or MCC. So that's definitely a direction we will look into further, or maybe get an expert somewhere out of the room, because there was just a student of mine, a specialist. Okay, I have talked about precision landing which earlier today. What?
Okay.
So that worked fine. We had a single anchor ultra-wideband sensor, and the drone just landed and positioned itself and recharged. We didn't focus too much here on this, so this is simple DC charging. Stupid, but it's a demonstrator just so it works, and you could easily trade it for some inductive charging, for example. All right, for the millimeter wave radio radar sensor, so this is the drone, and we're looking at the wind turbine from 160 meters over the ground. And this is what we see at the moment, so we can see like the tip of the wing rotating around. So that was nice when we first saw it, like, yeah, it's working. So we can use the automotive radar for that. And we experimented a bit like with positioning, the amount of radar sensors. But in the end, it turns out actually this is not good enough to really do an adaptive like path planning yet. So we need to supplement it with some other sensors. So currently, my idea is just to place some sensor on top here, or to get out of the wind park the ones who run it to get the data for positioning because they have it. So this is like the areas we're looking into. So basically, this research addresses the technical challenges and chances for using autonomous drones in operational wind farms, and we find we tested 2 multi-copters, and yes, it's technically feasible, and we can even fly behind the wind turbine. It's not a big issue at the wind speeds that we're looking at, where the bats are flying as well. Our precision landing and the single anchor with the right band system works well for landing and charging. So we could go like have one charge on the ground while the next other drones flying, and then vice versa. That could work. However, we into other modern deep learning approaches, so to eliminate the drone noise of the recordings. We need to kind of supplement this millimeter wave radar sensor, so this is not good enough. And that's not only the technical side of things, so basically there's an economic side of things as well, and an ecological side of things, because drones have an influence on bats. So there's also research going on like, do we actually attract bats, or do we chase away bats, because then the measurement wouldn't make sense anyway.
Thank you very much. If you have questions, feel free to ask her. I have a question. For my interest, the distribution of these wind turbines.
Yeah.
You choose a few of them in different fields, or you just took only one?
So far we took only one because this is where we know there are lots of bats, because they have lots of shutdown times, and they're very unhappy about it.
Okay, so you took that area which you had a big activity of.
Yeah, which we knew had a lot of activity, but we will test in different fields in this summer.
Thank you very much. If somebody will leave earlier, just please let me know and I will handle you the certificate. If no, I will handle it at the end and we can take a group photo at the end together. Okay? Okay, next presenter, it's Abductions. And we have a paper, part geometry, a scalable real time virtual trial workflow solution in a digital age. Yes? Yeah, F5. F5. Thanks, sir.
I have to apologize in the beginning. I have a couple of videos in my presentation, so if it doesn't work out, I will have to switch. So, you don't mind. Thank you for being here. My name is Adela Schultz. Together with Professor Christoph, we are presenting our project application device in the space of e-commerce and virtual try-ons. So I think you can find the paper with this title. Before I go in and give you the outline for the presentation. So we'll start with what motivates this application, why we build it, and why we are motivated to keep on building it. Specifically, the problem definition and the project context in which we are building this. And then I will give you the outline for the solution that we presented here. How did we come to the requirements? What's the architecture that allows us to develop the prototype? And then using that prototype, what's our vision for the future of this work that we put forward. And also, of course, present you with the limitations of the current system and how are we aiming to address them, and how we are hoping to collaborate with everyone here as well as outside this specific presentation. And finally, we'll have time to have questions specific to the prototype. Okay, so I will start with the problem definition. It starts with quite simply, I think, the ongoing problem of we use online shopping tools, so like Amazon or any other tools. You buy clothes. Specifically, in clothes terms, sometimes the sizing might not match to your size. And this in the industry causes a lot of problems. Specifically, you want to really have the item that you're after. And of course, for us, the motivation is that however complex the problem is, we need to address it specifically for sustainability as well as for innovation, to bring down, to bring up with, to bring state of the art to the problem. But in addition to seeing the fit of the clothes, so buying clothes online and seeing if it fits or not, of course there are multiple solutions that you can see in the research and in the application. We also are faced with the solutions that exist. Are they accurate enough? Do they address the problem head on, or how are they addressing it?